Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was fallen in love with Astoria? Part 1. Draco could only stare in quiet disbelief at the figure slumped down, almost supporting himself on the bottle of whiskey clutched desperately in his hand as he stared blearily through his wire-rimmed glasses. Stained and wrinkled clothes clung limply from an overly gaunt frame, as several days' worth of stubble. Matted and stained black hair stuck out even more wildly than he'd ever seen it before. His eyes that once shone like emeralds stared dully on a pallid complexion. Unable to stop himself, Draco pulled out the chair directly across from the man, lightly pulling at the fingers of his glove for a moment, before giving the unseeing across from him a long, considering look before speaking. Well, isn't this a sight? The savior of the wizarding world, sitting like a common lush. So, tell me, Scarhead, what the bloody hell do you think you're doing? For a moment, those eyes light in a spark of recollection, and a flash of anger before the drunkenly slurred words dropped past his lips. Leavish, bugger off, Malfoy, or else what? You'll offend me with your stench? The blond man wrinkled his nose as he shook his head. Far, far too late for that, Potter. Was Tinkin more luck? Pishin' on ya. The dark-haired man answered back with a drunken laugh, before grinning. Pished yourself? How many times me cuz? For a moment, Draco blinked blankly back at the man, before wincing slightly as he finally made sense of the words and fought down a flush of embarrassment. Twice, if you want to get technical about it. Potter paused, and then stared back at the man. A completely dumbfounded expression painted across his face. Woot? For a moment, Draco said nothing, studying the dumbfounded drunk in front of him as he struggled to fit it to the memory he had of the boy he'd built up as his rival. His nemesis, if only in his mind. Finally, he slowly shook his head and stared back at the man. What the hell happened to you, Potter? The man blinked a moment, staring dully back at the blond man. Before, for a moment, a brief moment, Draco could see a flash of almost painful clarity, as a single word was uttered. Life. Then it was gone, and once more the vacant drunk was in his place once more. Frowning again, Draco sighed a moment before cursing himself and idiotic Gryffindors under his breath, before standing up and stalking over to the pub's flue. Tossing in a handful of power, the man made another face, before barking out. Hermione Weasley. There was a moment's pause as the flames turned green, before a more matured, bushy-haired face appeared in the flames. Hello, can I? Malfoy? What do you want? Look, Gran. Weasley, I'm about as happy to see you as you are me. I just need to know where I can find Potter. Draco made another face as he sighed slightly in resignation. What do you want with Harry? Those eyes narrowed in suspicion as the woman glared back at her childhood tormentor. I was planning on inviting him to my wedding and I want to do it in person. Draco glared back at her a moment longer, before sighing just a bit. So, do you know where he's living or not? How do I know? I, Draco Malfoy, swear on my life and my magic that I have no intention of using the information I'm asking of you to in any way harm or even impinge upon the happiness of Harry Potter. Nor do I intend to give the information to anyone who would do so in my stead. As the glow of the oath pulsed visibly for a moment, the man glared back at her. Happy? Hermione visibly fumbled for a moment as she stared at the man in open-mouthed shock, before slowly pursing her lips as she lightly winced. I'm not sure where he lives. Everything's been so hectic the last few years we just sort of fell out of touch. Maybe Neville or Luna or George. A sudden sinking sensation hitting his stomach, deepening with each subsequent flu call. Each of Potter's friends embarrassed as they admitted to not quite having a clue where their friend lived anymore. The surviving Weasley twin shrugged helplessly through the flu. Harry knows he can come in whenever he wants. He's family. I've just been so busy with trying to keep things running with the store, since... Draco nodded his head in slight understanding as the one-eared man continued. I send an owl his way every couple of weeks, giving him a statement on his share of the shop's profits, and trying to see how he's doing, but I almost never hear back from him. If you've tried everyone from Hogwarts, there's still one person left who might know. Who? There was a flash of confusion in Draco's eyes as he shifted just a bit, uncertainty written on his face as he tried to think of who he could possibly have missed. George gave the boy a look, before sighing slightly at the clueless expression on the man's face. Your aunt? Bellatrix has been your other aunt, George corrected with a frown. Instantly, Draco paled as he recalled just who it was the man was referring to. Andromeda. Yeah, she's the one that's raising Teddy since. George sighed slightly and shrugged helplessly again as Draco looked away, the weight in his stomach plummeting again for entirely different reasons. Your best bet's an owl. Thank you. Draco mumbled just a bit and nodded before he sighed and closed the flu connection with a shake of his head before finding his way back to the table where Harry was again blearily nursing the bottle in his hand. Catching the eye of the nearby tender, Draco asked quietly, "How much is his tab?" "He doesn't have one." The man answered back with a shrug as he glanced sadly down at the drunken figure. "He only comes here to get drunk, and he sticks to the cheap stuff. After everything he's been through, I can't bring myself to charge him for it." "Well, at least I won't be depriving you of a paying customer." Draco muttered slightly under his breath before handing over a number of galleons to the man. "I'm taking the drunken idiot home to get him sobered up. Good luck." The man answered seriously as he hesitated a moment, before taking the coins. "A man who does that to himself, there's usually not much out there that can bring him back." "I think I know someone who can do it," Draco responded before wincing slightly. "I'm just not sure how I can approach her without her trying to kill me." "Well, G-luck, sir." The man answered sincerely as he glanced over at Harry. "Would be a shame to lose such a great wizard." "No," Draco corrected too quietly for the tender to hear as he walked back the drunken, slovenly man. "It would be a crime to lose such a good man." Harry blinked blearily back up at Draco as the man approached, not quite seeing as he swayed slightly in his seat. "Woot? Time to go, Potter." "Drunk and not finished." "Yes, you are." Malfoy grunted softly as he pulled the man up, wrinkling his nose in absolute disgust as the smell assailed him. "Good Lord, Potter. Where've you been sleeping? The sewers. Place good any as." The man agreed with an empty nod of his head. "Great, just bloody great." Sighing again, Draco dragged the man back to the flue and steeled himself for what awaited on the other side. Narcissa Malfoy immediately wrinkled her nose in ill-disguised disgust as she lightly glared at her son. "Draco, I know we refused to allow you pets as a boy, but just because you're an adult now is no reason for you to begin bringing home strays." "But mother, I couldn't help it, he followed me home. Can we keep him?" Draco's words were dipped in far more sarcasm than he'd intended, growing positively acidic as he addressed his mother. The cool, imperious glare he received made him wince visibly as he wilted beneath its strength. "My apologies, mother. It's simply been a frustrating hour." "And the vagabond you've insisted on bringing into our home?" Another sniff as she dismissed the man, swaying drunkenly on her son's shoulder, without more than a moment's glance. "Someone we owe." That immediately drew her attention, as the woman frowned slightly and narrowed her eyes to study the man a bit more closely. "Who could we possibly, Potter?" Downright disbelief flashed through her eyes as the woman almost toppled back in her chair. "Why the bloody hell did you bring him here?" "Like I said, we owe him." Draco growled slightly as Harry stumbled slightly where he stood, almost collapsing and pulling Draco down with him. And none of his bloody friends knew where he was bloody living. "Language, Draco." The woman chided lightly before furrowing her brow slightly. "You talked to everyone who might know, and none of them did?" Draco winced slightly as he glanced away for a moment. "Well, almost everyone. The last. It would be better if you asked her." "Who could?" Narcissa frowned a moment, confusion written on her face before she immediately blinked in surprise. "Andromeda? Considering what Death Eaters did to her husband, and Bellatrix did to her daughter, I don't trust her to not attack me on sight." Draco agreed with a nod, before grunting just a bit. "I'm going to put Potter in one of the unused guest rooms. Have one of the house elves at least clean him up." Narcissa muttered slightly as her eyes locked onto the flue with a look of resigned dread. "Of course, mother." As the pair disappeared down the hall, Narcissa absently cast an air-freshening charm, before cautiously approaching the flue. Gripping a small handful of powder tightly in her grip, She took a moment to breath in a slow, steadying breath before tossing the powder onto the flame before speaking the name softly. Andromeda, Tonks, hello? What can I? The warm, smiling face that greeted her instantly sent a cold spike of pain through Narcissa's heart, as it immediately dropped into a cold glare of recognition. What do you want, Mrs. Malfoy? Ramita. Narcissa half whispered the word as she could feel the tears lightly tinge at her eyes, fighting down the sudden swell of emotions that rose through her chest. Don't you dare try to Ramita me, Malfoy. Andromeda Tonks hissed the words past her lips as she glared angrily at the woman who had once been her little sister. You lost that right when your husband and your son's friends killed my husband, and your sister killed my daughter. Belatedly, Narcissa realized she'd forgotten the most important thing to remember when dealing with her sisters. Bellatrix had been the passionate one, the one whose loyalty, once won, was blind and unbreakable. She, herself, was the cool calculator, the protective one. But Andromeda was the one who could hold a grudge like no one she'd ever met before, the stubborn one with the unbreakable will. Again, she tried to collect herself to speak as she started again. Andromeda, "Stoinkes to you, Malfoy." The hissing words were so cold they burned against Narcissa's skin as the woman flinched back. My apologies, Mrs. Tonks. For the first time in over half a decade, Narcissa Malfoy could feel her icy control slipping as the tears fell down her cheeks, and she felt the words grow thick upon her lips. I'm calling you about Harry. Harry, if you or your family have done anything to that boy, I swear to you there won't be a thing left of you by the time I'm done. Of any of you. Narcissa could see the anger in the woman's face, the pure, boiling fury in it, but at the same time, she saw that thick, violent tremor of fear that raced through the woman's dark eyes. I assure you, Mrs. Tonks, we have done nothing ill to him. For a moment, Narcissa ducked her head, glancing away as she whispered out the rest of her words. We owe him far, far too much for that. What is this about then? The anger had calmed into a more manageable thing, but had never left Andromeda's face as she glared back at the woman she'd once called sister. Draco apparently came across Mr. Potter in a rather alarming state. Narcissa was slow and careful with her words, taking a slow, deep breath to steady the flood of emotions swelling up through her chest. He looked like a drunken wastrel who hadn't bathed in weeks. The anger faded into sad resignation as Andromeda merely nodded her head and spoke quietly. What pub is he at this time? The way Andromeda of all people simply accepted the words about the godfather of her grandson sent the weight dropping to her stomach as she couldn't stop herself from asking. How did he get this bad? Draco told he tried to contact every one of the boy's friends and not a single one of them knew where that was. When he's not drinking his life away, he sleeps. Andromeda took a moment, her eyes shutting as she took a slow, deep breath. He sleeps in Nymphadora's old room. What happened to him? Narcissa slowly shook her head in disbelief as she stared back at the figure in the flames. That man. I can barely see anything of the boy I remember. For a moment, Andromeda hesitated, biting down on her lower lip for a moment, before finally, the need to finally talk about it broke through her worry. He always wanted nothing more than a quiet, normal life. At first, he thought he could have that with Ginny Weasley, but she wasn't satisfied with fading away into the background. She wanted the fame and the spotlight. Harry stood it as long as he could, before finally he just had to end it. Narcissa nodded her head in understanding. Ginny Weasley had risen to be one of the top Quidditch stars in the league, often with her face splashed across newspapers and magazines across the continent. After that ended, he realized just how much he'd fallen out of touch with his old friends while he was struggling so hard to make things with Ginny work. Everyone else had simply moved on with their lives. They no longer really had time for him. It wasn't a malicious, or even a deliberate thing, just that while he'd been out of their lives, they'd moved on and he was left behind. Narcissa took a moment to digest that spot of information, before slowly nodding her head. Biting her lower lip a moment, she heard Andromeda sigh wearily. Just tell me where he is and I'll go fetch him. Currently? Narcissa arched a brow slightly as a slight tug curled on the corners of her mouth. The last I saw him, my son was taking him to an unoccupied guest room. Andromeda froze for a moment, Before again. The frosty anger was back in place as she glared through the flames. What did you just say? He's here. Draco refused to leave him in that state, and when he couldn't find out just where it was that the young man was staying, he brought him here. Narcissa answered with a calm, collected tone as she discreetly wiped away the tear stains from her cheeks. Why the bloody hell didn't that idiot just take him to his friends then? Andromeda was growling again. Not a good sign at all, Narcissa noted. Because this idiot isn't stupid enough to drop something like that on Potter's friends and expect to live. A new voice spoke up as Draco strolled back into the room. And my fiancé would prefer me still, breathing. The man paused a moment, studying the face in the flames for a moment, before slowly shaking his head. Not to mention what Potter himself would do for revealing that to them. Andromeda studied the man for a moment, before giving a slight, reluctant nod of his head. I suppose I can understand that. Let me through and I'll take him home. Both sisters both froze in shock at the response Draco gave. No, no? Andromeda's eyes grew flinty, hard as she glared back at her nephew. And tell me, why exactly is that? Because staying with you isn't helping. Draco shot back as he brought his arms across his chest. And you have enough on your hands with your grandson. And I'm supposed to just let you take care of him? Andromeda countered as she glared right back at the man. How many times did you try to kill him again? None. Draco countered with the slightest curve to his lips. I tried to hex him and curse him plenty, but, to be perfectly honest, he always scared me too bloody much for me to try to kill him. Andromeda grit her teeth, and glared a bit at the boy as she let off a slight growl of displeasure. And your father knows just how deeply we're in Potter's debt. Draco paused a moment, before shrugging just a bit. Of course, if you don't believe me, you could always stay over and watch us yourself. What? That made Andromeda blink as Narcissa stared, speechless at her son, her mouth hanging slightly open. I'm not letting Potter go until I'm sure he won't drag his idiotic Gryffindor ass back into a bottle. Draco stated bluntly. So, you can either curse us through the flu, or you can come over and watch us like hawks so we don't do anything untowards to him. But, Teddy, Andromeda immediately began to protest as she stared at the young man in a state of confused shock. Then bring my cousin with you. Merlin knows we have enough bloody rooms. Draco rolled his silver eyes just a bit as he gave the woman a look. Lucius will be on his best behavior. Draco interrupted as he glanced towards Narcissa. Isn't that right, mother? Yes, quite. Narcissa simply continued to stare at her son in a bit of a daze as she struggled to work her head around the implications of what her son was offering. For a moment, Andromeda visibly torn as she glanced from Draco to something over her shoulder, before finally, she gave off a growling sigh as she glared at the boy. Fine. We'll be there in the morning. See you then, Aunt Andromeda. Draco agreed, almost smirking as he watched the woman widen then narrow her eyes darkly at the boy as she cut off the flu connection before glancing at his mother. Well, that was fun. Now if you'll excuse me, mother, I have a batch of hangover cure to brew. Stop. The woman almost barked out as she lightly glared at the boy who had begun to walk away. What did you just do? Why, I do believe I got your sister to agree to stay here for the length of Scarhead's rehabilitation. Draco paused a moment, exaggerated consideration flashing across his face, lightly tapping his chin as he did so. Yes, I do believe that about sums it up. Rehabilitation? Narcissa challenged as she narrowed her eyes at her son. And when exactly did this go from an overnight stay to a rehabilitation? And what on earth makes you think I'd agree to it? Because, as long as he's rehabilitating here, you have a chance to patch things up with your sister and get to know your nephew? Draco calmly examined his nails for a moment before glancing up at his wide-eyed mother. Anything else, mother? Draco, this has to positively be the most Slytherin thing I have ever seen you do. Narcissa stared at her son with new eyes as she couldn't help but shake her head. When did you? I'm getting married, mother, and I'd like to have my whole family there. Draco paused a moment as he slowly shook his head. After the war, all that talk of blood purity, after everything we learned. No offense, mother, but I refuse to let the Malfoys go down the same paths as the Blacks. We both know where that leads. For a moment, A flash of pain and guilt fell across Narcissa's eyes, before slowly quietly she nodded her head, as she whispered her own admittance. Yes, we do. Harry groaned softly as he slowly pushed himself into the realm of the living, through the familiar, throbbing pain of a hangover as he blearily began to look around. For a moment, he merely used his hand to cover his eyes against the bright expanse of light, stabbing into them through an open set of windows before he began to fumble around as he searched his surroundings for a sign of familiarity. It wasn't his room. He'd long since thrown up thick, heavy curtains over the window there to prevent just this sort of situation. Explicit part removed for guideline compliance. Oh bloody hell, what did I do this time? Harry mumbled softly as he shook his head and blearily began to fumble around searching for his glasses. Other than be your usual idiotic Gryffindor self, Scarhead? Painfully familiar voice drawled. With a resigned slump of his shoulders, Harry turned his head towards a vaguely blurry figure sitting in a seat across the room from him with a familiar shade of blonde. Bloody hell, what do you want? Ferret? Where the hell am I? Malfoy Manor. The man answered with a slight chuckle, before wrinkling his nose. And right now, I want you to take a bloody shower. Cleaning charms can only do so much. Joy, where I've always wanted to revisit. Harry spat as he glared angrily at the man. Why the bloody hell would I do anything you say, Malfoy? Because I'm the one with the hangover cure? The blonde answered with a smirk Harry couldn't quite see, but could practically hear on his lips as he held up a bottle in the air. How do I even know that's what it is? Not something to poison me. Harry countered as he continued to glare, even as his eyes had affixed themselves to the bottle in the man's hand. Because it would have been easier for me to have just fed it to you while you've been passed out since I brought you here last night? Draco shook his head and chuckled slightly. Really, I know it's difficult, but you've shown you can use that head of yours when you want, Potter. Because you've shown me oh so much reason to trust you in the past, Malfoy. Harry spat back sarcastically with an acidic growl. And do recall, I've apparently been dragged to this damned place again against my will. Yes, but I do believe you'll find your accommodations far superior this time. Draco offered up with another of those smug smirks before shaking his head as all of it suddenly drained away as a hardness entered into the man's voice. And I wasn't going to let you drink yourself blind then crawl down into the sewers. Harry flinched back at the accusation the words as he looked away, suddenly refusing to meet Draco's gaze. Where'd you get a damned foolish idea like that, Malfoy? You, Malfoy said sourly as he lightly glared at the man. Not to mention I was bombarded full force by the way you reeked of it when I half carried you here. Why the hell did you even bring me here then? Harry snapped back as he suddenly again glared at the man. Because, imagine my surprise when I contacted all of your old friends, and not a single one of them could tell me where you lived. Draco stated those words with a calm measuring glance, studying the way Harry's eyes immediately fell down onto the sheets in front of him, and his fingers clenched back into the sheets. Originally I was going to just let you sleep it off, clean you up, give you some new clothes, breakfast, and a hangover potion, then send you on your way, but now I'm afraid I can't do that. Can't? There was a dangerous growl burning from the depths of Harry's throat as he began to glare, far, far more dangerously at the man in front of him. Yes, I discovered you had been staying with my aunt and my cousin, Draco stated with a calm he truly didn't feel. As such, and judging by the way what I experienced last night is by no means an unusual occurrence, I refuse to put them through any more of this kind of suffering. Bullocks, what's the real reason, Malfoy? Well, that is a reason, Draco admitted with a slight shrug of his shoulders before glancing at the man. The main reason you wouldn't believe, so I'll give you one of the ones you will. Do you remember how we Malfoys are about family, Potter? Slowly, reluctantly, Harry nodded his head in quiet agreement, tension still rippling through his body. Yes, Andromeda is my mother's sister. She's family and my mother has missed her since before I was born. As long as I have you here, rehabilitating, she'll be here, to make sure that we're not trying anything underhanded, which allows my mother to try and patch things up with her. Harry finished before his eyes narrowed dangerously. And why should I go along with this? Because you get to make sure we don't try anything underhanded with Andromeda and my cousin. Malfoy answered with a cheeky grin on his face. She's bringing Teddy here? Harry's eyes widened in shock as he stared in absolute horror at the boy. Well, there are far, far more empty rooms here than there are in her home. Draco pointed out with a slight look of amusement. And of course, you'll be here to protect them. And she agreed to this? She does want to make sure we're actually trying to drag you out of the gutter you've crawled into. What's to stop me from telling you to shove it, hexing you into oblivion and leaving? Because you don't want the grandmother of your godson to be alone, when you could help repair the bridge between her and the only family she has left. You're a right bastard, you know that, Malfoy? Harry growled, his emerald eyes flashing. Where's the bloody shower? Wonderful, the elves will have something for you to wear down to breakfast when you're done. I'll leave the hangover potion on the stand with your glasses and wand. Pausing a moment, Malfoy lightly tapped his chin. Oh, and please do shave. My fiancée and her sister will be joining us, along with my mother. Just when I think I can't loathe you anymore. Does this mean you won't be my best man at the wedding? Harry just glared at the smirk he just knew Draco was wearing before standing up and stumbling his way to the door the blonde had directed him towards. The sullen glare Harry threw at him almost made Draco burst into another smirk, his silvery gray eyes gleaming with a show of amusement as he lightly leaned back in his chair and nodded his head to the black-haired man. Ah, much better, Potter, you've actually managed to make yourself look like a semi-presentable wizard. Dressed in black robes, trimmed in green and silver, Harry fought down the urge to pull out his wand and hex the man into next week. Might I remind you, Malfoy, that the years have done nothing to improve my temper, especially in regards to you. Come now, you'd hex an unarmed man? Draco smiled easily back at the man, before the stone-cold glare made it falter just slightly. You're too much of a Gryffindor for that. A sudden recollection sparked through Harry's mind, before a slow, suddenly almost predatory smirk curled across Harry's lips. Something I really should thank you for, Ferret. Otherwise, why I'd be just as much of a slimy snake as you. That actually caused Draco's composure to falter slightly as he openly gaped at the man, his eyes wide and incredulous with a more than slightly bewildered look. A look that remained on his face even as his mother strode almost regally into the room with a mildly arched brow, before she turned her towards a more than slightly smug-looking Harry. Do tell, Mr. Potter. How did you manage to destroy my son's composure so quickly? Years of practice? Harry offered, even as his expression cooled rapidly as he lightly nodded his head towards the woman. Mrs. Malfoy, it's been some time. The underlying implications of the statement almost made the woman grimace as she nodded her head, then gracefully took her seat. Yes, I suppose it has. You do look remarkably cleaner than our previous meetings. I hardly recognize you from the drunken reprobate my son looked to have dragged out of the gutter last night. So nice to see my recollection of the Malfoy wit and charm hasn't dulled from a heaven-sent reprieve from its company. Harry countered acidly, as he met the woman's eyes without even a moment's flinch. It has apparently done wonders for your vocabulary, though. I can barely detect the uncultured little child I last met. Narcissa's eyes narrowed into shards of ice as she glared back into the defiant emerald orbs of the man in front of her as her lips pressed into a thin line. From his seat, Draco's bewildered gaze never left Harry's face as the man never seemed to miss a step as he parried and riposted with his mother in a way he'd never seen anyone before. Which child would that have been? The one that killed the 1,000-year-old basilisk your husband let loose in a school full of children, including your own? The one that helped capture that same man when he invaded the ministry with his band of Death Eaters? Or was it the child that kept your husband, your son, and very possibly yourself from being sent to Azkaban? Narcissa's brow twitched as the boy's cold words struck true on each account, making the bile rise in the back of her throat, before she fought down the rising swell of her pride and curtly nodded her head. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Potter. Though, I'm quite curious where you managed to learn speak like an adult. Shrugging slightly, as he carelessly picked up a glass of juice on the table, and took a sudden swig before grimacing slightly and settling it back down on the table. I've spent the last 3 years living with Andromeda. What do you think we do during my bouts of lucidity? And suddenly so very much makes sense. Narcissa couldn't help but mutter under her breath as she studied the sullenly defiant man in front of her, slouched back in his chair as his wild black hair almost covered his eyes. I was wondering why she'd allowed this nonsense. Barking off a sudden, half-amused, half-sarcastic laugh. Harry shook his head as he offered a bitter smirk. What can I say? I've always learned quickly when I was faced with confrontation. Something I've noticed somewhat lacking in your husband and son. Sighing in resignation, Narcissa turned her head and couldn't help but smirk at her still gaping son. Not quite what you were imagining, Draco dear? I think he's still trying to grasp onto the fact that I could have been a Slytherin if it hadn't been thanks to his inspiration. Long, slender fingers dipping down, grasping the rim of the juice glass with a lazy comfort as he took another careful drink, and a grimace. I don't suppose it would be too much trouble to ask for a bit of whiskey to go with this? I'd have enough trouble handling this drunk. Not a chance, Scarhead, Draco answered as he snapped out of his daze and glared at the man, before suddenly pushing a potion towards him. Drink this. Manners, Draco, manners. Narcissa hissed mildly, even as she arched a brow at the potion. Don't stop him on my account, it just means I'm free to call him the incredible bouncing ferret boy. Harry drawled back with a slight smirk before glancing down at the potion apprehensively, before a new voice interrupted the question before he could ask. I've always wondered exactly why you Gryffindors called him that. It was vaguely familiar to Harry, though he couldn't quite place where he'd last heard it, as it fell past the lips of the older of a pair of similar blonde women. The speaker arched a brow, casually, challengingly to the boy as her long blonde hair fell neatly down her back, cool dark eyes sparking with a cold speculation. Potter, allow me to introduce my fiancée, Astoria Greengrass, and her older sister, our classmate, Daphne. Draco smiled softly at the younger of the two women as he stood to greet them, who immediately put on a smile of her own as she drifted gracefully to the chair at his side before kissing him softly on the lips. Astoria, you're as beautiful as always. The infamous Harry Potter. Astoria allowed Draco to pull her seat for her as she sat, casting the blonde man a thankful smile before studying the still lazily sprawled man who sat so deliberately contrarily to the almost regal poise of the Malfoys. I was under the impression that you and my fiancé weren't on the best of terms. We're not, Harry answered simply as he sent another glare towards an again smugly smirking Draco. I'm here because he caught me in a less than presentable shape and dragged me into one of his little schemes. Turning, he nodded a moment towards the still standing Daphne. Greengrass. Then he turned and locked his eyes on Draco. And why do you want me to drink this potion? You didn't answer my question, Potter. Daphne interrupted as she brought her arms up and lightly crossed them about her chest, glaring icily back at the boy. Why, imagine that. Harry paused a moment, seeing a slight ripple of relief flashing across Draco's eyes, before a malicious grin flashed across his face. But what the hell? I'm always happy to tell a story about Malfoy's more embarrassing blunders. Really, no need for that. Draco cut in hurriedly as he gestured towards the potion. It's for... Oh no, I've waited the better part of a decade for this story, Draco. Daphne cut him off as she finally seated herself in the only available chair, next to the slouched back Harry. So no squirming out of it. With a resigned sigh escaping her lips, Narcissa sent a slight glare towards her son as she fought against the smug smirk that wanted to fall across her features while she listened as Harry began the tale. It's really quite a simple little story. It all began in our 4th year, you remember that, don't you, Greengrass? Our dear Malfoy was walking around making a generally obnoxious ass out of himself trying to goad me at every chance he got while I was competing in that bloody useless tournament. You did put forth an impressive display of flying during the first task. Daphne offered up as she leaned back in her own chair and merely waved her hand in neutral agreement. Yes, well, I've always been told I really knew how to use my broom. Harry waggled his brows just a bit and smirked even more at the slight blush and scowl he managed to evoke from the girl next to him. But, after one particular day, I honestly don't remember which, do you, Malfoy? At the silent glare and slight shake of his head, Harry nodded in acceptance and lightly waved his hand airily. Anyway, we had one of our little confrontations, words were exchanged, a bit of verbal fencing was done. I honestly don't remember the specifics, and as usual I left him an angry little boy before turning and walking away. Another sip was taken and another grimace of distaste as he lightly glared down at the juice before a slight mutter passed his lips. Ugh, where's the alcohol when you need it? Sighing slightly, he shook his head before turning his head and glaring quietly at Malfoy. Then our lovely, brilliant Slytherin here waits until my back is turned and I'm walking away. Before he and his bookends, you remember them, don't you, Greengrass? Tweedledee and Tweedledum? I might vaguely recall certain housemates that fit that description. Daphne allowed as she smirked just slightly back at the man. Well, then I'm sure you can guess just what it was they tried once my back was turned. Harry took another drink from the glass, suddenly polishing off the juice with a slight grimace before practically dropping it down onto the table. Well, the smart thing would have been for them to have walked away, laid out a plan, and prepared ambush in a place and time of their choosing. Daphne tapped her lower lip in contemplation before shrugging slightly. So I imagine that they immediately tried to hex you then and there. 5 points to Slytherin Greengrass. Harry agreed with a smirk as he noted the way Draco flushed slightly in embarrassment and Narcissa let off a sigh of resignation. Indeed, they tried to do just that. And for once in their lives it almost worked. If that year's member of the Let's Kill Harry club hadn't shown up and transfigured the three of them into ferrets and bounced them around the hallway. Let's Kill Harry club? Astoria ventured, a look of confusion written on her face, before Harry, Draco and Daphne chimed in unison. The Dada teachers. Well, honestly, Remus only tried to kill me because he is in such a hurry to rescue me. He forgot to take his wolfsbane potion. Lockhart only wanted to obligate me into a drooling idiot, and Snape just liked to torment me and rip through my mind. Harry allowed as he paused, lightly rubbing his chin as he considered for a moment. And really, Barty wasn't a bad teacher. I learned how to throw off the Imperius from him after all. He was just a completely nutter Death Eater. Barty? Now this time Daphne looked confused as she blinked back at the boy. We never had a Dada teacher named Barty. Sure we did. You just only knew him as Professor Moody. That flask he kept stealing nips out of? Polyjuice. He was really Barty Crouch Jr. Harry paused a moment, before a flash of melancholy rippled across his face. The real Mad Eye was a much, much scarier bloke. Wish I'd gotten to know him better before Tommy Boy killed him. As the disbelieving silence stretched on, Harry lifted up the bottle Draco had pushed his way. So, potion? It's a detoxification potion. I really don't want to have to spend a week tying you down in bed, making certain that you're not hurting yourself while your body cleans itself up from the mess you've made of it. Draco answered with a neutral shrug. Terribly nasty process, that. I see. Bottoms up then. With a shrug, Harry threw back the potion and swallowed it in one gulp, before blinking slightly. Not bad. Tastes a bit like a screwdriver. All right. Draco answered with a vague nod, before gesturing towards a door. The bathroom's right there. We'll see you in an hour or so when you're finished purging all those toxins. Wait, what? Harry froze as he stared at the suddenly smirking Draco until he felt a sudden queasiness in his stomach, along with a pressure in both his bowels and bladder. Draco, I was going to tell you about the effects first, but then you had to go and tell that story. Draco's smirk only grew as he watched the horrified realization sweep across Harry's features. Do have fun. Gritting his teeth, Harry stood up, lifting his head regally as he glared down at the blond man across from him. This shall not go unchallenged, Malfoy. And with that, he strode, in a purposeful walk to the bathroom, head held high as he slipped inside and clicked the door locked behind him. Astoria sighed slightly as she turned her head and gave her fiancé a slightly displeased look. Was that necessary, Draco? Not in the least, he admitted cheerfully as he smiled back at her. But, damned if it wasn't bloody gratifying. Draco, you do recall who exactly you just threw your gauntlet down before, yes? Narcissa slowly arched a brow as she studied her son for a moment, catching the look of confusion on his and the Greengrass sisters' faces. Have you ever heard of the Marauders? I think I remember Mother and Father mentioning the name once or twice. Astoria spoke up, a slight curiosity in her dark eyes as she looked questioningly at her future mother-in-law. They were pranksters of some sort at Hogwarts, yes? The most clever, creative, brilliant and downright vicious pranksters Hogwarts has known in recent memory. Narcissa agreed with a nod of her head as she settled back into her seat. A group consisting of James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. The last name was spoke with an extreme look of distaste as a regal, middle-aged woman stepped into view. her heavy-lidded eyes dark and wary as she held her hand held into a nervous-looking boy of 6 or 7 years of age with brilliant, neon blue hair nervously peeking out from behind her robe. "Ah, Aunt Andromeda. So good of you to join us." Draco spoke up cheerfully. "Won't you and my cousin please have a seat? I appreciate the offer, Mr. Malfoy." The woman responded with a slight inclination of her head, as she kept her words quite cool. "And might I inquire where exactly the entire reason for my presence here is? I'm afraid he's a bit indisposed at the moment." Draco paused a moment, before casting a sonorous charm on his throat and calling out, "How's it going in there, Potter?" The anger was palatable as they could hear the man shouting back, "I will get you for this, Malfoy. See?" Draco continued with an easy smile after canceling his charm. "As I said, he's rather indisposed at the time. He should be out of there in an hour or so." "And what exactly did you make him so indisposed?" The cool, clipped words sliced through the air, as Draco found himself squirming under an icy glare that reminded him entirely too much of his mother's when she was in one of her moods. Malfoy here had one of his illustrious moments of absolute brilliance. Daphne spoke up, her brow arched curiously at the icy interaction between the woman and her hosts. "He gave Potter a detoxification potion, and failed to mention exactly how it detoxifies someone until after Potter had taken it. I maintain that I would have given him a full disclosure about what it was and how it does it, if he hadn't made a point of embarrassing me in front of my fiancée." Draco muttered quietly, before straightening up as he again smiled at his aunt. "Aunt Andromeda, Cousin Teddy, this is my fiancée, Astoria Greengrass, and her sister and former classmate to myself and Potter, Daphne." For a moment, Andromeda stared back at the boy, before letting off a soft sigh as she slid down into empty chair so recently vacated by Harry, and conjured a smaller one for Teddy at her side, before glancing towards Narcissa. "He has no idea what he's done, does he?" "Absolutely none at all." Narcissa agreed with a quiet nod of her head, before her eyes turned towards the nervous-looking boy, whose hair had suddenly shifted from blue, to green, to blonde all in a span of moments, before her eyes softened quietly. "He takes after his mother, I see. You knew my mum?" Teddy finally spoke, as he looked at the eldest of the 3 blonde women seated at the table with wide eyes. "I only got to meet her once or twice, and never under the best of circumstances." Narcissa paused a moment as she caught sight of the tightening of her sister's eyes, before she quietly continued, "I didn't realize how much I regretted that until after she was gone. Oh, she was killed by Granny Rami's sister, you know." Teddy stated so matter-of-fact it caused the rest of the table to flinch in surprise as Teddy none the less continued on, oblivious to it all. "Uncle Harry talks about it sometimes when he gets sick. He talks about a lot of stuff, like how he much misses my da and mum, and da's friend Sirius. He was Uncle Harry's godfather like Uncle Harry's mine, you know." "Yes, Teddy, I know," Narcissa said softly as she quietly looked down at the plate in front of her, as the rest of the table fell silent. "Your granny's sister was mine too." "Oh, what's it like to have a sister?" The simple honesty of the question caught Narcissa completely off guard, as she looked into the shifting hues of the boy's eyes before closing her eyes with a slight, bittersweet smile. "It was something I never realized I cherished until I lost it." As she opened her eyes again, she smiled sadly to the boy and met his eyes. "When you have someone that close to you, it becomes so much easier for you to hurt each other, and sometimes you don't realize you've done something you shouldn't have until it's too late to ever make up for." "That doesn't sound too good," Teddy admitted as he squirmed just a bit in his seat. "It had its good points." Narcissa smiled just a bit more before continuing. "Would you like to hear a story about 3 sisters, Teddy?" "Sure." The boy smiled back at the woman as the rest of the table settled back, and waited in enraptured silence as the woman began. "Erzähle." "Once there were 3 sisters, once upon a time," Teddy interrupted, a hopeful sparkle in his eyes. "Indeed, once upon a time, there were 3 sisters, princesses in a way of an ancient and proud house. Were they beautiful? They were said to have been the most beautiful witches of their generation." Narcissa agreed with a sad, lost little smile on her lips. Each quick of mind and powerful in her magic, but 2 of them, the youngest and the eldest, were born with too much pride. while their sister had a will that would refuse to bow to anyone. For a moment, Narcissa let the words hang in the air, not willing to face her sister as she told her tale. Each of them would eventually find herself wed. The youngest was lucky enough to find her heart belonging to a man that her family approved of, rich and handsome, but possessing that same, cursed pride she did. The eldest too married a man her family approved of, though she held little more than passing admiration for him. And the third sister? Teddy asked, his eyes shining and bright. She married a strong and true man. A good man she loved more than anything. But her family, with their cursed pride, refused to see that, so they cast her out, turning their backs on her as an outcast. Narcissa answered sadly. The eldest of the sisters was infuriated that this man had stolen away her sister, a man she considered to be nothing more than dirt because of her pride. The youngest was hurt and confused, wondering why her beloved sister would leave her, abandon her for one they'd been taught to hate. Narcissa took a slow, deep breath as Teddy stared up at her with wide, wondering eyes before she heard him ask, "What happened?" The eldest sister eventually found a man that won her heart and her loyalty, but he was a dark, evil, cruel man. He destroyed her and remade her in his image. She became nothing more than his dog, his dark huntress, to spread fear, pain, and misery. The youngest, in her foolish pride, believed in that man too, and her husband chose to serve as his right hand. And before them, the world trembled in fear as they did horrible, terrible things. "That sounds bad," Teddy said with a solemn nod of his head as he crossed his arms about his chest. "It was bad." Narcissa quietly agreed, nodding back to the boy as she smiled just slightly. But not all bad. Even as the war began around them, the lost sister bore a child, with her loving husband, a beautiful bright daughter who one day grew up to be a strong and caring witch. Sometime later, the youngest too had a child, a young boy she named after the stars in the sky, just as her family had done for generations. But unlike the bright and beautiful daughter of the lost sister, the son, while so very intelligent, was cursed with the same foolish pride of his parents. "That doesn't sound good," Teddy noted as he shifted apprehensively in his chair, his eyes widening in anticipation. "I know." She nodded her head once more in agreement, before pursing her lips as she collected her thoughts before continuing. Then suddenly the war was over. The evil man behind it, gone, banished for a time in a way that sent the eldest sister on those final steps into a madness she'd never free herself from. She did horrible, unforgivable things trying to find out what happened to the man she'd loved, and was eventually sent away to a cold, dark place where she rotted for the things she'd done. What happened to the other sisters? There was a time when the lost sister reached out to her younger, but was rebuffed by that damning pride she bore, never realizing just how much she truly needed to bring her back into her life. Without her sister's strength, without her will, the youngest sister and her family sank down even deeper into their pride. The husband preyed on corruption and used it to further his own selfish goals. Then, before their son could grow into a man, the war returned. And the other sister? She and her husband raised her daughter to be a kind, brave, and loyal woman. When the war came, she was there from the beginning until the end, fighting on the front lines against the evil lord who wished to rule over everyone. During the war, she met a man, the friend of the only other member of her mother's house that had escaped the curse of its pride. A good man who hated himself for something he couldn't control. But she saw past that and loved him. For a moment, Teddy said nothing, his eyes falling down to his hands as he stared at his fingers, before he spoke up quietly. "Then the bad sister came and killed them." "Yes, unfortunately, she did. And the middle sister, the good sister, lost more than anyone ever should." Narcissa agreed quietly with a nod of her head. "And what about the youngest sister?" Teddy asked quietly as he looked up from his fingers and studied the blonde woman. "Her son was lucky enough to given a second chance. He managed to escape the curse of pride." She paused a moment, before smiling somewhat ruefully as she glanced over at Draco. "Well, at least for the most part. He still has his moments." Teddy giggled softly in amusement as Draco glowered softly back at his mother even as the woman continued. but still he managed to surprise his mother and gave her a chance to meet the son of the niece she should have gotten to know, but didn't. Beneath the table, Draco could feel the soft, reassuring squeeze of Astoria's hand wrapped about her own, as she offered a tear-stained smile back at her fiancé. As a smile of his own graced his lips, he purposely ignored the twisting grimace of disgust his cousin made as he leaned his head gently against hers. "You?" Teddy shook his head before he looked up at Narcissa with curious eyes. "But how does the story end?" Narcissa smiled softly back at the boy, before she carefully turned her head and finally summoned to courage to look back at her sister as she answered him. "Ah, that's the thing about stories like these, Teddy. We don't know where or when it will end. We get to see just how it finally unfolds." There were tears in Andromeda's eyes, that much Narcissa could see, but beyond that, Andromeda held her emotions strictly in check as she briefly nodded her head before she answered. "So we will." Daphne studied the group for a moment, before gently wiping the tears that had grown out of her own eyes, before speaking up, her voice hitching only for a moment from the thickness of emotion. "I do believe you were going to tell us about the Marauders, Moony, Padfoot and Prongs." Teddy chimed in with a grin and an energetic nod of his head, before frowning as he continued. "And Wormtail, but we're not supposed to talk about him. He was a bad friend." "That's right, Teddy." Andromeda spoke softly as she reached out, lightly running her fingers through her godson's hair and smiling just a bit as she nodded her head. "Why don't you tell them about the Marauders?" "But, Granny, Uncle Harry tells it best." Teddy pouted just a bit as he crossed his arms about his chest. "Especially when he summons prongs like Da taught him. Yes, he does tell it best." Andromeda agreed, a slight smile on her lips as she grinned. "I take it you don't want to give it a shot? It's not as good without prongs," Teddy declared as he once more crossed his arms about his chest and stuck his lip out defiantly. "All right, since my sister told a story, I suppose I could too." Andromeda smiled slightly and shook her head as she lightly ruffled the boy's bright orange hair before looking back over the table. "Once, there were 4 young wizards, boys who would one day become men, who loved mischief so much they formed a brotherhood around it." She paused a moment, smiling slightly in fond remembrance before she continued. "One of them was the wayward cousin of those 3 sisters, a dashing, charming young man, stubborn and headstrong, who was as brilliant as he was rash. But he loved his friends more than life itself." Narcissa flinched slightly at the words as images rushed through her mind, the part she herself had played in her cousin's death, and the way her sister had gloated in gleeful triumph about it for weeks afterwards. Still, she nodded her head, her eyes fallen to her fingers as she listened to her sister continue. "One of them was the leader, as brilliant as the first, but with a yearning thirst for recognition and a hatred for the dark arts. He at times let his ego rule him, and at times could seem almost a villain the way he clung so desperately to childhood. But of them, it was he who would refuse to leave even someone he hated to die if he could help stop it. And when he finally left his childish ways behind, he won the love of the woman he'd longed for." Draco and Teddy each made a slight grimace at the description, causing the women to feel a shared tugging of their lips in response before Andromeda shook her head and continued. "One of them, a quiet, scholarly boy, cursed by a madman for his parents' defiance, and living in fear of what he might one day do. The other 3 befriended him and accepted him for what he was, and did everything they could to make him feel like a boy just as they were, and they won his love and admiration for it." For a moment, Andromeda paused, taking a slow, deep breath, collecting herself before Teddy spoke up, interrupting her. "And then there was Wormtail." Smiling faintly, Andromeda nodded her head quietly as she again ruffled her grandson's hair. "Yes, Teddy, and then there was Wormtail, the follower, the hanger-on, the one who was always in the shadows, but craved to step into the light. The one that the others considered as much their brother as they did the others. And the one who destroyed them." "I don't like that part," Teddy admitted quietly as he lightly lay his hands down in his lap and stared at them. "Neither do I, Teddy, neither do I," Andromeda agreed with a quiet nod of her head. "But that was another tale that these days everyone knows." Chuckling just a bit at the momentary confusion on the faces of the Greengrass sisters, and the looks of shamed understanding on the Malfoys, explained. Halloween, 1981. Daphne paused a moment, before glancing at Teddy, and then the bathroom door Harry had disappeared behind. So, Harry and Teddy here are the children of the Marauders? Indeed. Andromeda nodded her head quite solemnly, before smiling a placid smile at her nephew. And you just challenged the man who was both son and godson of a Marauder to a pranking contest. Draco paused a moment, considering carefully as he weighed things in his head before glanced over at Teddy. Say, cousin, Nua. Teddy immediately shook his head vehemently. Not against Uncle Harry. Blast. Draco frowned slightly, before glancing over at his fiancée hopefully. Oh, beautiful light of my life, you want me to help you in a pranking contest with Harry Potter? The man who defeated the Dark Lord? The woman gave her fiancé an absolutely incredulous look. Well, I suppose it was too much to. Of course, I'm not going to just abandon you to your fate. Astoria patted his cheek, for a moment, before smiling just a bit as she added. Even if you brought it on yourself. Well, I need something to keep the Gryffindor busy with. Draco smiled as he lightly leaned in and kissed the palm of Astoria's hand. And any help, my beautiful, wonderful, amazing, he's what Uncle Harry calls whipped, isn't he? Teddy was looking directly at Daphne as he spoke, before he glanced over at Draco with a shudder. Appreciating the woman in your life, especially one. Draco immediately began to protest, before Daphne cut him off with a smirk. Yes, Teddy. He's most definitely whipped. The elder of the Greengrass sisters smirked back at Draco, as the man pouted softly crossed his arms about his chest with a light sulk. Don't worry, Draco dear. I don't think you're whipped, Astoria said consolingly, before she turned and winked at Narcissa. Just well trained. As Draco glowered slightly at the various smiles and giggles sent his way, Narcissa nodded her head and smiled softly to her son. Yes, but not so completely trained as to stop surprising you when he puts his mind to it. Sweat glistening off his face and robes sticking to his skin. Harry finally stumbled his way back out of the bathroom, and immediately locked his eyes on Draco. Words cannot convey the absolute depths of my loathing for you, Malfoy. Feeling better now? Draco smiled entirely too brightly back at him for Harry's tastes as he studied the green-eyed figure. And you're sure you're done? Draco, that was one of the singularly most unpleasant experiences of my life. For a moment, Harry paused, before carefully glaring at the man. This is coming from a man who's been bitten by a bloody basilisk. So I had better be done. Heya, Uncle Harry. Teddy waved from his chair before he looked over his godfather and wrinkled his nose slightly. You look like shit, Ted Remus Lupin. Andromeda's eyes immediately locked onto her grandson as she glared as the suddenly shrinking boy. You are far too young to use language like that. It's what you tell him whenever you see him like that. Teddy whined slightly in protest as he whimpered back at his grandmother. He's got you there, Ramita. Harry chuckled slightly as he watched the woman blush slightly at the boy's declaration before he lightly ruffled the kid's hair. Have you been, Squirt? Granny Rami's sister told us a story. Then, Granny Rami told them about the Marauders. He paused a moment, his nose scrunching up as he pouted slightly. But she doesn't do it as good as you do. Pausing for a moment, Teddy suddenly stuck his finger out towards Draco. Oh, and I found out he's whipped. Oh? Harry grinned slightly as he glanced over at where Draco twitched for a moment in response to his cousin's words. That's some good detective work, Squirt. Find out anything else? Yeah. Teddy grinned excitedly before he pointed at Astoria. He's getting her to help protect him from you. I see. Harry nodded his head as he glanced over at Astoria. Then the battle lines are being drawn. Pausing for a moment, Harry turned his head, before speculatively glancing over at Daphne. Say, Greengrass. No, Potter, I don't want a demonstration at how good you are at using your broom. Daphne deadpanned as she crossed her arms about her chest and smirked back the man. Sure about that? I really am very, very good. Harry paused, grinning back at the woman, before chuckling a bit. But that's not what I was going to ask you. I want to. Teddy spoke up, his eyes gleaming and hopeful. You're the best on a broom, Uncle Harry. Well, I'll be happy to take you up on my firebolt as soon as your granny gives you permission. Harry answered easily enough, even as he smiled faintly at the expression that rapidly blossomed across Daphne's face. Is there something the matter, Greengrass? My giving permission will happen sometime between now and over my dead body, Harry, Andromeda responded calmly as she sipped at her tea. Need I remind you? I've seen you on a broom. I will not have Teddy in that kind of suicidal disregard for personal safety. Hence why I refuse to ever see a single one of Draco's games. Narcissa agreed as she lightly glanced over at her affronted-looking son. The thought of seeing him in that kind of situation, I'll have you know I was never in any real danger. Draco protested with a loud sniff as he crossed his arms about his chest. I left that to Potter. Sweet memories. Harry pursed his lips as he looked up thoughtfully. Quirrell jinxing my broom. Your insane house elf sending a bludger to break my arm. You're pretending to be a Dementor. The actual Dementor. He tapped his lower lip for a moment, before pausing as he turned his head and glowered sullenly at Malfoy. 5th year. Draco winced repeatedly during Harry's descriptions before shrugging just a bit. Wait a minute. The ban was all Umbridge. The song. Harry stated flatly as he crossed his arms about his chest before sighing slightly. You're not going to let me have a drink, are you? The song? Draco paused a moment, his brow screwing tight in concentration as he searched his memory. Which song? Weasley is our king. Daphne drawled out as she lightly leaned back. You remember? The one that got you jumped by Potter and one of the twins? I'm sure that's still one of George's fonder memories. Harry agreed with a nod of his head, before lifting up his and starting to gesture towards one of the glasses. Harry, you wouldn't be about to attempt to conjure alcohol now, would you? Andromeda asked with an overly sweet voice. I was considering it, yes. Harry agreed, wand still hovering over the glass. And since I've known the spell since 6th year, I hardly think it would just be an attempt. Is Uncle Harry trying to make himself sick again? Teddy spoke up, quietly staring over at Harry with trembling eyes that grew larger and larger with each passing moment, glistening in the light. Uncle Harry likes being sick just fine. Harry muttered under his breath before glaring at Andromeda. Trying to use Teddy is just plain low, Rami. He taught it to himself to try and get out of trouble. Unfortunately for him, his mother tried the exact same trick when she was his age. Andromeda smiled with a slight fondness in her eyes before glaring at Harry. And you do realize if you keep doing this to yourself, you're going to end up dead, right? Worse things than dying, Rami. Harry gave the woman a half-lidded smile as he shrugged negligently. At least I know what's waiting for me there, and if I remember James and Lily properly, it won't exactly be a warm reception. Andromeda responded coldly. Nor do I imagine my daughter and son-in-law will be too terribly thrilled with you abandoning your godson. Don't forget how angry Padfoot will be that I didn't live a happy, fulfilling life, or how disappointed old Albus will be with his twinkly eyes. He paused a moment, before lightly rubbing his chin. I imagine Sev will probably be smirking and telling everyone he told them so. Daphne blinked for a moment, staring in open-mouthed shock at the so casually apathetic man in front of her as she struggled to connect it to the quiet, but oh so passionate teenager she'd last seen. Bloody hell, Potter. What happened to you? Uncle Harry got sick, Teddy said simply, tears lightly falling down his cheeks as he stared up at Harry. Now he just wants to go join Mum and my mum and Harry agreed with a nod of his head as he lightly lifted his wand up, staring at it. Do you know how many times I've considered pointing this thing at myself and seeing if the third time's the charm? The looks of absolute shock rippled across the table in every face Harry faced, save two. Andromeda merely sat there, the look of familiar resignation blossoming on her face, while Teddy merely looked at Harry in complete confusion. Finally, Draco managed to force his jaw back up, bringing his teeth to meet once more, before he spoke. Oh, this is going to be just lovely. A bit of advice, Malfoy. Harry smirked slightly and shook his head as he lightly twirled his wand between his fingers. Just give it up, now, or have you forgotten what happens when we tangle? I seem to recall a certain incident where you were the one left in a full body bind with a broken nose on the Hogwarts Express. Draco shot back, as his jaw set with a flash of determination in those silvery eyes. Harry blinked a moment, before leaning back and barking off a short, bitter laugh. Oh Merlin, I'd forgotten about that. One of my more brilliant moments that. Turning his head away from where he'd been watching Harry, Teddy looked at Draco with tears again welling up in his eyes. Are you going to help my Uncle Harry get better? I'm going to do my best, cousin. Draco agreed with a quiet nod of his head, only to blink in surprise when the young boy got off his chair and dashed around Harry and grabbed fiercely hold of his waist. Please, I don't want him to be sick anymore. The tears were flowing now as the boy clutched tightly against Draco's chest. The tears just flowing into the man's chest and gently. Tentatively Draco began to slowly stroke his fingers through his cousin's hair. I already lost Mum and I can't lose Uncle Harry. I can't. Don't worry, cousin. Draco's voice was soft as he murmured down into the boy's ear. His silvery eyes locked onto the sullen glare Harry shot him from dulled, emerald eyes. I'll make sure he gets better. Even I have to drag the arrogant idiot kicking and screaming all the way. Somehow, Malfoy, I think he plans to make you do just that. Daphne noted as she studied the way Harry crossed his arms about his chest, digging his fingers tightly against his wand as he simply glared defiantly back at the without saying another word. You know, you turned into a real arse, Potter. Daphne's voice cut in as she stalked behind him, glaring at the rumpled, sweat-stuck robes that swayed on his skin. I can't believe you did all that in front of your godson of all people. Then why are you following me, Greengrass? Harry looked back over his shoulder and glared slightly at the blonde which that was practically stuck to his heels. Why don't you go off and do whatever it is that stuck-up little Slytherin princesses do when they're not lavished all over stuck-up Slytherin ponces like Malfoy? Because someone has to make bloody sure that you don't find your way into any alcohol. Daphne growled back as she glared at man. And as my sister did come here to spend time with her fiancé, I found myself elected into the position. Not my fault Malfoy's an idiot who likes to bite off more than he can chew. Harry smirked just a bit as he shrugged his shoulders carelessly. He's always been that way, remember? Yes, well this time instead of being a stupid, selfish git, he actually seems to be doing something for someone else. Daphne paused a moment, before frowning even more as her eyes softened slightly. Whereas the most selfless boy in school is acting like a selfish Burke. Greengrass, I've been called every name in the book since I was 12. Harry shrugged another apathetic shrug as he lazily arched a brow back at her. I grew up being called freak among other things. I really stopped caring about the words that kept coming out of people's mouths years ago. They all mewed out just fine with enough booze. Again, how the hell did this happen to you, Potter? Daphne couldn't fight down the incredulous stare that lingered on her features as she watched the slowly mounting agitation on Harry's features. Why the fuck does everyone keep asking me that? Like it's some great bloody mystery. Harry finally almost screamed the words as he whirled around and glared eyes burning down into the woman. Life fucking happened. That's it. People got their damned lives, got busy with them and left me the fuck behind. That's just how it fucking goes. Like good old Hermione said, it's not Hogwarts anymore. Everyone has their lives, and they don't have time to spend with old friends like they used to. So what, because your friends got on with their lives, you decided to crawl into a bottle? Oh, that's mature of you, Potter. Daphne shot back as she glared at the man, her dark eyes smoldering. Talk about turning into a selfish child. Well, considering the fact that my childhood alternated between slavery, people trying to kill me and fighting for my life to save people's selfish, self-centered arses, I guess that means I finally got me wish in being just like everyone else. Harry sneered then, his words dripping with sarcasm as he fully turned around and glared down at the woman. But, then what the hell do you know about me, Greengrass? You spend our entire time at school on the sidelines. Draco, self-centered little prick that he was, at least has a damned reason for thinking he needs to try and save me. You were just some no-name little girl who at the most just sat on the sidelines and watched and did nothing. It's so easy for you to say that, isn't it, Potter? It's all just black and white to you. Daphne snarled back as she glared at man. Not all of us were the bloody chosen one. No, they weren't. Harry agreed, a vicious, victorious smile curling on his lips as he loomed over her. Most of them had nothing to do with any of that bloody shite. most of them just regular, ordinary wizards that refused to sit around like sheep, waiting to be slaughtered. People with names like Tonks, Lupin, Weasley, Granger, Longbottom, Lovegood, Moody, and more. People that stood up, knowing that they were in danger, that it put their families, their loved ones in danger. And do you know bloody fucking why they did that, Greengrass? Daphne took a step back, fear suddenly breaking through the burning wall of fire as she faltered against the pure venom in his words. Why then? Because they bloody knew that if they didn't, it was only a matter of time before their families would suffer anyway. They knew old Tommy Boy would never be satisfied, would never stop, even if he'd managed to wipe out every single Muggle-born and half-blood in the Isles. After that, where do you think he'd turn his venom, his hatred? Sneering, he glared down at her with eyes that seemed to glow so much like that sickly Avada Kedavra green. Tell me, Greengrass, where were you when my godson's parents were giving their lives fighting that night? Where were you when Malfoy was struggling to save his friend from his own stupidity? Where were you when a housewife killed Bellatrix Lestrange? Daphne shrank down, stumbling backwards as he seemed to loom, like some angry wraith, before her. Suddenly, she remembered that beneath the placid exterior of the selfish, childish drunkard was still the boy who lived and had defeated the Dark Lord. Finally, after a moment under that burning glare, she spoke up, in a soft, shamed whisper. Safe at home with my family. Then don't you dare think you have any right to demand answers out of me. Greengrass. The Malfoys, Draco, they were at least there. You and the rest of the sheep were waiting, cowering in your beds for Voldemort to finally turn his attention to you. Harry spat out the words, before turning on his heel and stalking away. For a moment, she stood there, cowering and torn between turning and fleeing, and giving chase as she'd agreed to. Then, suddenly she felt a hand, calmly placed down on her shoulder. With a startled choke, she whirled around, only to widen her eyes in surprise as she beheld the neutral features of Lucius Malfoy. Go back to the others, child. I'll see to him. The words were spoken in a reassuring gentleness as he pulled his hand away, even as his eyes followed the angry form of Harry Potter. For a brief moment, Daphne took a deep, steadying breath before she shook her head carefully. No offense, Mr. Malfoy, but given your history, do you think that's a terribly brilliant idea? I'll be fine. Lucius reassured her, his lips lightly twitching upwards for a moment. My wife has assured me that I will regret taking any aggressive actions towards the bowman, and Potter himself won't throw the first spell. Now go back to them. For a moment, she hesitated, uncertainty written on her face, before slowly she gave a reluctant nod of her head, then turned and walked back the way she came. The instant her back was turned, Lucius's calm face cracked as he stared at Harry's retreating back. A deep, calming breath filled his lungs, before slowly he strode forward and moved to catch up to the far younger man. Potter. His voice was again calm as he called out, watching with wary eyes as the man froze in his steps, fingers tightening on the now visible holly wand. Lucius, I'm in a particularly bad mood, a great deal of which I'm currently attributing to your son, and I'm dangerously sober. Harry slowly growled out, not even looking over his shoulder at the man he could feel approaching. So, if you're looking to settle old scores, considering I have little doubt as to which of us would end up beaten and bloody in his own home, I'd say not. Lucius stated with a simple reassurance. We both know I won't start a fight I don't think I can win, which explains your love of attacking school children. Harry hissed back as he turned his head and glared back at the man. What the hell do you want? I never had any love of attacking children, Potter, no matter what you might think. I did what I did for what I thought was right, and later for my family's safety. There was more than a slight touch of defensiveness in the man's tone as he lifted his head in defiance of the boy's words. Spare me the justifications. Harry spat, his eyes burning with cold anger as he glared back at the man. We both know the truth about what you've done, no matter what you might have claimed. For a moment, Lucius grit his teeth against the surprisingly strong surge of anger the boy elicited, followed in moments by a matching stab of shame as he reluctantly nodded his head. I understand that my actions have been less than impressive in your eyes. Just as I understand that you will never forgive nor forget. Then the point of this is what? Harry asked in an angry, flat tone, tinged with impatience. Because right now, all I want is a bloody drink to forget all about the stupidity I've been dragged into. I have something I want to show you. Lucius winced slightly as the man only glared even harder at him, that stare burning in cold warning. Nothing untoward, it's something I think you should see, and something I don't wish for my family to know about. I swear to Merlin, if you've got a family of muggles in your dungeons, Lucius, they won't even find a finger left of you. Harry hissed out as he clenched his fingers tighter. Those eyes narrowed into dangerous slits as he clenched his fingers even tighter onto his wand. Lucius twitched slightly as he glowered back at the boy and huffed in quiet indignation. Nothing of the sort. The something in my study. As he gestured down the hall, Harry grunted sourly, then nodded his head, before waiting for the man to go first. Fine. But if this is a waste of my time when I could be, is that all you think about anymore, Potter? Lucius sighed with no small amount of frustration as he began to carefully stalk through the hallway of his own him, glancing slightly over his shoulder to the storming features of Harry. No, but it's what keeps me from thinking about those other things. For a moment, Harry paused, before he offered Lucius a cold, sickly smile. And do believe me, Lucius, you don't want me thinking about those things I try to keep off my mind. Suddenly, Lucius could feel a cold tremor of trepidation dripping down his spine, as he gave Harry a slight nod before leading him only a few doors down, carefully opening the door fully, before gliding in first. The blond man could practically feel the way Harry caressed his wand the entire time, watching him, waiting for the slightest sign that the older man was planning on doing something. Anything that might give him the excuse Lucius was beginning to think the man was hoping for. Harry's eyes widened considerably when instead, the man merely picked up a manila and most assuredly Muggle-style manila folder and handed it to him with a simple, stated word. Here. Curiosity danced for a moment across Harry's eyes as he took the folder, and carefully flipped it open to scan its contents, only to freeze for a moment on the first page. Then, the next was leafed through, then the one after it. In swift succession, the boy glanced hurriedly through the contents, before his eyes flashed up and he glared towards where Lucius was now seated in a high-backed chair. This is about me. Compiled since the summer after you're in Draco's second year? Yes, Lucius agreed with a careful nod of his head, before studying. The boy in front of him. Surely you didn't think that I limited myself to simply waiting for a chance to strike back at you after the incident with the diary? Considering the way you purebloods typically handled things? Harry arched a brow, and frowned again as he took a seat himself, watching the man warily as he looked more slowly through the folder, before his lips began to lightly twitch at a particular page. A Muggle psychological profile? He couldn't fight back the slight smirk that grew onto his lips. Really, Lucius? It was suggested rather strongly to me, the man admitted as he carefully nodded his head in recognition. A pity I didn't bother to read it until this year, though I suppose I could hardly have gone to him with something like that, now could I? Well, unless you had a particularly fervent death wish. Harry agreed with a nod of his head before frowning just a bit as he began to flip through the pages of the report, his face rapidly darkening with each passing moment. Though I'm beginning to wonder if you have one now. No one else has seen that file. Lucius answered to the unspoken question as he lightly turned his head, then drew out his wand, trying to ignore the way Harry tensed in wariness as he flicked his wrist and a small fire erupted in the study's hearth. No two aspects of your life were investigated by the same person, and I paid to have all the memories the investigators accrued oblivated. Thorough. But again, there remains the question of why. Harry's fingers clenched tightly onto the folder as he glared back at the man. What are you hoping to gain out of this, Lucius? What is it that you want from me? To be free of your debt, Lucius replied bluntly, before he reached up and pinched the bridge of his nose as he shook his head. Only, it's not so simple as the bloody debt my son has taken upon himself. Enlighten me then, because all things considered, I'm not Slytherin enough to have the patience for these little games. Harry hissed back as he slapped the file shut. Considering your life, The fact that you've crawled into the gutter with a bottle to curl up and drink yourself into oblivion is no less than absolutely shocking, Lucius continued with a frown, his eyes darting over to the flickering flames in the hearth. If your idea of keeping my interest is to tell me how I failed to live up to your expectations, you'll find that it's not the kind of attention you'd enjoy. Harry was growling now, his eyes flashing as he tightened his grip on his wand, narrowed eyes boring into Lucius. No, Mr. Potter, you misunderstand. Considering your past, and the way you've been treated, it's absolutely shocking that you decided to limit yourself to simple self-destruction. Lucius gestured around him, frown firmly in place on his lips. The fact that this home is still standing is testament to that. I told you that I'm not patient enough for these games, Malfoy. So bloody enough, get on with it. Harry snarled at the man as he shifted restlessly, angrily in his own seat. It is rather simple. It is in my family's best interest to make sure that you're healthy, physically and mentally, Lucius said with an uncharacteristically blunt fashion. Because you are walking on the edge, Mr. Potter, and there are two likely outcomes. Do tell, Malfoy. Harry had relaxed, just a bit, but his posture still radiated the coiled tension, ready to spring at a moment's notice. The greater being that you simply end up dead. Just another vagabond dying cold and alone in the gutter. And to be perfectly blunt, I have absolutely no qualms about allowing that to happen. Lucius leaned back in his chair as he watched the man watching him with those piercing emerald eyes. At least someone bloody does, Harry muttered quietly under his breath, just loud enough for Lucius to hear, lips lightly twitching up into a smirk. Lucius nodded his head. Quite. However, there is an uncomfortably sized chance that you'd instead snap and turn into something worse than him. And that, Mr. Potter, is not an acceptable risk to me. Because I think we both know that if you decided to step down that path, myself and my family would be among the first to suffer your wrath. So wonderful that you think I'd be worse than old Tommy Boy. Harry shot sarcastically as he lightly glared at the man. Though, he made no protest about the possibility, sending a cold, foreboding chill down Lucius' spine. You, Mr. Potter, seem to have the most frightening ability I have ever come across. Lucius answered with a quiet shrug of admission. The ability to choose whether or not you are going to. Oh? What makes you say that, Malfoy? There was a glint in Harry's eyes as he glared carefully back at the man, but said nothing more. I know what wand it was that he used that night. I know that he hit you with the death spell, a spell you made no move to dodge or escape, that you just accepted. Yet there you were, later, living, breathing, standing against him. And when he tried it a third time, you fought back, and that wand turned against him. Lucius' words steadily grew thicker and thicker with emotion as he continued, fear quivering in his throat. You mastered the Hallows. Harry considered for a moment, as he leaned back, almost seeming to relax as he gave Lucius a placid smile. I inherited the first from my father, all the way from the original brother supposedly. I had it since Christmas my first year. The second, old Tommy Boy, had turned into a Horcrux without even knowing what he had. Dumbledore left it to me after his death. The third, well, I won the wand's loyalty from its previous master, Dumbledore. Lucius answered with a nod of his head as he slumped back in his chair, staring at Harry with a fearful awe. No. What? Lucius frowned at that, brow furrowing as he considered. You must have disarmed Severus. Again, no. Harry answered, as he let loose a soft little chuckle of amusement. Dumbledore lost mastery of the wand to dear Draco. Your son, in turn, lost it to me. Lucius merely stared back at the smirking man in front of him before sinking even further back into his chair, as he couldn't help but slowly shake his head. And you used Draco's wand in that duel. Tom didn't quite find the irony as funny as I did. Harry grinned slightly before shrugging just a bit. So then, where does this leave us, I simply wish to make certain you understood my motivations in this. Lucius paused a moment, before he lightly gazed down at his nails. And for setting Draco up to stumble across you. Oh, so I have you to thank for this bloody mess? Harry glared again at the man as he slowly leaned forward. I'll have to remember to thank you properly. All I did was nudge Draco to the pub. My son doesn't even know that he was set up. Lucius paused a moment, as he sighed slightly and pinched the bridge of his nose. Honestly, I had expected it to be something as simple as him leaving with your friends to deal with this mess. Instead, he chose to drag us into this madness. Well, Draco has manipulated this situation to where I'm rather forced to be here. Harry growled softly as he glared at the man. So where does that leave us then, Because I will warn you, if you try anything against Andromeda or Teddy, the unspoken threat hung in the air as Lucius nodded his head. To be honest, Potter, my wife has already impressed a far more explicit warning to me on how I am to behave. But it doesn't change one simple fact. That being, you need help. Lucius held up his hand, cutting off the angry protest before it could leave Harry's lips. I'm not talking about what you want, Potter. I'm talking about what you need. If there's one thing that file stressed to me, it was that simple fact. He grimaced distastefully as he glanced around the study. And as I've been drafted into this insanity, I've been forced to move every drop of alcohol in this house into a Gringotts vault for the duration of your rehabilitation. Every drop? Harry stared dumbly at the man for a moment before narrowing his gaze. Are you bloody kidding me? Unfortunately, no. Lucius' face twisted sourly as he looked towards an empty decanter on a nearby stand. It's all gone. Which means you're gonna have to stop running from those things you haven't wanted to think about. Ramita had better have brought my bloody broom. Harry took a slow, deep breath before exhaling it in a jagged rush of anger. Don't suppose you have somewhere to vent certain frustrations in a brutish manner? I'm a rich wizard who's been married for over 2 decades, Potter. Lucius answered with a deadpan simplicity. Of course I have a room where I can destroy things to my heart's content. Good. I think it would be in your son's best interests if you showed it to me. For a moment, Lucius studied the tightly controlled anger in the young man, before inclining his head in agreement. Yes, I do believe it would. It was some hours later that Harry stumbled back upon the group as he followed after a carefully neutral-faced Lucius, who paused every now and again to allow Harry to keep up, but otherwise made no move to help him. As Narcissa took a moment to study the pair, she slowly released a sigh of relief and smiled slightly at her husband. Lucius, you had me worried I was in need of a new husband. No, dear. Lucius smiled slightly back at his wife as he drew over to the woman and bent down, brushing his fingers against her cheek a moment before kissing her atop her head. Mr. Potter and I merely had a talk before I showed him the room I used to regain my composure. Turning his head, he brought his eyes to nod quietly to a coolly neutral-looking Andromeda. Mrs. Tonks, I know it means little, but I was not one of them. Andromeda narrowed her eyes a moment as she met his look before inclining her head slightly in answer. Mr. Malfoy, I do hope for my sister's sake you're telling the truth. Nodding in acceptance, Lucius turned and bowed his head slightly to the boy now sitting next to a relieved-looking Daphne. Mr. Lupin, I hope you enjoy your stay in our home. Who are you? Teddy's hair had shifted to a brilliant green for the current moment as he stared up at the stiff-necked man. Lucius Malfoy. The man lightly inclined his head towards his son as he took a seat next to his wife and lightly took her hand. Draco's father and Narcissa's husband. And an overstuffed peacock. Harry added helpfully as he sat down and lightly ruffled Teddy's hair again. Draco groaned softly and closed his eyes, fully expecting his father to make some sort of snide comment to escape his father's lips, only to blink in surprise when he heard Lucius calmly address Teddy instead of Harry. And I will trust that you, Mr. Lupin, will be able to behave with a degree of decorum that your godfather lacks. What's he mean, Granny? Teddy sheepishly looked over at his grandmother, his eyes displaying nothing but confusion. He expects you to have a better grasp of manners than Harry does. Andromeda couldn't help but smile slightly back at her godson. As do I. Oh, why didn't he just say that? Teddy asked with a look of wide-eyed confusion on his face. Because, like I said, he's an overstuffed peacock, Harry said with an absolutely straight face. Just don't pick up too many bad habits from him. Otherwise you'll end up like your cousin there. Gesturing towards a suddenly indignant-looking Draco, he couldn't help but smirk slightly as he leaned back tiredly in his chair. So, Lucius already informed me that you've evacuated the alcohol. You seem remarkably calmer now, Potter. Daphne noted carefully as she watched the man just sit where he was, a look of complete exhaustion on his face. Yeah, well, a couple of hours of destroying things works almost as well as alcohol to keep me occupied. Harry shot back easily enough before glancing over at Andromeda. You did bring my broom at least, right? Yes, Harry, I brought your death trap. Andromeda answered easily enough as she shook her head. What Sirius was thinking getting you that I will never know. Sirius had a better understanding of a young seeker's needs. Harry answered as he lightly closed his eyes. And it's only when people interfere that I get hurt, Ramita. Otherwise, it's only people who tried to follow me too closely that do. Draco flushed slightly at the subtle barb, before sighing as he grumbled out an answer. Fine, you're a better flyer than I am. Are you happy, Potter? Draco, I've spent the better part of 3 years drunk off my ass at every opportunity one could get. Does that sound like someone who's happy to you? Harry answered with a sarcastic hiss, before pinching the bridge of his nose. Though, I don't even want to think about some of the times I woke up and I wasn't alone. How bad could it have been? Astoria asked with a wide-eyed innocence as she smiled back at Harry. Well, one of the more notable ones was your fiancé's ex. Harry answered with a bitter little laugh. Oh, now that was pleasant, let me tell you. Especially the next couple of months she tried to get a repeat. Harry, we really need to talk about watching your language in front of my grandson. Andromeda stated with a hard glare as the younger adults all stared in shock at Harry's admission. Just doing my godfatherly duty of corrupting my godson. Harry quipped cheekily. Do remember the only example I have to go on was Sirius. You slept with Pansy? Daphne paused a moment, blinking owlishly at the boy. She was telling the truth? Well, as I don't know what she said, I can't say. Harry paused, before suddenly grinning downright viciously at a rapidly worrying Draco. If she said something like it was the best night of her life, she's either lying, or she's had really, really bad experiences, which really doesn't bode well for your little sister, Greengrass. Well, I suppose I really shouldn't be surprised. Gryffindors do tend to come up a bit short of what they claim. Daphne shot back as she glared at the smirking man. And with all that rushing in, I'm sure you were over and done with before she even knew you were there. Granny, what are they talking about? Teddy asked curiously as he glanced between Harry and Daphne. You'll find out when you're older, Teddy. Andromeda paused as she sent Daphne a reproachful look. Much, much older. Nah, couldn't feel a bloody thing. I ended up giving up and passing out without trying. Harry waved it off before smirking just a bit. Plus, it was Parkinson. No bloody way I could bring myself to give it that much enthusiasm, even as smashed as I was. Narcissa, dear, have things truly changed so much from when we were their age? Lucius glanced towards his wife before his eyes flicked back towards the younger generation. No, not really, Lucius. We simply like to believe that we had more class and decorum than we truly did. Narcissa responded as she fondly patted the back of his hand. Sighing softly, Harry spoke up again before Daphne could further the conversation. Merlin, this is just going to be one of those days. The man turned and looked longingly towards an empty glass before he just sank back into his chair. Does anyone actually want to hear about how spectacularly I've managed to bugger up my life? Because the list goes on and bloody on. Draco yelped slightly when Astoria dug her elbow into his ribs as he began to lift his hand in agreement. Lucius needed only the slightly more firm grip of his wife's hand on his own to keep his mouth shut. Not that he didn't already know most of the more spectacular events. Still, that didn't stop the speculative smirk that curled across Daphne's lips as she arched a brow back at the man as she spoke. I think, Potter, that while several of us might very well enjoy the tale of those exploits, the better trained of us are going to refrain from asking. The woman paused a moment, before lightly resting her elbow on the table as she arched a brow back at the man while settling her chin on her palm. Which means you'll have plenty of time to fill me in on those juicy details while we work on what we're going to do to my sister and soon-to-be brother-in-law. You're braver than I thought, Greengrass. Harry lazily matched her gesture, catching his own chin as he lightly tilted his head to the side. Here I thought I'd already taught you about dealing with me. What can I say? Daphne shrugged just the slightest bit as she met his eyes challengingly. I never was one to take too well to training. What a coincidence. Harry drawled back in a tone that echoed so close to the Malfoys that both blonde men stared at him in shock. Neither am I. Oh, this is just going to be grand. Narcissa murmured as leaned back and sighed slightly as she watched the way the pair stared challengingly into one another's eyes. Positively grand. It does seem to be a familiar scene, now doesn't it? Lucius noted with a slight curl of his lips even as he would let his wife's slight glare flow over him. Too familiar. Narcissa agreed as she frowned sourly and leaned back, and lightly sighed as she caught sight of the bemused look on her sister's face. Not a word. And miss out on the fun of seeing their expressions when they realize you're comparing Harry and Daphne here to yourself and your husband when you first began courting? Andromeda smiled sweetly as Harry's head almost violently ripped away from Daphne's gaze to stare in shock at first Andromeda, then with growing horror towards Narcissa and Lucius. Never. That was cruel, Ramita. Harry grunted as he turned his head once more and glared slightly towards the graying brunette. Cruel, twisted, and unbecoming of a woman of your standing. I like to think of it as recompense for the last few years of you acting so far beneath a man of your standing. Andromeda countered as she lightly chided the man with a brow raised upwards. The difference being, I honestly don't care about those things, and you do. Harry shot back with that same sour look on his lips while crossing his arms again about his chest before twitching just a bit as he caught sight of Teddy whispering animatedly with Draco. Oi, Malfoy! Quite trying to corrupt my godson. That's my job. Yes, but as you're hardly in a state to set a proper example for the young man, someone has to. Draco countered with a benign smile on his lips. So, as you're currently indisposed in that regard, someone has to set a proper example for him to follow. I thought we were talking about how you wanted my help to get Uncle Harry before he gets you? Teddy asked as he scrunched up his nose just a bit then looked wide-eyed up at his cousin. I want to be like Uncle Harry, I just done want to be sick like him. That was supposed to be a secret, cousin. Draco stated with a simple sigh as he lightly hung his head. Sorry? Teddy shifted just a bit as he looked around nervously. You're still gonna help Uncle Harry get better, right? The sudden tinge of worry in Teddy's tone made Draco wince a bit before he nodded his head. Of course, cousin, of course. Teddy. Narcissa spoke up softly as Harry rolled his eyes just slightly at the antics of godson and Draco, cutting the black-haired man off before he could speak up. Why don't we show you and your granny where you'll be staying? Turning her head, she looked directly at the Greengrass sisters before asking a question her eyes conveyed had only one acceptable answer. Astoria. Daphne, why don't you join us? For a moment, Daphne's eyes flashed over towards Harry. A brow arched as she sent her own unspoken statement to the man. A statement Harry responded to with a rolling of his eyes and a negligent, dismissive wave of his hand. Narrowing her eyes back at the man, Daphne inclined her head in acceptance before speaking. This isn't over, Potter. Wouldn't dream of it, Greengrass. Harry shot back with a bemused smirk on his lips. So don't get in a bunch. I wouldn't want to miss seeing you get all worked up over it. As the woman scowled back at Harry as she stood up, her nose lifting firmly into the air as she sniffed daintily. Then keep waiting, Potter, because you're a long, long way from getting them in a bunch. Don't worry. I was planning on getting them out of the way before it got that far anyway. Harry answered back with a challenging smirk as the rest of the women seemed to sigh in a combination exasperation and amusement. Now shoo. I know how much you girls love your gossip. Try not to traumatize Teddy too much while you leave Draco and his daddy dearest here to gang up on me. Astoria sighed softly as she watched the familiar fire of her sister's temper start to reach the older woman's eyes, and she looped her arm around Daphne's. Come along. Daphne. Let's leave the boys to whatever it is boys do when we're not around to make sure they behave. Daphne sent one last, withering glare at Harry, who just flipped his wrist dismissively with a flippant smirk on his lips that set her teeth on edge. Fine, sister. I'll finish playing with Potter later. Well, if you really want to play, you should bring a broom and a much, much shorter skirt. It was a parting shot heedlessly sent past Harry's lips as Daphne immediately stiffened and her hand slipped towards her wand. It would make it so much easier to get them off. The downright glacial glare she sent back at him was answered back a soft, hollow laugh. So let's have it then. Daphne half demanded with a sour twist on her lips. Have what? Narcissa offered with a curious little lift to her brow as she studied the woman oh so casually. Is there something we should be talking to you about? Mrs. Malfoy, I've already managed to piss Potter off to the point where I literally ran away in fear today. Daphne shot back sourly as she glanced slightly away, with a slow flush of embarrassment on her cheeks. I'd rather not waste any more time beating around the bush. Then I suppose I'll say it. Astoria spoke up as she lightly glanced at her elder sister. This isn't the time for you to try and act out your old fantasies from when you were in Hogwarts. Oh, believe me, the fantasies I have these days are much more imaginative than they were back then. Daphne countered with a slight smirk on her lips. Besides, I'm fairly certain that Harry Potter isn't going to be swooping in on a white horse to carry me off to a castle in the clouds. The whole Prince Charming on the white horse angle? Narcissa paused before glancing at the girl, without even attempting to keep the smirk off her lips. I thought you more imaginative than that. That was when I was a 12-year-old girl with a crush on the boy who lived and spoke to snakes. Daphne kept her voice quite reasonable as she lightly nodded her head and smiled blandly back at Narcissa. As I said, my fantasies have become much more inventive since then. Merlin, did they ever? Astoria muttered with a sudden blush rising up on her lips. She felt the other's eyes turn onto her. She forgets her silencing and privacy charms at times. Teddy stared up at the women, before shaking his head as he pressed more closely against Andromeda's side. Her lips lightly threatening to break into a smile. Andromeda soothingly ran her fingers through his hair. Something wrong? Teddy? I think I know what that big word Uncle Harry used means now. The boy responded simply before his face scrunched up. It's not good. Don't worry, little one. Narcissa chuckled just a bit as she watched the boy swivel his head around to watch her. We're only going to tease Daphne here about liking your godfather, and remind her that she needs to be careful around him. For both their sakes, until he's healthy again. She likes Uncle Harry? Teddy blinked slightly at the way Daphne rolled her eyes just a bit, studying her speculatively. Lots of witches like your godfather. Teddy, Daphne answered with a slight little smirk on her lips. I'm hardly unique. Yeah, but most of them get all upset and leave once he opens his mouth. Teddy stated with a simple shrug of his shoulder before freezing in place as he realized just what he said. Please don't tell Uncle Harry I told you that, please, Granny? What exactly does he say to them to upset them, Teddy? Immediately, Teddy's danger sense went on high alert as he realized he was in trouble. I dunno, stuff? A lot of the times it's like he's talking to Cousin Draco. Others like he was talking to Ms. Daphne, only, I dunno, meaner? Teddy shrugged slightly as he couldn't quite meet his grandmother's piercing gaze. Then he tells me to never act that way to girls because I'd get slapped, and you'd be really upset with me. What words does he use, Teddy? Narcissa asked as she arched a brow curiously while studying the boy carefully. Normal ones? Again the vibrantly haired boy shrugged his shoulder helplessly as he looked up at his great-aunt. It gets really confusing because he always talks about stuff like he means something other than he's saying. The boy paused, before blushing brightly. But sometimes some of the witches say very bad things back to Uncle Harry. For some reason, I can only imagine. Daphne was actually chuckling now as she looked down at Teddy for a moment, before crouching down and looking into the boy's eyes. So then, Teddy, do you think he likes me? I dunno. The boy's tone was completely honest as he looked back into Daphne's eyes. But you're gonna have to make sure he gets better first to find out. Rats? Daphne muttered the word sourly as she nodded reluctantly, then lightly ruffled Teddy's hair. Yeah, I kind of figured. At least I know he's human now. Standing up, she stretched out a moment before glancing over at Narcissa and Andromeda. I don't suppose you'd be willing to send over a healer anyway? If he's slummed enough to sleep with Parkinson. For a moment, Teddy tugged on Andromeda's robes, before she leaned down and looked at her grandson. Yes, Teddy, I like her. She's like Uncle Harry is when he's not as sick. I know. Andromeda smiled as she lightly stroked his hair before glancing over at Daphne. That's what worries me. So then you finally have me where you wanted me all through school, Draco. Alone in your home with just you and your daddy. Harry noted as he lightly arched a brow towards the gray-eyed man. Do keep in mind, I don't think your fiancé would approve of you trying to make such untoward advances on me. Must you be so vulgar, Potter? Draco made a face as he sullenly glared back at the man. I don't know, why don't you ask your daddy dearest? He's the one with the muggle psychological profile on me. Harry snapped back carelessly as he grinned at the way Lucius' eyes narrowed in response to the words. Wait, what? Draco turned his head towards his father and stared absolutely incredulously at the man as suddenly something clicked behind his eyes. Bloody. You set me up. Yes, we both know your daddy dearest is a manipulative bastard, Draco. We've known this since we were ickle kiddies and you went whining to him at every chance you got. Harry answered with a wave of his hand as he leaned back and watched the anger flash in Draco's eyes, only to be smashed by a flash of confusion as Lucius proceeded to quietly clap as he looked back at Harry with a slight measure of what seemed to be approval. Bravo, Potter. Bravo. So very close to working too. If I had been a few years younger, I'm sure I would have let myself get drawn into the conflict with my son, and allowed you to slip into the background to be almost completely unnoticed. I figured it was worth a shot. You used to be a lot easier to deal with. Harry waved his hand negligently as Draco began to flick his eyes in absolute confusion from his father to Harry. But it seems Draco's still a bit slow on the uptake. It's really quite simple. Mr. Potter wishes to make things as absolutely difficult for us as possible, which means he will use every weapon he has available to him, save outright violence, to distract and mislead us. Lucius drawled as he lightly steepled his fingers together before his lips. Correct, Mr. Potter? I didn't expect your newly grown brain to have developed this far, Harry admitted as he lightly shook his head. Now, if only you had been this smart when you sent a soul-eating diary to the same school as your son. The folly of youth. Wouldn't know, didn't get to be one. Harry shrugged before lightly closing his eyes. All right, bloody well, get on with it. Get on with it. Draco was still riding the confusion as he glanced between his father and Harry, his eyes almost completely blank with incomprehension. The interrogation, where you try to get answers out of me, while you cackle like a Ponzi git about your grand scheme and I can't do anything to stop you. Harry rolled his eyes just a bit as he leaned back, arms crossed about his shoulder as he lightly glanced over at Lucius. This would have gone so much faster if you just had him read the file. Is that even an option? Lucius asked with a definite wariness in his words. I was trying to keep its existence a secret. I even expected you to simply burn it on the spot. What do I care? One of my greatest enemies from my youth has already read the whole thing, a dozen times. What's it matter if another one reads up on what a sad, broken little boy Harry Potter is? Harry shrugged once more as he let the sarcasm roll off his words before finally just shaking his head. Of course, Draco here might just be human enough to try and show me some pity, which really would be a bad thing. Lucius paused and then pinched at the bridge of his nose as he sighed and glanced towards his son. This is why you leave someone with their friends to deal with instead of bringing them home, Draco. Oh, don't be too hard on him, Lucius. If he'd just have dumped me off on Hermione and Ron, he knows how utterly pissed I'd be. You mean, even more pissed out of your gourd than you were when I found you? Draco shot back as he finally seemed to regain his senses. Yes, but then I'd be an angry drunk. Shaking his head, Harry reached into his pocket, then pulled out the shrunken folder as Lucius merely arched a brow, to which the man shrugged. What, you expected me to leave this with you? I'm merely surprised you didn't completely obliterate it. I figured it would make for a laugh later on. With a shrug, he tapped his wand on the item, then slid it across the table to Draco as it swelled up to its proper size. Plus, I have a feeling I'm going to want to remember this. Watching the way the confusion on Draco's face faded into a look of silent, intense concentration as he began to read through the folder's contents. Harry watched silently as his fingers lightly flickered with motion, moving this way and that, dancing with a flowing kind of staccato rhythm that never quite impacted the table. Watching as Draco's brows furrowed before the rippling changes in expression overtook him. There was surprise and shock, that much Harry had expected, though the looks of anger, outrage and hints of horror made his lips lightly dance upwards in amusement. Methinks your son has begun to see just how heavy the task he's set himself on truly is. Harry noted with a chuckling little drawl as he lightly glanced towards Lucius for a moment, studying the man who had remained as equally silent. Perhaps, Lucius allowed as he lightly nodded his head, watching the way the smile never quite reached Harry's eyes. Eyes that watched him with the quiet knowledge that Lucius was well and truly on his last chance. Sighing slightly, Harry pinched the bridge of his nose, before muttering slightly under his breath, "Fuck it. Accio whiskey," as both Malfoys immediately turned their heads, their eyes widening in shock for a moment before they heard the sound of liquid splattering across the window. Instantly turning their heads, the three blinked slightly at the sight of the summoned whiskey splattering on the panes of glass. Staring in stunned shock, Harry paused a moment, before cursing loudly under his breath. Didn't think that through, Scarhead? Draco couldn't keep the smirk off his face, even under the downright murderous glare Harry sent his way. "Accio bottle of whiskey," Harry snarled out as he jerking his wand into the air, pointing in the direction of the window. Harry only had a moment to blink at his own stupidity, before a bottle of whiskey flew, crashing through the window, directly at him. A full bottle of whiskey, flying at high speeds, shattering the weaker glass in its path. A full bottle of whiskey that smashed straight into his face, sending him flying backwards as it shattered on impact, knocking his head solidly against the cold, stone flooring. The man barely had a chance to recognize the sudden flash of pain from the shattering glass ripping lines into his flesh, followed immediately by the stinging bite of alcohol before unconsciousness claimed him. Rising up from where he'd reflexively ducked under the table, Draco stared in absolute shock at the man sprawled out, surrounded by glass and a mix of blood and whiskey. Turning his head then, Draco glanced over towards where his father was stifling a full-blown smirk of triumph before sighing softly. "Oh, this is going to be bloody, marvelous." Lucius finally began to laugh when his son went to work repairing the damage Harry had done, both to their home and what the man had done to himself. "So, are you proud of yourself, Harry?" Andromeda arched a brow primly at the glare the bloodshot green eyes had sent her. "Tell me, exactly what were you thinking, That I needed a bloody drink?" Harry countered with an almost spectacular growl, his eyes flashing with fury. "That I'm cooped up, surrounded by a number of people I don't like or care for, who have for some bloody Merlin-forsaken reason taken it upon themselves to try and fix me." Harry angrily pushed himself up as his eyes seemed intent on burning everything around him. "What they're fucking forgetting, I don't want to be fixed. I want to just bloody forget." With a deep, pulsing breath he noted that they were, for the moment alone, the emptiness in the air at least some relief as he completely missed the flash of long blonde hair vanishing back out the door before he continued. "I want to forget all about how the only fucking thing that kept me going for years was dropped without a seeming care in the world." Anger was burning now. It was past the calm, bitter rationale that threw out with such a contemptuous ease. Explicit part removed for guideline compliance. For a moment, another dark, shuddering breath filled his lungs before it exploded free. "Those damned letters and that damned school, where they gave me the worst fucking thing they could." And suddenly, the anger broke, drained away as suddenly as it came as he collapsed down, curling back up on himself as he could feel the tears start to fall down his cheeks. "They gave me hope, and for 5 years while I was trapped back in that hell they called my home, I had something to go back to, somewhere I wanted to be, somewhere I could be. So I did my duty. I protected my friends, I fought the good fight. I beat the fucking bad guy. Again and again. Every year they built up my hopes, higher and higher, only to suddenly piece by piece tear them down." A hiss of anger burned through his veins as he shook his head, staring with watery eyes as he looked over at Andromeda. Every hope, every dream. The dream to have a real home, someplace at least for a while, living with someone who wanted so desperately to take care of me, someone who wasn't just a friend, who was my actual family, that died with Sirius, with a man I barely ever got to know, with a man I wanted to get to know more than anything, but I never got the chance to, never letting me stay with him because it wasn't safe. Harry suddenly turned and stared, glaring angrily up at the ceiling. "I was never fucking safe. Never. It was one stupid small little thing you could have done for me, but no. Who cared if I was alone, wanting desperately not to be? I was bloody safe." Suddenly a hard, wet laugh left his lips as Harry banged his head back against the bed he lay on. Do you know who my first crush was? My first real crush, not just being smitten with a pretty face? Andromeda studied Harry for a moment, before leaning closer and lightly stroking his hair for just a moment. If I had to guess, my daughter, right on the money. Oh, she was brilliant. She lived. She was life. Harry laughed again, a wet, bitter laugh as he hugged his arms suddenly tighter across his chest. That summer before 5th year, I was like a bloody moth to the flame. Not that Tonks really knew it, but I was just a kid and she was an Auror, and by then, with Cedric dead, I know I wasn't living in a fantasy world anymore. So I just smiled and tried to be a kid. Filed in with my friends and I acted like a kid does. Harry shook his head slowly, softly. Oh, how much I wanted to hurt Remus when he hurt her. The last link I had with my parents, the last piece of my family, and I wanted to hurt him for hurting a woman I barely knew, because he dared to just barely dim that light. But then, they were taken from me too. The last of the Marauders and brightest light I ever knew. Ripped away in what should have been the best times of their lives. And they left me to watch over their son. Harry clenched his fingers tighter as he suddenly pulled his knees back to his chest as he could feel Andromeda's hand soothingly rubbing against his back. 17 years old, and I had to take care of the son of the last of my father's best friends. And a woman I wished could have been mine. That's the first time I wanted to forget. Harry said it so softly as he squeezed his eyes, shutting tightly, sobbing out the words. When that hit me, when I realized that, I just wanted to forget all about it. Harry, it's all right for someone to. Andromeda immediately began as she gently continued that steady, soft rubbing. For someone, for a person. Not for the bloody chosen one. Not for the damned savior. Harry snapped back as he turned his tear-stained eyes from his knees and cast her with a look of downright fury. Because even when Voldemort was dead and buried in the ground, never coming back, they wouldn't leave me alone. It was always chosen one, this savior bloody, that I didn't want a part of any of it. Again the wet hard laugh left his lips as he shook his head, letting it bow down as he rested his head against his knees. So, I did the only thing I could think of. Remus and Tonks found so much love with one another. Ron and Hermione did, Bill and Fleur did. So, that's what I needed to fucking be happy and be left bloody alone. Right? Harry snarled. A vicious, bitter thing as he stared out a window, glaring at the sun hanging still in the sky. So that's what I bloody did. I threw myself into things with Ginny. I put everything I could into it. Everything I could think of to make it work. Harry laughed again, and shook his head. My first real relationship, my first love, I guess. But nobody fucking told me that wasn't how it's supposed to work. They never told me how bloody lucky people like my parents were, like Ron and Hermione were, to find someone even before you left school behind. That's how I thought it all worked out. You know? He shook his head, hanging it low once more as he clenched his fingers even tighter. But nobody told ickle little potty that almost no relationships last from there. I was laughed at when one of Ginny's teammates found out that's what I thought. That I was that damned clueless. I was so pissed off. I didn't know what the fuck to do. Until someone took pity on the ignorant little kid. And took me and got me shit-faced pissed. He paused then, before glancing over at Andromeda with those burning, red-rimmed eyes. And you know what I discovered that night, Rami? The look in her eyes was all the answer he needed. As he nodded his head with a smirk. Yeah, that getting drunk off my arse meant I didn't have to remember as much. That everything came slower, quieter, muted out. But I wasn't going to give up on things that easily. Harry shook his head, laughing again as he couldn't help but let the tears flow down his cheeks in that steady, messy stream. Oh no, not Harry Potter. No, he was going to do what he did when his back was to the wall and he couldn't think of anything else. He was going to turn to his friends. Only, his friends had found lives of their own while he was off, trying to make his relationship work. While he'd been ignoring them, putting them on the back burner, they'd moved on, found new friends, started their lives. And when he came crawling back, when he needed them the most, it was his turn to be put on the back burner. After all, he deserves it, right? He did it to them. Oh, Harry. Gently Andromeda took the man into her arms, and held him, quietly to her chest, feeling the hot stain of tears splashing into her clothes as he stiffly clung back against her. The first times, I didn't let it get to me. I'd done it to them plenty. All the time. Harry sobbed the words now. Broken, jagged things that stuck to his lips and throat. Then, when they were too busy going to one of Ginny's games, I couldn't help it. I went out and got pissed out of my gourd. And after that, every time they were too busy for me, I went and got pissed. Until, suddenly, I wasn't bothering to call and try anymore. I just went and got pissed, time and time again. And then, I woke up one fucking morning to find out that someone had found me and decided to drag my drunken ass out of the gutter. Harry whispered softly as he screwed his eyes shut. Only it wasn't my best mates. It wasn't any of my mates. It was Draco fucking Malfoy. Draco. And he wants to fucking help me. Merlin help me. The bastard is actually trying to bloody save the half-blood boy. He made it his life's purpose in school to make miserable in any way he could. That's what hurts the most. It wasn't Ron, it wasn't Hermione, it wasn't even Luna or Neville. It was Draco bloody Malfoy. Draco sat in a cold silence as he leaned back in his seat, staring at the manila folder in his hand as he rubbed against his lips, deep in thought. Suddenly, so much about Harry Potter made sense. Every assumption he'd made as a child, everything he'd acted on, had been based on a simple premise that turned out to be anything but the truth. Love. It was a simple and inescapable thing to him. You loved your family, cared for them, looked after them. You made them safe. It was that, above all else, that he'd been taught. Everyone he'd ever known had known it at least in some way. Everyone except Harry Potter. Not quite what you were expecting. Lucius spoke up as he entered the darkened room, the soft tap of his cane lightly striking the ground as his thumb brushed across its pommel. Not who I was expecting. Draco answered truthfully as he continued to stare at the folder in front of him, his face quiet and pale. His friends. They have to know some of this. Knowing something and realizing its implications are two very, very different things, Draco. Lucius stated with a quiet voice as he lightly settled down into a chair before his son's desk. It was a lesson that took me far, far too long to learn. And now, I've dumped this mess onto our laps, Draco said with an almost sullen realization as he stared down at the folder. It's not too late to dump him off on those friends of his. Lucius noted as he didn't quite glance at his son, studying the shining pommel of his cane as it caught what little light there was. Yes, it is. Draco spoke quietly as he lightly drummed his fingers across the wooden surface of his desk, even as he glanced towards the sprawling tapestry of the Malfoy family tree, a tribute to the now useless Black family tapestry. We tied our fates to his that night. Now, if we triumph, we will rise with him. If we fail, we will perish first. We've opened Pandora's box, Father. There is no going back. Must you be so overly dramatic about this, Draco? All we need do is make certain that if he does fall the way we fear, he's pointed firmly away from us. Nothing more. Lucius shook his head as he would lightly stare back at his son. This path you're trying to put us down, this is not how Malfoys do things. Then it's time we changed how Malfoys do things. The words hung with a heavy silence for a moment, before Draco slowly turned around in his chair, staring quietly out the window for a moment as a look of contemplation crossed his face unseen by his father. Our ways have worked for centuries. Lucius could feel a spark of anger rippling through his veins, burning hotter as he glared at his son, fingers reflexively tightening on his cane. Our ways have destroyed the credibility of the Malfoy name. Our ways have had us branded like cattle. Draco slowly turned around and for the first time, his eyes met his father in cold, burning defiance. Following your ways, if it wasn't for Potter, would have left you rotting in Azkaban, a little snack and treat for the Dementors. So what then, you're going to stand behind that broken fool of a half-blood? Lucius' words snapped out, filling the air with a kind of piercing venom. It's bad enough you've brought that fool into our home, brought in the blood traitor and the product of her tainted line. What I will do is what is best for my family. Draco cut his father off, his hand suddenly snapping across the air like a knife. The family I am about to start. The woman I love and the children we will have. I will not have our family destroyed by our damned pride like the Blacks were. For a moment, Draco paused there, taking a deep, slow breath, before he leveled his eyes like steel onto his father's. You have done much. I am grateful to you for, father. And I will always love you, no matter the things you have done. But you haven't been fit to be the head of this family for a long, long time. You dare. Lucius' face purpled in rage as he clenched even tighter onto his cane, staring at his son with rising fury. You will do nothing, father. Draco spoke, his tone harder than Lucius had ever heard as he stared back coldly into his father's eyes. We can no longer afford to allow this family to continue under your lead. You will continue to run the businesses, but nothing more. You will step down as the head of our family. And if I refuse? Lucius hissed out, his eyes burning as he glared back at his son, fingers clenching even tighter onto his cane. Then there will be no more Malfoys. Draco drawled out as he actually smiled slightly at his father. I will either take Astoria's name, or I will ask the heir of the last black to allow me to take Mother's. You can do nothing. Draco responded with a simple shrug as he lightly stared back coldly at his father. Do you think Mother will go along with any scheme you might have to simply replace me? And, even if you divorced her, what do you think your prospects are? A known Death Eater who cast out his own son for trying to help the man who saved their entire family from being wiped out by their own actions. Gritting his teeth, Lucius glared back at his son, as he forced his temper down as he glared back at his son. We shall see about that, Draco. No, we won't. A third voice cut in, the voice already thick with emotion as Narcissa stepped into view, dried lines of tears visible on her cheeks as her reddened eyes regarded her husband for a moment. This foolishness ends now, Lucius. We've lost enough to this hatred of yours, and more than enough to our damned pride. Mother. Draco shifted slightly as he watched in apprehension as she confronted his father. I'm sorry I failed to notice you. It's fine, Draco. We both have enough on our minds. She offered her son a slight, soft smile before turning to her husband and glaring at him. We have been given a chance we don't deserve. I have a chance to find my way back into my sister's heart, and Draco has a chance to be the kind of man that we should have always wanted him to be. Narcissa, love, Lucius began, his eyes wide, startled as he could feel the grim reality of the truth beginning to settle in. No, Lucius, the choices you've made have damned this family several times over. This is where it ends. It is time for you to step down and walk away, while you still have dignity to harness and grace to save, and leave our house waiting hand and foot on that half-blood? Lucius hissed, his eyes burning like fire as he glared back at Narcissa. Better than the half-blood that branded you and our son like slaves and forced us to do the same. Narcissa's eyes burned with fury now as she hissed back at the man. A half-blood bastard who loved to torture us at the slightest excuse, who delighted in demeaning us and our ways at any chance he got, taunting us about the ways we'd fallen from grace and failed his expectations. And Potter is any different. Lucius snapped back as he glared hotly at his wife, fire flashing in his own eyes. Merlin, yes, and you bloody well know it, Lucius. Narcissa practically threw her hands up in the air, growling back at the man. Potter is here because he's being forced to be here. Of course he's gonna bloody lash out at us. Between the three of us, the only people who have done worse to him are Voldemort, Bellatrix, and Pettigrew. And tell me, what do those three have in bloody common? Narcissa, love, Lucius began again, faltering slightly as he stared up at his wife, before he let his eyes fall to the ground, his anger abruptly abandoning him as he slumped quietly into his chair. You agree with Draco then? Yes, I do. Narcissa took a slow, deep breath, before she reached out, cupping her husband's cheek. I've lost one family already to this damned pride of ours, Lucius. It's time to move on. And you know I can't. Lucius whispered softly as he nodded his head, his own hand covering her own, holding it tightly to his skin as he fought down the tears that wanted to flow down his cheeks. That pride has been everything to me. For so long, love. I have loved you most of my life, Lucius. Narcissa smiled softly at her husband as she felt his warmth on her hand. But I can't keep following pride. I've lost one of my sisters forever to it, and I came so close to losing the other. I'll never know my niece. I'll never get to experience firsthand what an amazing woman she apparently became. She closed her eyes, fresh tears running anew down her cheeks before she looked at her husband with those cool liquid eyes. I don't want to lose you, Lucius, but I can't choose you over my family anymore. I can't choose you over our son and the life he wants to have now. I don't want to, but if I have to, if the choice must be made, as much as I love you, I won't put you ahead of them. Slowly, realization dawned in Lucius' eyes as the tears finally began to flow, his hand squeezing hers for a moment, before bowing his head in quiet acceptance. I can't lose you, either of you. The words were whispered softly past his lips, before he looked up at Narcissa, then to his son. I can't accept them, I can't welcome them, not like you. But I will try not to reject them either. For a moment, mother and son looked at one another, silent communication darting between them, before Draco inclined his head quietly, his face so very carefully neutral, even as his mother offered a grateful smile in return. That will be enough for now. She agreed quietly with a nod of her head before she lightly squeezed her husband's hand once more. How is he? Draco's voice was soft as he watched Andromeda quietly exiting Harry's room, and gently pulling the door shut behind her. Sleeping again. Andromeda answered her nephew, before studying him very, very carefully. Draco nodded his head as he slumped back against the wall and slowly let out a sigh as he regarded his coolly neutral aunt. I never thought he'd be this bad. I never thought he could be this bad. He was always Harry Potter. In a way, he was always so very much larger than life. He was so bloody brave he seemed foolish. He had all this fame and influence and he shrank away from it, hated it. And even when he failed, it was only for a moment because he'd stand back up and win in the end. You sound like you admired him, Andromeda said with such a quiet voice as she watched the blond man half close his eyes. Now more than ever. The things he's lived through. It's a miracle he hasn't snapped and killed us all by now. Draco took a slow, deep breath before he fully opened his eyes. Instead of attacking everyone who deserves it, all the people that have wronged him, he takes it all out on himself. That's simply how he is. Andromeda shrugged for just a moment as she carefully reviewed exactly what her nephew had told her. And tell me, exactly what do you know about what he's been through? Apparently, my father wasn't as foolish as he likes people to think. Draco shook his head for a moment as he pinched at the bridge of his nose. He had Harry investigated for over 10 years to find out everything about who and what he was, and what he'd been up to, all the way up to a bloody psychological profile, or whatever it is the Muggles call them. Andromeda stiffened as her eyes almost burned back into the boy. And he had you read it? No. Draco shook his head, chuckling slightly at her response. He gave it to Harry. Harry pushed me to read it just before he used that bloody, insanely overpowered summoning spell of his to knock himself out. I see. Slowly Andromeda relaxed slightly as she watched the man cross his arms tightly about his chest. His eyes turning, staring at the door. What are you going to do about it, then? My mother and I have forced my father to step down as the head of our family. Draco responded simply as he heard the half-hissing gasp of shock that left Andromeda's lips. He will continue to run our businesses because Merlin knows I don't have the head for it, but everything else that it entitles, and your father simply agreed to it? The note of skepticism in the woman's voice almost made Draco laugh out loud as he shook his head. Oh, Merlin, no. Mother and I had to threaten him with leaving him to be the last of the Malfoys. Draco paused for a moment, the smile one of bittersweet triumph. For some reason, I can't see just the threat of that swaying your father. Andromeda filled in with a rapidly cooling voice as she continued to watch Draco with those oh-so-perceptive eyes of hers. It did when he knew we'd follow through with it. Draco answered her as he lifted his head and stared unflinchingly back into her eyes. If I couldn't convince Potter to allow me to take Mother's name, then Astoria's family would have let me take hers. Why? That single word left her lips, and yet 1,000 questions surrounded it as she stared at the man before her. Because my mother was right. We've hung ourselves on our cursed pride. He looked away then, the first lights of shame beginning to flash across his eyes. If I hadn't, if we hadn't clung to, so desperately, so foolishly. Draco took a slow, deep breath, as he could feel the first touch of tears begin to flow down his cheeks. I was raised to think of family as everything. But I was told there were exceptions. Blood traders, people who fouled the bloodlines, weren't family. For a moment, Draco let the words hang there in the air before he would slowly continue. And because I was a foolish, proud child, I believed it. So, I went through life, never caring that I was missing knowing a whole part of my family. I never got to know my mother's sister. I'll never know the man who inspired her so much to defy her family for him. And I'll never know the cousin that everyone speaks of with such awed reverence. I can't help but think, how much better would my life have been if I had family that knew how to live, that wasn't bound by our stupid, foolish pride. He paused a moment, before looking back at Andromeda. And as much as it shames me to say, even more than all that, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't been an arrogant Burke to him those first times I met him. Could we have been friends? Could I have found out the truth about what he endured, and done something to stop it? Could I have made his life better? For a moment, Andromeda said nothing to the boy, studying him with those dark, guarded eyes, before at last she would again speak. Why is he so important to you? Do you know he saved my life? Draco spoke the words, softly as he looked up at Andromeda. Not just once either. I was there when we came across a dying unicorn, with some kind of wraith drinking of its blood. I was given so many opportunities to bridge the gap between us, but I thought it was beneath me. Like I was better than him. Why does that matter? Andromeda spoke up, watching him, quietly as he stood there meeting her eyes. Honestly, why do you care now? What's so different? 'Cause I've been thinking about what I did wrong for years now. I've been thinking about where I went wrong, what I did wrong, why I was so wrong. Draco paused a moment, before frowning slightly and shaking his head. No, that's not right. Because I realized that it wasn't right that he ended up in the gutter and I'm about to marry a woman I love and who loves me. Because I think it finally hit me that this wasn't right. Slowly Andromeda nodded her head, still studying the man for a long moment, before turning her head and staring at the still closed door to Harry's room. Well, I will tell you this much. Somehow this is working. Draco blinked in surprise at the woman. He bloody knocked himself out trying to summon a bottle of alcohol. What makes you think any of this is helping him? Because, for the first time, he talked to me about why he's like this. Not just bits and snippets, but why and what he thinks of himself. Andromeda shook her head as she managed a slight, soft smile. It's not much, but it's progress. How much did he tell you? Draco paused a moment before shaking his head. Never mind, not my place to ask. A few of the things surprised me. Andromeda pursed her lips again, a thin line as she considered the man in front of her. Did you know if he had actually caught the eye of the girl he had his first real crush on, you'd have ended up cousins? Draco stared at the woman, incredulously for a moment, before slowly realization clicked into place. Your daughter. And when he looks at Teddy, I think a part of him can't help but wish he was his. Andromeda paused a long, long moment, as she closed her eyes. And Merlin knows, I can't help but wish the same at times. What? Draco felt the shock settle onto his face, as he couldn't fight back the incredulous stare he delivered to his aunt. Remus was a good man, he truly was. Andromeda paused a moment, closing her eyes. But a part of me will always think that he wasn't the right one for her. Not the way he hurt her, not the way he ran from her. Harry was too young and too old then. Do you think she could have loved him? Draco asked, his eyes slowly watching her, studying her as he wasn't quite sure just what he could possibly say. If he hadn't pretended to be just a foolish kid, hiding his pain from her? Oh yes, I think she could have. If she saw the Harry I knew. Andromeda chuckled just a moment before closing her eyes. They would have been good for one another. But there's no point in all that. She still loved a good man, even if he was too foolish for his own good. Could you tell me about her? Draco paused a moment, before he looked up into her eyes. And Uncle Ted? Andromeda could feel a lump, suddenly settling in her throat as a sudden well of emotion filled her, before her eyes went flat, and her words went raw and thick as they passed her lips. Why? Why do you care now? Why do you want to know? Because I should have known them. Because they were family, and I need to be reminded of what I lost out on, so I make certain my children never do. Draco spoke up, his eyes locking hard onto Andromeda. I need to know about how I grew up was. I need to be free of that fool's pride. For a moment, Andromeda studied the boy, the way his eyes refused to back down from hers, the way he stood, strong, firm, but oh so vulnerable in a way. Finally, she offered him a simple, sad little smile. All right, nephew, I'll tell you about what you missed, and you can. Tell me about what I did. A smile slowly gracing his lips, Draco nodded his head back to her. I'd like that. So this is where you got off to. Narcissa noted as she smiled softly down at where the two blonde sisters were facing a crimson-haired Teddy who was scowling back at them. I was wondering. Humph. Teddy just glowered at the two amused-looking sisters, his arms crossed about his chest as he stood stock still in his seat. Oh, quite being a sore loser. Daphne smirked slightly as she lightly began to shuffle the cards in her hand. You cheated. Teddy glared again as he stared back at the woman. Now really, how could I cheat at old maid? Daphne chuckled softly, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she watched the boy. You charmed the old maid so you'd know where it was. Teddy stated in a matter-of-fact voice with a firm nod of his head. Daphne blinked slightly for a moment and stared at the boy before arching a brow slightly. Whatever makes you say that? Because Uncle Harry does the same thing when he wants to mess with me. Teddy grumbled as he would continue to glare back at the woman. I assure you I did no such thing. Daphne sniffed primly as she lifted her chin defiantly back at the boy. You lost fair and square. Astoria couldn't help but laugh at her sister as she leaned down and smiled easily back at Teddy as she exaggerated a whisper. Don't mind her, she's always hated getting caught. I did not cheat. Daphne insisted as she glared between the two of them. Of course you didn't. Astoria lightly patted her sister on the arm, before sending a wink back at a suddenly triumphant Teddy. Traitor. Daphne stuck her tongue out at her sister before crossing her arms about her chest and huffing slightly. See. Narcissa struggled to keep from laughing at the scene in front of her before shaking her head slightly. Astoria, dear, will you keep Teddy company? I need to have a few words with Daphne. Oh, you're in trouble. Teddy grinned and nodded his head knowingly back at the elder Greengrass sister. I am not. Daphne shot back primly, before smirking as she suddenly ruffled the kid's hair. And I didn't cheat. Yes, you did. Teddy huffed as he glared up at the woman. Really? Did we ever say we couldn't use magic? Daphne answered as she smirked back at the boy, who blinked, his righteous look faltering slightly. No. Teddy admitted with a slight nod of his head. And who was the one who kept shifting and changing his features the whole time to try and distract me? Daphne continued as she crossed her arms about her chest. Me. Teddy shifted uncomfortably before pouting slightly. Still not fair. And let that be a lesson for you, Teddy. Astoria smiled slightly and shook her head. My sister is a sneaky little fink. Yeah, she is. Teddy agreed with a nod of his head as he smiled over at Astoria. Humph. Daphne lifted her nose, sniffing slightly as she glared down at the pair. I see how it is. Turning her head, Daphne inclined her head and nodded towards Narcissa. Mrs. Malfoy, you wish to speak to me? Narcissa couldn't help it. She chuckled, just slightly, at the scene before her, lightly shaking her head at the spectacle before letting it die down into a slight smile. Yes, come, walk with me. Arching a brow curiously, Daphne fell in line with the woman and settled in as the quickly left the pair of child and woman behind. Once they had gone far enough, Daphne spoke. So, what about Potter did you want to talk about? Perceptive one, aren't you? Narcissa arched a brow before smiling slightly. Even if you do cheat against children in cards. Humph, he kept shifting his features to keep anyone from guessing what he had. I simply even the odds. Daphne sniffed lightly as she crossed her arms about her chest. He used magic first. Not my fault, I can use it better. Of course, my dear. Narcissa again smiled as she lightly shook her head back at the woman, before pausing as she pursed her lips. Mr. Potter is not well. No offense, Mrs. Malfoy. But what was your first clue? Daphne gave the woman a flat look as her arms crossed about her chest and she shook her head. He's a bloody mess. She paused a moment before shaking her head. No, mess doesn't even begin to describe just how utterly bollocks up that man is. Something which I'm afraid we agree upon. Narcissa paused a moment before giving the woman a sterner look, which means you need to understand that it would be ill-advised to attempt a relationship with him, especially considering his previous experiences. Yes, the Weasley broke his heart. Daphne nodded her head, gesturing vaguely with her hand and shrugging a bit. To be perfectly blunt, Mrs. Malfoy, I'm not interested in it. Yes, he's the boy who lived, but I prefer being a shadow player well enough out of the spotlight. Let someone else seek the glory and accolades and paint a bloody target on their backs. Daphne paused a moment before smiling a casual, sweet little smile. I'll be more than happy to direct the archers towards it. Narcissa paused a moment before pinching again at the bridge of her nose. Daphne, do you have any idea how much that boy hates his fame? No, wait, don't answer that. With a slow, deep breath, Narcissa centered herself once more as she rubbed at her temples. Just one complication after another. I've had several exes describe me as that. Daphne shrugged a moment before smiling back at the woman. But then, there's a reason Draco never really got anywhere with me. A fact for which I find myself both grateful and disappointed in. Narcissa could feel the cold pit of dread slowly growing in her stomach as she beheld the amused young woman in front of her. For a moment, she considered warning her of just what it was she was considering venturing into. Considered telling her about just what kind of hornet's nest she would end up stirring up. Daphne saw a sudden flash of something across the woman's eyes, a brief smile that sent a chill down her spine, before it vanished. Potter, when he cleans up, is a good-looking bloke, don't get me wrong. But, really me a Slytherin in a relationship with the Gryffindor poster boy? Daphne shook her head with a rueful chuckle. No, he doesn't intrigue me that much. Again, she saw that flash, and that brief little chilling smile as Narcissa casually nodded her head. Of course, dear, of course. Narcissa wasn't quite sure exactly what was going to happen, but she knew it should be entertaining if nothing else. Very slowly Harry forced his eyes to open as he glanced around the room with a vague semblance of coherent thought racing through his mind. His head didn't hurt. Oh, sure, there was the slight stabbing pain from the light, streaming through the window into his still sleep-dilated eyes. But other than that, for the first time in years, the familiar, pounding ache of a hangover wasn't present. Then, the slow filtering of memories took place and he groaned as he remembered exactly why. A moment later, he let off a sigh of relief that he didn't have Draco sitting there, watching him waking up all over again. Slowly pushing himself up, he didn't bother even trying to find his wand or glasses, as he found his way to the bathroom, just as he had the day before. When the first blast of hot water hit his face, he couldn't help but let off a slight sigh of enjoyment as he felt the heated liquid begin to run down his body. Well, nice to know all that drinking didn't go and ruin that body of yours, Potter. He froze for a moment as the sultry, quite obviously feminine voice filtered through the rising crash of water striking against his body as he slowly processed just who it was in the bathroom with him. What can I say, Greengrass? Apparently all those years of starvation paid off. He didn't even bother trying to cover himself as he just continued to let the water run over him as he began to pull out the soap. Though, to be honest, I never pegged you as the peeping Parkinson type. Yes, well, while we weren't all that desperate for a peek of nicer specimens of masculinity at school, we certainly never stopped appreciating some of the moments she captured for posterity. Daphne chuckled as she gave the man one last appraising glance before turning away, her robe only lightly hugging her body, and carefully going to the sink as she began to wash her face. We are, however, sharing a bathroom. Don't you have a home to go back to? Harry carefully began to scrub downwards, working the remnants of sweat and blood off his skin, and shook his head as he began to work some shampoo into his hair. Well, someone does need to chaperone Astoria around her fiancé to make sure they behave properly. Daphne shot back, not even bothering to look at the man. And since she stayed the night, so did I? And exactly what would entail her behaving properly. Harry chuckled slightly as he paused a moment, before suddenly grinning half-ferally back at her. Like whatever it was you did to get Zabini down to nothing but his boxer's 6th year. Got to tell you, some of the girls in Gryffindor really appreciated your work. Explicit part removed for guideline compliance. I'm sure he probably didn't. Harry agreed with a nod of his head as he held up a washcloth. Well, if you're gonna stand there staring, you might as well come over here and wash my back. You wish, Potter. Daphne smirked slightly as she shook her head and lightly tossed her hair over her shoulder and turned around again, even as she pulled her robe tighter against her body and wiggled her hips back at him. Ha, you know you want to. Harry countered as he pushed himself underneath the steaming water of the shower and savored its feel. Oh, and the answer to your question is that you were the one alone with Zabini before he tried to make his little getaway. Nice touch with the sticking charm, by the way. Daphne froze in place for a moment, before again she glanced over her shoulder. Someone's been telling you stories, Potter. You shouldn't believe everything you hear. Oh, I don't. I believe my eyes, though, and what I see for myself. You went from that room, straight to the library, where you waited for a good hour before you finally made your way back to the dorms. Harry shifted and leaned against the wall, letting the water of the shower slide down his body for another moment, before he slid under it again and rinsed off before finishing and turning the stream off. She twitched visibly as she stood rooted to the spot, watching him in the mirror, her eyes locked on those knowing emerald eyes and the cocky little smirk on his lips. Again, Potter, keep denying it all you want. Harry waved his hand before casually stepping out and beginning to towel off, drying quickly from head to toe before wrapping it around his waist. We both know the truth, no matter how much you might try to deny it. Humph. She refused to dignify what he said with a response as she lifted her chin primly once more and made a show of looking away. She sucked in her breath a moment later, when he was suddenly right behind her, his body radiating the stored heat of the shower through the far too flimsy material of her robe as his breath teased on the nape of her neck. Shower's yours. For now, Greengrass. You're playing a dangerous game, Potter. She had to take a moment to suck in a breath to calm herself before she spoke back, her eyes flashing as she refused to give in to that reflexive impulse to lean herself into his touch, to press herself back against her body. With an even more dangerous player. Yes, but what's life without a bit of danger? Her breath hitched for only an instant as he spoke those words directly above her ear, before just as suddenly pulling back, his eyes shining with mischief as she suddenly felt a firm slap on her rump. Besides, dangerous as you are, little snake, you're no Voldemort. She stood absolutely frozen in place as he turned and left, letting his amused little chuckle linger in the air, until the door shut behind him with a click that echoed through her. For a moment, she waited, tension rippling through her body, before an explosive release of breath escaped her lips while she slumped forward, her fingers gripping tightly onto the sink in front of her. As she drew in a slow, ragged breath, she lifted up her eyes and stared back at her own reflection. Daphne, what the bloody hell are you getting yourself mixed up in? Harry ignored the expensive robes Malfoy had left as he turned his attention to the suitcases Andromeda had brought with her when she'd arrived. Smirking softly, he flipped one open, then smiled as he caught a glimpse of just what it held inside. Oh, Merlin bless you, Rami. This is going to be fun. The dark chuckle that left the man's lips echoed unheard in the room, as he took out a set of clothes and began to dress. When Draco lowered the Daily Prophet, his gray eyes immediately began to blink rapidly as he attempted to process the image in front of him. Harry was leaning back in his seat, dressed entirely like a muggle. Not even a very respectable one if he had to guess, with tight, faded blue jeans clinching to his legs and waist and torn in a variety of different places, with widely frayed hems brushing against scuffed and battered sheepskin work boots. A chain dangled down from the broken and weathered brown leather belt with steel-rimmed belt holes. It was the black, almost painted on his chest t-shirt that drew Draco's eyes, however. Harry Potter Wizarding World Tour? Draco arched a brow and just stared at the smirking man. Wordlessly, Harry stood and turned around, allowing Draco to stare at the list of names along with a few short words after them. Two of those names immediately popped out to him. Pansy Parkinson, never again. No matter how drunk you get me. Pansy, and Daphne Greengrass. Don't worry, Greengrass. You'll get yours soon enough. Draco froze as the words slowly filtered into his mind before he groaned audibly as he hung his head. You're doing this on purpose. There's a Muggle term that embodies everything I have to say to that. Draco. Duh. Harry shot back and took his seat again as he lightly grabbed a piece of toast and began to lightly butter it. Haven't you figured it out yet? I'm keeping myself amused. Oh, Merlin, you're actually wearing it? Andromeda's voice was on the verge of laughter as she walked in, her eyes dancing merrily as she studied Harry. I thought you told George. That was before I was kidnapped and held against my will by Malfoy's strangely nefarious and amazingly enough, effective scheme. Harry countered with a shrug. Besides, I look good in it. I see you're still wearing those things. Her eyes flitted down to the jeans, her lips twitching for a moment before she shook her head and smiled again. Do they still have that charm to prevent someone from magically repairing those holes? I worked hard to get these jeans just how I like them. Harry shot back as he shook his head and grinned back at her. No bloody way I'm gonna give you a chance to ruin them. Jeans? Is that what you call them? They look like a rag you patched together and decided to put on your body. Draco noted as he sniffed airily and shook his head. Really, Potter, don't you have a sense of style and dignity? Oh, I did, I just had it surgically removed so it didn't turn into a stick shoved up my language, Harry. Andromeda chided lightly as she lightly glared at the man. Explicit part removed for guideline compliance. Knowing Daphne? Astoria's voice could be heard behind them as she walked past where her sister stood suddenly frozen at the door frame. She probably makes a habit of doing it to as many people as she can. We've tried to get her help, but she simply refuses to admit she has a problem. Well, considering what she did to Zabini in Sith Year, Harry offered up as he grinned back at Astoria as she walked up to Draco and kissed him softly on the cheek. I don't think too many people ever tried too hard. Again, Potter, you've been listening to the wrong people. A recovered Daphne noted primly as she walked up to the table and glared mildly down at the smirking man. And again, I know what I saw. Harry countered back at the woman as he stretched out a moment, letting the fabric of his shirt pull even tighter against his body before he leaned forward and chuckled as he eyed Astoria. So, I take it you decided to not take after your sister's example? Well, someone had to actually be Slytherin enough to keep any deviancy they might have in private, where people can't use it against them. Astoria agreed before suddenly smiling a sweet, almost dangerously so smile at Harry. Of course, if you really want to know the things I'd like to do with Draco in private. For a moment, Harry almost seemed to be considering it, before shaking his head and chuckling. While I find myself wanting to say yes, I do, if only to see the look on Draco's face, at the same time I find myself at the same time not wanting to subject myself to the mental images of Draco engaging in any such acts. Potter, you subjected us to the mental trauma of the image of yourself with Parkinson. Daphne countered as she glared mildly at the man. You don't get to spare yourself the same kind of mental boogery. Ah, but do you want to know what she wants to do with him? Harry shot back as he smirked at the woman, his eyes glittering for a moment. I'm her sister, Potter. Daphne answered with a flat look before wincing slightly. She's already inflicted it on me. Ah, then you should have done what I'll do if she tries to detail it. Harry nodded his head with a rather reasonable tone of voice as he lightly began to eat a bit of his eggs. And exactly what would you be threatening to do to my fiancé, Potter? Draco asked, his eyes flat and hard as they locked onto the man. Well, I was going to just throw a silencing spell on her. Harry responded as he eyed the man casually, a slow drawn-out smirk on his lips. Now, I'm debating changing it to a spell that would leave her too busy moaning to form the words properly. Draco opened his mouth as his face immediately began to color, before clamping it shut and sighing at the man as he proceeded to bury his face in his hand as he felt Astoria's hand on his shoulder as she spoke up. Don't worry, Draco. I'm sure he'll save that spell for shutting up Daphne. He froze a moment before slowly looking up, eyeing his fiancée for a moment before his lips twitched just a bit. It would be quite the sight, wouldn't it? Harry smirked just a bit as he leaned back. I might save it for the next time she decides to catch a free show by walking in on me while I'm in the shower. Daphne, you didn't... Astoria turned and faced her sister, before hanging her head as she saw the bemused, smug little smirk plastered on Daphne's face. Oh, Merlin, you did. And she wouldn't even help me wash my back after getting a free show. Talk about inconsiderate. Harry agreed, nodding his head before he could hear a sudden, soft peal of laughter erupting from Andromeda. Oh, this is just... Andromeda shook her head and laughed again as she watched the young men and women look back at her curiously. Yes, Sissy was most definitely right. This is going to be a highly amusing show. It is, isn't it? Narcissa agreed as she appeared, walking with Teddy at her side before looking around the table critically. All right, now please to remember you're all adults and there is a child present. Morning, Squirt. Harry smiled slightly at Teddy and nodded his head as he watched the confused expression on Teddy's shirt. Why are you wearing that shirt? Did you join a band, Uncle Harry? Teddy blinked slightly as he stared at his godfather, tilting his head at the side. And why's it got names instead of places? Well, my friend George gave me this t-shirt, and it lets Met play around with what it says. Harry smirked just a bit, before sitting forward and twisting so the names were facing Daphne. So, Greengrass, you have any idea why there are names on it? Daphne stared at the shirt, her lips twitching when she read the entry for Pansy, as well as a number of other various names, before a slight flaring of her nostrils was the only indication that she'd read her own. Really, I didn't realize you'd gone through the whole year of my housemates. Well, so far Not and Draco haven't shown any interest, and Goyle tends to run screaming away at the sight of me. Harry shrugged his shoulders before he settled back into his seat and smirked at the woman. Though, sadly enough, it seems the trauma you inflicted on poor Zabini turned him off women altogether. Uncle Harry's saying something to try and get himself slapped again, isn't he? Teddy glanced over towards his grandmother, his face solemn as he looked to her for confirmation. No, not this time, Teddy. Andromeda shook her head as she reached down and lightly combed his hair with her fingers. This time he's playing a game. And from the looks of things, I'd say he's been winning. Oh, what kind of game is it, Granny? Teddy stared up at his grandmother, his eyes wide and curious. Is it another of those games I can't play until I'm older? Definitely. Daphne cut in, even as she sent a glare towards Harry. And he isn't winning. I'd say he is. Astoria spoke up as she lightly took a sip of water and smiled sweetly at her sister. It does appear that way. Draco agreed with a nod of his head as he lightly arched a brow towards his mother. Mother? Narcissa paused a moment, before shaking her head and sighing slightly as she noted the almost hopeful look in Daphne's eyes. Daphne, dear, if you're hoping for me to disagree with them, I'm afraid I can't. He's winning the game currently. Explicit part removed for guideline compliance. Yes. Daphne sniffed slightly and glared back at Harry. You were supposed to still have a sense of shame. That would require me to have something I'm embarrassed about. Harry shot back before shaking his head just a bit and sighing. And, when you don't really have all that much to lose, you stop being afraid of losing. You're not going to win this, Potter. Daphne stated flatly as she lightly glared back at the man defiantly. Oh? Harry extended his wand under the table where no one could see it, especially not Teddy, and pointed it directly towards Daphne as he smiled ever so sweetly at the woman. Now, are you sure you want to say that, sweetness? It'll only make me raise the bar even higher. You're not going to get a rise out of me with those little muggle pet names, Potter. Daphne lifted her nose and sniffed primly at him. It'll take far, far more than crude little names to get to me. Teddy stared at the woman for a moment, before frowning slightly as he tugged on Andromeda's sleeve. Granny, Uncle Harry's gonna do something, isn't he? Yes, Teddy, he is. Andromeda agreed before leveling the boy's godfather with a look. Though he'd best remember exactly whose company he's in when he does it. Now, Rami. Harry smiled happily back at the woman as suddenly Daphne let off a startled yelp and jumped a bit in her chair. I'm saving that kind of corruption until he's at least a fourth year. Bloody dash. Daphne stared at Harry in outraged disbelief as she flushed brightly, her mouth agape. How the devil did you just do that, Potter? They've got a bloody anti-summoning charm on them. Arching a brow, Harry smiled entirely too innocently to be believed back at her. Something was charmed against summoning? What? Daphne opened her mouth, then glanced at the looks that Andromeda and Narcissa were shooting her, as well as the inquiring looks on Teddy's face before she slumped back and glowered at the man. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Potter. Told you he was gonna do something. Teddy shook his head as he looked at Daphne and crossed his arms with an almost smug nod of his head. He always takes stuff like that as a challenge. Yes, indeed he does, Teddy. Andromeda agreed with a slight sigh and a shake of her head as she studied Harry. I take it that you did what I think you did. Why, Rami, whatever could you possibly be thinking I did? Harry just smiled back at the woman as he slipped something into his pocket and then lightly twirled his wand visibly between his fingers. I mean, I'd had to have this pointed at her. And as she thinks I summoned something that was charmed against. Summoning? Why, I'd have to have an incredibly powerfully summoning spell. A summoning spell that's powerful enough to summon a bottle of whiskey from miles away with enough force to knock you out? Draco pointed out with a slight little chuckle escaping his lips. My only regret was that I didn't get to drink any of it. Harry lamented with a slight sigh and a shake of his head. All that good whiskey gone to waste. You prefer the cheap stuff anyway. Draco countered with a shrug of his shoulders as he lightly leaned back in his chair and smirked at the man. So, for some reason I doubt you can appreciate good whiskey. True enough, I suppose. As long as I got drunk, well, that was all I cared about. Harry shrugged again and sighed as he shook his head. Well then, as much as I'm amused at the way I'm playing with Daphne, I'll save my next trick for the next time I walk in on her in the shower. Teddy, make sure you remember, never do what your godfather is talking about right now. Narcissa spoke up as she looked meaningfully at the boy. He's walking a very, very thin line that can get him into a lot of trouble. Teddy blinked slightly at the woman and shrugged his shoulders. Granny and Uncle Harry already told me that. Besides, he usually gets slapped by now and I don't want to get slapped. Harry opened his mouth to respond, only to be cut off by a look from Andromeda. Corruption waits until he's older. Until then, keep the comments to yourself. Why, Rami, you wound me. Harry lay his hand over his chest before again looking around. So, what are you all planning on doing with me today? I actually hadn't gotten that far with this plan, Draco admitted even as he would carefully shrug his shoulders neutrally. I'm rather winging it, as it were. Not having to work really does destroy one's tendencies to plan much ahead. Doesn't it? Harry noted with a slight blanching of his features before he shrugged slightly and chuckled a bit before suddenly grinning evilly at Draco. I know. Let's get jobs. Everyone stared at the man for a moment. Then another before as one their faces blossomed through a variety of different reactions. It was Andromeda, with her brow arched upwards almost imperiously, that spoke first however. You've been sober only a day and suddenly, you want to get a job? No, not really. Harry waved his hand slightly as he couldn't help but smirk the slightest of bits. Mainly I want to watch Draco try to get a job, while I sabotage him in subtle, humorous little ways that slowly drive him absolutely bonkers. Potter, I brought you of all people to live with my family in my home. Draco let those words settle into the man's mind before smirking just a bit. I think that proves I'm already absolutely bonkers. Yet here you are, still safe and sound and in one piece. Harry paused a moment, before shaking his head slightly and letting off a melodramatic sigh. Obviously, the boy who wasn't quite ready to die is losing his touch. What would my adoring public think if they saw me, off my regular regiment of bringing runaway Death Eaters to justice and posing in heroically foppish manner, much akin to our second-year Dada teacher? Ugh, Lockhart. Daphne made a face and shook her head. He was the most absolutely useless of our Dada teachers. Yes, looking back on it, I find myself so utterly bemused by how much women fell over a man who was so obviously fake. Harry's lips twitched a moment before shaking his head. And the memories I have of Hermione telling me I should respect him. The words hung into the air as they watched a slight frown suddenly cross Harry's lips before he shook his head. Slowly the frown grew further upon his lips before he lightly ruffled his fingers through Teddy's hair before looking around. I'm going to use your flu. His steps were almost completely silent as he stood, the chair sliding out of the way to the slight pressure of his legs uncurling. A nod was given, before they watched, not quite sure what they could say, as he turned and simply walked away. Andromeda let off a slight sigh of relief when she failed to see any of the usual tension or frustrations coiled up in his body, as he vanished around the corner. This will probably end up being bad. Andromeda mused aloud as she glanced over towards Draco. You might want to make sure he doesn't end up doing anything foolish, right? Make sure that he's not running off to get drunk off his arse again. Draco sighed, then kissed his fiancée lightly on her cheek. I'll see you in a bit, dearest. He's going to flu his friends. I'm just worried about what he'll do afterwards. Andromeda clarified as she looked meaningfully at the man. Babysitting then. Draco nodded his head in acceptance, before he started walking after Harry, pausing at the door to smirk over his shoulder. By the way, Daphne, better start catching up soon or you'll lose by a landslide. The woman glared back at her future brother-in-law as he laughed softly and vanished out of sight before she could retort. Your fiancé is walking on dangerous ground, dear sister. Daphne noted icily before blushing slightly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get something out of my room. Teddy blinked slightly at the woman before glancing curiously at Andromeda as Daphne excused herself and walked away. She's going to replace what your godfather took, Teddy, Narcissa said in way of answering. Oh, Teddy paused a moment, mulling over the thought in his head for a moment before shaking his head again. Uncle Harry's weird. That, Teddy, is most definitely true. Narcissa agreed with a nod of her head. Still, he's also a very, very special man, and I hope that he helps you be special too. She paused, before making a face and shaking her head. Well, special in the good ways at least. Teddy nodded his head solemnly to that. Hermione Weasley. The name left his lips with a strange distance to it as Harry lightly leaned his hand against the hearth and waited for the flu to be answered. A moment later, a familiar bushy-haired face could be seen. Hello? Oh, Harry. What on earth are you wearing? Harry's lips twitched just a bit as she apparently caught sight of his shirt from her view in the flue. Oh, this? Just something George gave me that I finally decided to get some use out of. How things been for you? Everything has been so busy. The Aurors have been running Ron ragged and everything with the department. Well, we barely have time to get much of anything else done. Hermione shook her head. Sounds like you're both getting a lot done. Harry nodded his head, a slight smile on his lips as he watched the visible excitement flash across the face of one of his oldest friends. Oh yes, absolutely. We've managed to finally get a law for the ethical treatment of house elves passed. Hermione practically beamed back at him, her eyes shining before pausing a moment and her smile dimmed just a bit. What you been up to? This and that. Harry shrugged his shoulders just a bit. Mainly I've been hanging out with Teddy and getting yelled at by Rami a lot for trying to corrupt him. Harry James Potter. You leave that poor boy alone. Hermione immediately took on a stern face as she lightly glared at him. He's a wonderful boy. You don't need to do any kind of corrupting with him. I'm his godfather, it's in the job description. Sirius told me. Harry countered back as he rolled his eyes just a bit. Hey, any chance you and Ron will be free for a lunch or dinner sometime soon? Oh, I'm so sorry, Harry. I know it's been forever since we've gotten together. It's just with everything at the department. And with the Hermione winced slightly and shook her head. Our whole schedules are just filled for the foreseeable future. She paused, before she scrunched her eyebrows a moment. Oh, Malfoy was trying to get a hold of you. Did he ever find you? Yeah, unfortunately. Harry shrugged a bit more laconically than he truly intended to as he could feel the urge to grab drink immediately hit him. But, turns out he has actually grown up some. Go figure. Remember Daphne Greengrass? She was in a number of my classes. Hermione agreed with a nod. Though I could have sworn she never wanted much of anything to do with him. I suppose time changes. He's engaged to her little sister, Astoria. 2 years younger than us. Harry shook his head, his lips twitching just a bit into a slight frown before he shrugged helplessly. They're in that sickeningly happy and utterly in love with one another stage of their relationship, and he actually wants you at his wedding? Hermione just stared back at him through the flue. Yup. Frightening, isn't it? Harry bit off a bit of a laugh before shaking his head. It might be a bit awkward if he invited a lot of old Death Eater kiddies. That doesn't even begin to describe it. Hermione muttered quietly under her breath before shaking her head. Have you thought about joining the Aurors? Not this again, Hermione. Harry groaned softly as he shook his head and glared at her through the flue. I'm not going to be some poster child for recruitment or backing the ministry. I'm staying well enough out of all that madness. I want a private life, thanks. But think of all the good you could do there. Hermione was so eager as she stared back at the man, her eyes gleaming with a kind of fervor. I mean, I did all kinds of good for people for the 7 years I was at Hogwarts. I just want to have a quiet life now. No publicity, no spotlight. Harry lightly glared back at the woman before a soft growl escaped his lips. Why do you think things with Ginny failed so miserably? She winced at that before nodding reluctantly. All right. Well, I've got to get headed towards work, so you take care and keep in touch, right, later. Harry agreed with another nod as he watched her break the connection before resting his head quietly against the hearth. His eyes quickly flickering over towards the container of flue powder, before lightly beginning to bang his head against the stone. You know that really can't be good for you, Draco noted as he leaned against the doorframe. Oh, you lovely. What do you want, Draco? Harry growled softly. Spying on me again? Didn't you get enough of that at Hogwarts? Actually, someone had to watch to see if you were going to try and run to a pub after that flue call. I got volunteered. Draco paused a moment, before arching a brow. Do I need to get my cloak? No. Harry shook his head and pulled away from the hearth, before finding a chair to fall into and groaning softly. Ugh, same old Hermione. Still trying to go out and change the world. And you already did your part, and now you want to just be left alone. Draco nodded his head slightly as he took a seat directly in front of Harry. Don't put words in my mouth, Malfoy. Harry grunted slightly as he mildly glared at the man. Potter, Harry, I can't believe I'm saying this, but have you ever actually told them how important it would be to you to spend time with them? Why? Harry shrugged his shoulders as he answered the man and sighed slightly before shrugging. They know about my life, what I've been through. They know about how much their friendships meant to me, how it kept me going. And now they don't even bloody realize it's been 2 bloody years since we've sat down face to face beyond a chance meeting in bloody Diagon Alley. Draco opened his mouth as if to respond, before suddenly closing it, a thoughtful expression on his face as he studied Harry before speaking again. All right, what do you want to do about it then? You know what I want to bloody do about it. Harry growled back at the man, his eyes flashing for a moment as he clenched his fingers tighter back into his palms. I want to get bloody well pissed. And this will accomplish what, exactly? Draco arched a brow as he lightly studied the man in front of him with those carefully guarded gray eyes. Besides making me feel better, it'll mean I get another wonderful night where I stop thinking about how my friends can't take the time to have one bloody meal with me. Harry shook his head and suddenly sighed as he dropped his face into his hand. And maybe forget about the fact that they still haven't figured out that my life's in the shitter, while you have. Well, you could have always told them. Draco shot back bluntly as he lightly looked at the man. I still can't bloody understand why you haven't. I mean, you never seemed to have trouble telling them back in school. This isn't school anymore, Draco. Harry sighed slightly and pinched at the bridge of his nose. I really don't want to have to deal with their looks, for lack of a better term. Plus Hermione's nagging. He winced back as he let the thought flash through his mind. I mean, you remember her in school if we didn't do our homework. Can you imagine what she'd be like if she found out I was crawling into the gutter and passing out night after night on cheap whiskey, and that you'd been doing it for years? Draco paused a moment as he mused to himself and then shrugged a bit. Would it have been worse than me finding you like that? No, but since I already went through that, I see no reason to take the other route. Harry countered and then chuckled a bit as he shrugged slightly. Besides, you're making me start to think you're not completely horrid company. Plus, you want to keep messing with Daphne. Draco added with a slow little smirk on his lips. She is fun to mess with, Harry agreed amiably with a nod of his head. Plus, Rami seems to be enjoying being here. She called Mother Sissy earlier. Draco pursed his lips and leaned back before he smiled slightly. And she told me about my uncle and cousin. Didn't ever get to know Ted as much as I would have liked to. Harry pursed his lips a bit before he chuckled a bit. Tonks thought, she was amazing. She really was. Draco paused a moment as the statement clicked into place. For a moment he said nothing, merely studying Harry before he spoke softly. You liked her. More than just liked Draco. Harry shook his head a bit and then shrugged his shoulders. Can't say I loved her, but I know I could have. She was just that kind of girl. That must make things difficult with Teddy. Draco offered delicately as he watched the man. He's her son, and the son of one of my parents' best friends. Harry closed his eyes and again shook his head. And my godson. I love the squirt. Just sometimes, I never see Remus in him. And sometimes, I see more of her than others. It must be difficult. Draco put for carefully as he studied Harry. Actually, no, it's not. Harry smiled slightly, his eyes growing distant as he shook his head. Those are the times when I don't feel the need to forget. Because those are the times where I feel like I haven't lost as much as I thought I had. Draco sat there a moment before quietly nodding his head in acceptance. Slowly Harry leaned back against the smooth marble pillar that was held the elegantly sculpted canopy over a set of cushioned divans. Around him, he couldn't help but smile slightly as he beheld the almost delicate beauty that was the Malfoy gardens, carefully cultivated and shaped by both hand and magic to a result that most Muggle gardeners couldn't hope to match. He watched as the quiet house elves made their way from bed to bed, carefully tending to the plants and ensuring that there wasn't any kind of infestation taken root. A smile lightly grew on those lips as he nodded his head quietly to himself while he carefully let his eyes fall half-lidded. Even the air felt better here, cleaner, not tainted with the stench of chemicals, smoke and fumes he never realized was clogging his nose. So this is where you ran off to. The voice cut through his reverie like a sharp, keen blade as his eyes snapped open and flicked upwards to the side. There stood Daphne, still dressed in her robes, her arms crossed imperiously about her chest as she glared slightly down at the man. You have something of mine. Really? He arched a brow almost cluelessly back at the woman as he would continue to rest back against the pillar, not quite rising to her baiting as he bit off a soft yawn. "Want to take a seat? When did you get so blasé about everything, Potter?" The woman huffed slightly as she turned around, then slid down the pillar herself next to him, staring out into a different section of the garden. "Sometime after I slept with Parkinson, I think," Harry admitted as he shrugged his shoulders and didn't quite glance at her. "After that, I kind of figured, what the hell, I've already done worse to myself than even old Tommy Boy did. So what the hell did I have to be ashamed of? It's just stuff." How philosophical. She rolled her eyes just a bit as she turned her head and glared at him for a moment. "I want my knickers back." "Oh, is that what this is about? And here I thought you were just here because you wanted to sleep with me and put a little Harry Potter-shaped notch on your bedpost." He chuckled softly as he lightly closed his eyes, ignoring the way he could feel her glaring back at him. "Saying that you don't want one shaped like me for yours?" The woman called back, challengingly as she arched a brow, lightly narrowing her eyes back at the man. Never really much cared for notches or bragging. Harry cracked an eye open as he lightly glanced at the woman out of the corner of it. Though I suppose people who didn't know me too well never really figured that out. Daphne opened her mouth to respond, before frowning just a bit as she actually took a moment to give it some thought. She couldn't actually recall an incident where she'd seen him bragging in any way, shape, or form. The most outspoken he'd really been had been against Umbridge and her, and the Ministry's denials. Grudgingly, she nodded her head in a slight bit of acceptance. "Fine. I'll believe that, for now. Of course, just because I've never seen you do it, doesn't mean that you don't do it." Greengrass, who would I tell? Ron and Hermione? Harry paused a moment, before giving off an audible chuckle at the thought. I really don't think they'd be too terribly impressed by it. Ron might give himself a heart attack, and Hermione? Oh, she'd be giving me that McGonagall impersonation of hers. She did seem to hold your head of house in high esteem, Daphne admitted reluctantly as she nodded her head in acceptance. And Ron's feelings about Slytherins, and/or anything related to the Malfoys, is extremely public knowledge. Harry agreed with a shake of his head and a rueful chuckle. Oh, the ranting I'm going to get when he finds out about all this. Honestly, I never understood why you kept yourself so isolated with those two. Daphne twisted her face sourly as she looked off into the distance. Most of the school wanted to be your friend that first year. They were my first friends. Harry shrugged back as he rested his head back against the warming stone. And I wasn't really allowed to have friends growing up, not before Hogwarts. Wasn't actually allowed to have anything of my own until then, now that I think about it. I would have been friends with anyone if they'd been nice to me and didn't look down on other people like they were trash. And most of us figured you were some kind of snob. Daphne answered casually as she shrugged her shoulders. Us being what, the rest of the Slytherin girls in our year. Harry countered with a slight smirk on his lips. Well, yes. Daphne admitted a light toss of her hair over her shoulders. What did you expect? For me to simply branch out and make friendships in all of the houses? That wasn't really possible for a Slytherin back then. All things considered, I rather doubt you were the only ones who felt that way. Harry said truthfully as he half closed his eyes with his head resting back against the stone. At least until 5th year and the DA. And since things just went downhill from there, too late for things to really change. Pity really. Snape was a bitter, angry man, but he chose the right side, if not the right way to support it. Angry and bitter seem pretty good ways of describing him. Daphne agreed with a slow shake of her head. He completely isolated Slytherin from the rest of the houses. No, I think Voldemort did that the first time. Harry shook his head a bit as he lightly pursed his lips. He wanted them apart from everyone else, after all. And he was the last living descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself. Snape just didn't do anything to heal that rift. Ugh, how un-Slytherin. Daphne muttered slightly as she shook her head. Keeping an old system in place instead of building up your own. Well, when the old system gives you the power you want, why change it? Harry countered with a shrug before smirking slightly. Besides, after you've done enough, you stop caring about trying to change the world. I'll leave that to the people who still have the desire to. So, tell me then, Harry Potter, Savior and Chosen One. She smirked slightly as she watched him grimace in distaste, before she pulled her robes up enough to allow her to settle comfortably down astride his hips as she glazed down into his eyes. What do you care about then? His lips twitched slightly as he felt her settling there, atop his lap, and his fingers drifted up, catching lightly onto her hips. Honestly? Or do you want to go back to playing our game? Why can't we play while we talk about the truth, She shifted her hips, pressing herself meaningfully down against him. Because a lot of the times the truth would ruin the mood of the game, my dear. He countered back, his eyes dancing playfully as he lightly smirked up at her. Well, then I suppose this is just a gamble now, isn't it? Daphne shot back with a slow smirk on her lips while she lightly curled her finger against one of his messy locks of hair. Fine then. Teddy, Rami, and my friends. There isn't much else I care about. Harry responded back as he would lightly study the woman atop him as he let his hand curl backwards and knead against her rear. You? My family. Daphne bit her lower lip for a moment, her eyes fluttering slightly as she shifted her hips just a bit more into him. I'm not sure what else. I don't care about fame. I want little to do with it, actually. She smirked slightly as she leaned forward, nipping lightly at his neck before breathing into his ear. I prefer to stay in the shadows, you know. So much more fun that way. He fought down the slight growl that wanted to escape his lips as he nodded back to her, suddenly pushing forward and breathing into her ear. Oh, and do tell, little snake, what was your great ambition that brought you to Slytherin's house? Oh, sure you want to know, oh little chimera? Daphne countered back as she would arch her body teasingly back into his, as she smiled a smug little smile. Chimera now, little snake? His eyes shone with a glittering amusement as he lightly canted his head to the side, studying her even more as he lightly reached out, catching a lock of her own hair. Brave and foolhardy as a lion, with a snake's cunning, and the stubbornness of a goat. She agreed, leaning in to nuzzle the hand teasing her hair, before nipping at it slightly playfully. If you say so. He smirked just a bit as he would pinch playfully down on her rear. So, that ambition? Daphne paused a moment, before blushing brightly as she recalled exactly what it was she'd wanted at that young and tender age. No, I don't think so. Harry paused a moment in consideration, before giving her a simple, flat look. I swear, Greengrass, if it was marrying me, Explicit part removed for guideline compliance. I am not a fangirl, Daphne countered, her blush immediately fading as she glared back at the man. You didn't see me following you around like a lovesick puppy like that Weasley girl did. Now did you? Oh yes, brilliant move there, bringing up the X. Harry countered sarcastically as he glared up at the woman still perched so comfortably astride his hips, just pointing out the bloody truth. Because that little bit followed you around like a love-struck puppy dog up until our 5th year where she caught a clue and went with other guys to get your attention. Daphne snorted softly and shook her head. And you, being the naive little boy that you were, just ate it up. Yeah, well guess what? Harry shot back as she felt him suddenly falling off his lap as he stood up. The naive little boy grew up. Oof. Daphne growled softly as she landed on her ass before glaring up at the man. Not well enough to learn how to treat a woman though, I see. When you start acting like a woman instead of a bitch little snake, you can talk about how I can treat one. Harry shot back before he strode away, his features storming over as he stalked away. The storm clouds rumbling across Harry's face had lasted well into the next day, with a scowl that seemed to turn almost vicious whenever it caught sight of Daphne. The already short fuse on his temper had been cut even shorter, though its explosions were lacking in their usual explosive force. They began to treat him almost like a powder keg, praying in a way that a spark wouldn't accidentally ignite. All of them except Teddy. You're being a meanie head. Harry blinked slightly at the boy's choice of words, before arching a brow just a bit. Am I? Yeah, you are. Teddy nodded firmly as he crossed his arms about his chest and glared slightly at Harry. A stupid, jerky, meanie head. Well, I never did claim to ever be that smart. Harry agreed with a nod as he lightly shrugged and leaned back a bit. So? Teddy frowned again as he glared up at his godfather. Why re you being such a jerk to everyone? They've all been really nice to me. Yes, well they haven't all been that way to me. In fact, some of them have done some very, very bad things in the past. Harry responded as he lightly shrugged his shoulders. And some of them keep doing things to get on my nerves. So? I'm pretty sure that was the so. Harry answered with a slight look of annoyance on his face. Nah. You said it was stuff they did before, not what they've done now. Teddy countered as he kept his arms firmly crossed about his chest. What they've done matters a lot, squirt. Harry shot back as he shook his head. Just because they're treating you well doesn't mean that that makes up for what they've done to me and others. Why not? Teddy frowned slightly as he looked at Harry. Because, Teddy, some things just aren't easy to forgive. And some things are simply unforgivable. Harry shook his head as he lightly leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. And some of the things that people do to you don't ever go away. They stick around and you can't forget them. That's stupid. Teddy shot back as he huffed slightly. I forget stuff all the time. This is true. Harry smiled slightly as he shook his head a moment. But, do you forget that your mum and dad are dead? Teddy paused a moment, before shrugging slightly. Yeah, sometimes. Because I don't really know what it's like to have a mum and dad. So I'm just being me. Harry frowned a bit as he pursed his lips before he shook his head slightly. Okay, fine, bad example. He furrowed his brow in thought for a moment. It's hard to explain. They've done things that hurt me badly, Teddy. And a lot of it was on purpose. So, you make yourself sick because they hurt you? Teddy's face scrunched up as he tried to follow the man's train of thought. I don't get it. No, I make myself sick because of other people who hurt me. Harry answered as he shook his head just a bit. People that I actually care about. If you don't care about them, then why's it matter if they hurt you? Teddy continued as he wore the exceedingly perplexed expression on his face. Because they didn't just do things to hurt me. They hurt people I care about too. Harry answered back as he felt his fingers lightly clench in a bit of annoyance. You keep changing it all around about why you're upset with them. And who you're upset with. Teddy frowned a bit more as he shook his head. It doesn't make sense. Harry sighed a moment before shaking his head. Sometimes life just doesn't make sense. Teddy, it should though. The boy quickly nodded his head knowingly as he shook his head. Why can't you just stop hating everyone? I don't hate everyone, Teddy. Harry smiled just a bit as he lightly ruffled the boy's hair. In fact, the only people I ever really hated are dead. He paused a moment before frowning. Well, except for Draco's father. But I don't really hate him too much anymore. Did he get better? Teddy asked hopefully as his eyes lit up. No, he didn't. Harry shook his head a bit. He just stopped being able to be so much of a jerk because of what he got caught doing. Oh, he was a bad man then? He is a bad man. Harry stated simply as he shook his head. He's never going to not be a bad man, Squirt. No matter what good he might do, it can't wash away the things he's done, because he doesn't regret them. Oh, Teddy frowned a bit. He does seem like a bit of a meanie. He's more than a bit of one, Teddy. Harry answered back before sighing slightly. So, the only one you can't forgive is Mr. Malfoy? Teddy asked curiously. Harry began to nod his head, before frowning a bit as he lightly glared at his godson. You're not going to trick me that easily, Teddy. Trick you? Teddy blinked a moment as he stared back at Harry. How am I supposed to be tricking you? Harry opened his mouth to answer the boy, before sighing slightly as he hung his head. Right, kid? Oh bloody, I have to be going. Bonkers. I thought you already were bonkers? Teddy asked curiously as he studied his godfather. Isn't that what you and Granny are always saying? Heh, this is a bit more serious, I think. Harry sighed a bit as he lightly rubbed at his forehead. Is making yourself sick really helping? Teddy asked honestly as he stared up at his godfather with wide eyes. No, not really. Harry admitted with a sigh and a shake of his head. It just makes it easier. Oh, I thought Granny told me that most of the time the best way and the easiest way aren't the same? They aren't. Then, why were you? Because sometimes we need to take the easy way because we've been doing the right way for so long. It's worn us down and we're tired. Harry sighed slightly before shaking his head. And we need a chance to not have the weight of the world on our shoulders. That sounds heavy. Teddy noted almost diplomatically. It was. Harry agreed with another nod of his head. Everyone expecting me to save them, knowing I was the only one who could do it. It wasn't fun. I didn't have any choice in the matter. And do you have to do stuff like that anymore? Teddy asked again. No, thankfully I don't. I got enough of that when I was in Hogwarts. Harry shook his head as he smiled slightly at the boy. Then why would you? Teddy frowned a bit. I mean, if you already did a bunch, why do you have to do more? I don't. Harry paused a moment, before his lips twitched just a bit. It's just that my friends don't quite understand that I don't think. They got so used to me doing it before, that they expect me to keep doing it. That doesn't sound fair. It's not. But if the world was fair, Harry paused a moment, before slowly shaking his head. If the world was fair, neither of us would be orphans. Okay. Teddy agreed with the man again, with a clueless nod of his head. Have you told your friends how you feel? They don't quite get it. Harry admitted for a moment as his eyes grew distant. What they want and what I want, they aren't the same thing anymore. The things they're doing our world needs. We cleared the way for it. Died for it already. I've lost so much for it. And they don't quite understand that they keep trying to make me give them more and more and more. But you're not dead. Teddy frowned in confusion as he looked up at the man. I mean, if you were, you'd be with Mum and my mum and my godfather. Harry agreed with a nod of his head. And it's not a bad place. You'll see a lot of people afraid of death as you get older, Teddy. But it's not something to be afraid of. He paused a moment, smiling just a bit. Not something to go rushing off towards either, but not something to be afraid of. So, how come you said you died for it? Teddy frowned again, before staring up at Harry in horror. You're not going to die and leave me and Granny, are you? No, I'm not. He paused a moment, blinking slightly as he made a sudden, simply realization. What did you know? I guess I'm really not. He shook his head, chuckling slightly before lightly ruffling the kid's hair, his own taking on a slight look of wonder. I'm a bit different from most people, Teddy. I'm the only person I know of that can choose whether they die or whether they stay dead or not. Wow. Teddy stared up at the man in wonder as his eyes seemed to shine. What's it like? Something you shouldn't worry about for a while. Harry shot back with a slight smile on his lips. Just remember that no matter what other people tell you, It's not something to be afraid of. Living in fear is just not living. Is it like how you were sick all the time? Teddy asked again, his eyes shining curiously. I mean, you didn't ever seem very alive when you were sick. Does this mean you're ready to start living again? Harry's lips twitched a bit, before he leaned back and considered his godson's words carefully. You know what, maybe I am. Maybe I am. Good. Teddy nodded his head in relief. I didn't like you being sick all the time. Sorry about that, Teddy. Harry reached down and lightly patted the boy on the shoulder. I'll see about trying to do better from now on. Just don't get sick anymore. Teddy responded with a quiet plea. Nobody likes that. Yeah, I know. Harry admitted as he slowly looked off into the distance. I know. Harry strolled up to the dinner table with an easy smile on his lips that had long since been absent. Catching the sudden change in demeanor, Narcissa arched a brow slightly as she studied the man, before carefully offering up an observation. Don't you seem chipper. Rather think I even feel that way. Harry agreed with a nod of his head, before putting forth a mock frown as he glanced around the table. I wasn't hit by a cheering charm when I wasn't looking. Was I? Not that I'm aware of. Narcissa answered back before arching a brow towards her son. Draco? Do I look entirely mad to you, mother? Draco snorted slightly as he shook his head before glancing back down at his paper. I'm afraid no, this is none of my doing. Well, there have been moments in the past. Narcissa noted with a slight flash of speculation on her face. Yes, and I was witness to a great number of them. Harry agreed before he made note of a pair of rather obviously missing figures. So what became of the sisters Greengrass and dear Lucius? Well, as much as I do enjoy the entertainment you and Daphne provide, it is somewhat unseemly for a man's fiancée to spend the entirety of her time with him prior to the wedding. Narcissa drawled out casually. She does need to spend some of her time, savoring the last bits of her freedom. That, and Daphne practically dragged Astoria home. Draco paused a moment, before giving Harry a slight frown, which I'll assume was because of you? Not my fault you Slytherins have all the cunning of an earthworm. Harry shrugged just a bit and shook his head. I mean, bringing up an ex and calling you a naive boy who gobbled up her antics? Not the brightest of moves. It is generally not considered too terribly polite to make such discouraging remarks about one's hosts, Mr. Potter. Narcissa noted as she lightly examined her nails, a neutral expression on her face. No matter how truthful it might be for your generation. Draco sat and scowled darkly as he glanced from his paper and twitched just a small bit. Droll, mother, very, very droll. Why? I have no idea what you mean, Draco. Could you be so kind as to give me an example of Mr. Potter being incorrect in his statement? Narcissa asked with an almost innocent expression on her face. Humph, I shall not dignify that with an answer. Nose lifted, Draco sniffed haughtily before attempting to return to his reading, only to scowl as the paper was plucked out of his hands. Anything interesting going about in the wonderful world of magic? Harry casually settled back into his own seat as he glanced over the pages. Let's see. Yes. Apparently I've been sighted in Baghdad, seducing my way through the various harems of the impotent magical sheiks. Really? That would certainly take stamina. Narcissa noted with a casual arch of her brow. Does it say how you managed this rather impressive feat? Apparently I'm simply that manly. Harry snorted softly as he lightly rolled his eyes before flicking his gaze over the reset of the paper. The House Elf Protection Bill passed, I see. Yes, your friend's been quite vehement in her pursuit of that one. Draco paused a moment, before he lightly glanced over Harry. What was the acronym for that Rid Air? Amusing little organization she started while we were still in school. SPEW. Harry agreed with a completely straight face. Thus why we refused to allow her to name anything else for the remainder of our time in Hogwarts. He paused a moment in consideration before wincing visible. I do feel for any children she might have though. She's a Weasley now. Draco noted as he lightly tugged the paper back out of Harry's hands. It would be more surprising if she didn't end up with at least a child or two. I'd argue, but what would be the point? Harry shrugged slightly as he yawned a bit. You're right. Draco froze where he sat, before slowly, carefully looking up at the man. a sudden wary and visible caution in his eyes. Mother, do you know the spells for checking for polyjuice? It looks like Harry Potter, it sounds like him. But it says things that he never would. And who's the one being droll now, Malfoy? Harry countered as he lightly rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. Teddy and Rami? I'm sure they'll be along shortly. Apparently my grandnephew has managed to find himself into a bit of a mess. Narcissa paused a moment as she arched a brow speculatively towards Harry. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, now would you? Why, I'm sure I have no earthly idea about what you could possibly mean, Mrs. Malfoy. Harry responded neutrally as he carefully studied the woman before continuing. But that does allow me to raise a certain point with you regarding the actions you've taken in the past. Specifically in regards to the instructions you gave a certain house elf, and the results of those instructions. Narcissa immediately stiffened, ramrod straight before glaring slightly back at the boy. I acted in the best interests of my family. The only one who was supposed to be involved was you, Mr. Potter. Yes, well, another brilliantly thought-out Slytherin plan. Harry shot back with a slight narrowing of his eyes, before pinching at his nose for a moment, fighting back against his temper before he continued, his eyes locking onto her own. I simply wish to know, knowing what you do now, would you have done any different? That is a very, very dangerous path you're treading down, Mr. Potter, Narcissa answered coolly. Living in the past, dwelling on the mistakes we've made, and the things they've cost us. What we could have done if we knew better in the future. I can imagine, if you'd have known what you do now, you'd have never gone there to begin with. True enough. Harry agreed with a slow nodding of his head, before he pursed his lips. Then, I suppose I should a different question since the last time we spoke of it. We were less than amiable. Do you regret that Sirius Black died in a situation you helped engineer? For a moment, Narcissa leaned back, her lips pursing as she considered the thought. Did she regret Sirius' death? She'd been so angry, so fearful of Lucius' fate, that her cousin had simply slipped her mind. That actually sent a spark of guilt, more that she'd simply forced it away from her mind than that she'd not felt guilt about it. I do believe you're aware, Mr. Potter, that I am not Albus Dumbledore. I do not believe that everything can be done without deaths involved. That's avoiding the question more than answering it, Mrs. Malfoy, Harry stated as he slowly crossed his arms about his chest. Because, quite simply, I'm deciding how I feel, she responded as she slowly pursed her lips. You need to understand that while he was your rather loving godfather, to me he was still the cousin who played no small share of what were, at times, rather childish and cruel jokes on those who didn't fit his sense of right. For a moment, Harry twitched slightly in a flare of annoyance, before he gave a carefully controlled nod of his head. I've heard it said before. That admitted, I also find it harder to sympathize with people whose social views support murder and torture simply because of who someone's parents were. Point, I suppose. Narcissa inclined her head slightly before shrugging just a bit. Sirius, I think he could have been a great man. And I think he would have kept the Black Line alive if he didn't manage to get himself killed off in some other bit of heroic foolishness. So yes, I do regret that he died. For a moment they would stand there, their eyes meeting, weighing, judging the other, before at last, Harry would give a slight nod of his head. All right then. Finished then? Draco carefully glanced over the edge of the paper. He'd only pretended to read as he lightly let his eyes flick between his mother and Harry. Well, let's see. I could get into your plots to try and kill Dumbledore. Harry tapped at his lower lip as a look of consideration flashed across his eyes as he hovered in apparently deep thought. Or we could go back further, 5th year, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. We could. Draco agreed with a nod of his head as he lightly rubbed at his chin. It would be quite humorous too. All the snarky and witty comments you've grown so known for, interjected at the most opportune moments as to cut me to the quick and belittle me even further. Harry paused a moment, looking thoughtfully at Draco as he lightly rubbed at his own chin. Well, I was going to let the situation speak for themselves honestly, but I think I like your idea more. I do so aim to please. Draco agreed with a nod of his head. And of course, I will be happy to mention all the times where you made a complete and utter fool of yourself based on your own foolishness and lack of social awareness. Again, Harry paused, eyeing the man carefully as a brow arched up slowly. I think you're finally learning, Draco. Turning his head, he glanced over towards Narcissa. You must be so proud. Seeing your baby boy finally growing up. Well, it had to happen eventually. Narcissa noted with a casual nod of her head as she let out a theatrical sigh. Oh, what am I going to do? My darling baby boy is finally growing up. Again I say droll, mother. Very droll. Draco sniffed loudly as he lifted his head and lightly sent a glare back at the woman before sighing slightly and shaking his head before snapping the paper crisply open. Really, it is too much to ask for a bit of respect. Yes. Harry responded before Narcissa could answer with a sage and knowing nod of his head. Utterly and completely too much. He paused a moment, in consideration as he lightly rubbed his chin. Just the way of things, you understand, don't you, old bean? Would you have me lose what little amusements I still have, Draco? Narcissa smiled back at her son, her expression of over-exaggerated innocence only making the boy's face twist into one of annoyance. When it involves my degradation. Draco shot back with a mild glare as he again looked up from his paper. I do need to have at least a semblance of dignity, mother. Otherwise, how am I supposed to marry Astoria? Elope? Harry offered with a wry grin as he waggled his brows at Draco. Just toss her over your shoulder and carry her off to the nearest judge and just be done with it? Really? Must you drain the romance out of it? Narcissa sniffed slightly. Eloping is only done when it's a forbidden affair, sparked of deep, passionate love. And in such cases, the bride is to be cradled in your arms, not tossed over your shoulders like a sack of potatoes. Over-romanticizing things a bit, sissy? Andromeda's voice rang out as she walked into the room, holding firmly onto her grandson's hand as her eyes casually studying the three already seated at the table. Now where are the girls? I scared Daphne off, and she took her sister with her. Harry supplied with a slight smirk on his lips. So, I'm amusing myself with destroying what little self-image Draco's managed to build for himself in his peaceful absence from my life. He paused, glancing over at the scowling blonde. I do have to make up for lost time, you know. Wonderful. Draco stated with a simple, cold, flat voice. So, how did you manage to get onto the subject of eloping then? Andromeda continued as she guided Teddy to a chair before taking one herself. Your sister was attempting to educate me on the proper etiquette a man should follow when eloping with a woman. Apparently my idea for Draco to simply toss Astoria over her shoulder and head for the nearest judge was uninspired. Harry offered up with another slow curl of his lips. Well, I have to say it was. Andromeda casually agreed. I really expected better from you, Harry. You should have at least mentioned tying her up, gagging her properly, and... She paused a moment there, before glancing over at the curious Teddy. Well, I'll leave the rest of that up to the imagination. More icky stuff? Teddy asked with only half interest as the others nodded around him. Ugh, I hate it when you talk about that stuff. Give it time, Squirt, Harry said with a conspiratorial wink. Your opinion's going to be changing soon enough. Ugh, no way. Teddy shook his head vehemently as he crossed his arms about his chest. Girls are just plain bonkers. Look at Victoire. Harry's lips twitched ever so slightly as he couldn't help but shake his head. Oh, I'm going to enjoy teasing you about that in a few years. Teddy, oh how I will enjoy it. Andromeda's lips were twitching as well, as she nodded her head in agreement. Oh, poor little Teddy. He has no idea what's in store for him now. Victoire? Narcissa asked curiously as she arched a brow slightly, glancing questioningly to her son, who shrugged a bit in response, his eyes conveying his confusion. Weasley. Harry answered simply as he shook his head softly chuckling. And I'm fairly certain she's going to take after her mother when she's older. Odd name for a Weasley. Draco noted cautiously as he frowned and considered. I suppose I should know something about her parentage. She's Fleur Delacour's daughter. Harry answered simply as he glanced over at a cross-looking Teddy and smirked softly. Imagine her grown up. Draco paused a moment as he let the thought float through his mind, before smirking back at Teddy. Oh, my dear cousin, you have no idea how much fun you've given us. Just a few short years and oh, the things that we'll be enjoying. Yes, doesn't it just make the future so much brighter? Harry agreed with a quick nod of his head as he would sip carefully on his tea, grinning at his godson. Boys, Andromeda spoke up, her voice highly tinged with amusement. Really, be nice to Teddy. He has no idea what he's doing yet. Grey Aeone. Teddy whined softly as he gave his grandmother a look of absolute betrayal. Well, you don't. Andromeda countered as she lightly ran her fingers through his hair. Now come on, let's have our meal. So, why is it you practically dragged me away when I was supposed to be enjoying at least 2 more days of my fiancé's company? Astoria arched her brow calmly as she watched her sister pause in the way she was practically stalking in front of her to affix her little sister with a withering glare. When the glare had no effect in the slightest, the blonde woman growled slightly before giving her head a slight shake. Because, I am not going to put up with that arrogant, self-centered, egotistical man any longer than I have to be. Must you be so melodramatic? Daphne? Astoria sighed slightly before shaking her head as her lips quirked back into a slight grin of amusement. So, how does it feel to be shot down, oh dear sister? Mine? He did not shoot me down. The protest immediately left Daphne's lips before she colored just a bit. He simply dropped me on my... The lap wiggle didn't work? There was a tone of bemusement in Astoria's voice as she spoke in mock amazement. The one that you claimed could tame any man? He is hardly a man. More a beast than anything. Daphne sniffed as she lifted her head with a prim glare of distaste. And yet, one you were ever so eager to mount. Astoria's words were spoken with in such a mild tone. Daphne almost failed to catch the implication, before she blushed almost violently and shrugged slightly in response. Really, Astoria? The woman huffed slightly even as the blush continued to flood across her cheeks, prompting her sister to offer her a mild, placid smile in return. Indeed, Daphne. Do stop trying to deny it. Astoria clucked her tongue slightly before shaking her head, letting off a theatrical sigh. And alas, now that you've run from the field of battle, I'm going to be forced to endure you marshalling your counteroffensive. Oh dear, that doesn't sound good. The pair blinked slightly as they noticed the appearance of their father, peering carefully over the edge of his paper with worried chocolate eyes set upon a cheery face. Aren't the two of you supposed to have been staying another few days at the Malfoys? I don't need to worry about canceling the wedding plans, do I? Hardly, father. Astoria smirked just a bit as she would glance at her glaring sister. My dear sister has simply learned that not all men will fall over themselves at her whim and fancy. I told you he is hardly a man. The scoff that left Daphne's lips was marked by the still glowing blush on her cheeks as she carefully turned her head to the side. Ah, I see I'll need to have your mother obligate me again. Ignatius Greengrass gave a somber nod of his head before quickly averting his attention back behind his paper. Say no more, please. I'm sure it would traumatize me in no small amount. Really, father? Astoria rolled her eyes slightly and smirked just a bit as she batted her lashes at the man. Is the thought of Daphne and her conquests so utterly unbearable? Quite. Ignatius quickly agreed without even bothering to look up from his paper before calling out. Aline, the girls are back and I need to be obligated again. Really, Iggy? Aline Greengrass strolled in, the elder Greengrass woman looking simply a more matured version of her daughters with gleaming blue eyes with a frown on her lips as she lightly glanced from her daughters to her husband. Must you be so foolishly melodramatic? A father is never to hear the words conquest in the same sentence as his daughter. Ignatius countered with a slight frown on his lips, especially not when it concerns her own conquests as in numerous as in repeated. Conquests? Astoria, aren't you satisfied with the young Mr. Malfoy? There was a cool neutrality in the woman's voice as she purposefully arched her brow back towards her youngest daughter. Utterly and completely. Astoria agreed with a nod of her head. But then, you knew he was talking about Daphne's conquests. She paused there, before smirking over at her sister. Or more precisely, he was referring to us talking about Daphne's failure in her most recent venture. Humph! Daphne sniffed airily and glared at her sister. As if a beast like that is worth my time. At her mother's curious arch of the brow, Astoria smirked slightly and spoke up, ignoring the way her father tried desperately to bury himself in his paper. She tried her little lap wiggle and he dumped her on her little ass. Language, Astoria. Aline chided slightly with a light tsk of her tongue. You're a lady, no need to use such a vulgar description. I was simply letting the words match the vulgarity of my dear, sweet, wanton sister's actions. Astoria chuckled softly before flipping her hair over her shoulder as she shot her sister a coquettish little smirk. Besides, it's hardly my fault that Harry's not going to fall for her little schemes. Before Daphne could respond, Astoria flicked out her tongue in a flash of pink and vanished further into the house, leaving a fuming woman clenching her hands behind her. Oh, when I get my hands on you, little sister. Harry? Aline echoed, before blinking slightly as she fought the slight smile struggling to twitch onto her lips. Oh, Daphne, you're not 12 years old anymore. So kind of you to have noticed that, mother. The acidic chill of her words dripped past the younger woman's lips as she crossed her arms defiantly beneath her chest, before pulling up, emphasizing her cleavage. I've only have breasts for how long now? Yes, obligation is most definitely going to be necessary. Ignatius muttered slightly before pulling out his wand and casting a privacy spell over himself, shutting out the sound of his wife and his daughter. Why oh why did I have to get talked into having a second daughter? So you say, my dear, so you say. Aline shook her head a moment, before lightly pursing her lips. But really, how on earth did you even run across him? You were supposed to be spending the week at Malfoy Manor chaperoning your little sister, and it just so happened that the cold bastard is staying there, himself. Daphne paused and growled slightly under her breath as she shook her head. Apparently he crawled his way into a bottle, and Draco somehow came up with the utterly brilliant idea to rehabilitate him. Harry as in Harry Potter? A drunkard? There was a note of incredulity in her mother's voice that almost made Daphne laugh softly at her expression of disbelief. Why on earth would the boy who lived become a drunkard? A variety of reasons. Daphne paused a moment, before wincing just a bit as she shook her head. None of which I can really blame him for. Even if he is a shameless, insensitive git, and he beats her at her own game, too. Astoria's voice called out from wherever she'd vanished to. No one asked you. Daphne shouted back, even as she fought down the blush that threatened to rise across her cheeks. No one asked you to walk in on Harry while he was in the shower. That didn't stop you, though. Did it? Oh, Daphne. The tone was more resigned than scandalized as the sister's mother gave her daughter a slightly reproachful look while sighing softly and shaking her head. What? I thought that would at least get something out of him. Daphne paused a moment, before grinning impishly. That, and he does have a very, very scrumptious body. And no, she doesn't realize just how deep she is. Astoria's voice rang out once more while her voice rang with amusement, and Aline arched her brow curiously at the confusion written across Daphne's face. Deep? What? Oh dear. Aline sighed slightly and shook her head with a bemused smile. This should certainly prove interesting after all. What does everyone find so bloody funny? Harry was staring at the simple goblet in front of him, wand in hand as he lightly considered his options. It would take just a simple gesture and an exertion of will, and he'd have it. That simple soothing, refreshingly bitter taste, the dulling cloud of intoxication. He stared at it, as he could feel the slow growing moisture building in his mouth. It was then that Draco Malfoy burst into the room, eyes wild, hair disheveled as he blindly made his way to the desk without so much as seeming to notice Harry. Immediately a large collection of parchment was dumped down onto the waiting expanse, before Draco set forth, staring at them in an almost blind panic. For a moment, there seemed to be a semblance of order, before just as quickly as he'd entered, Draco let loose a frustrated scream. Do you mind? Some of us are trying to come to a decision here. The slight sarcastic tinge was quite obviously missed as glazed gray eyes flicked up and dully recognized his presence before quickly returning to the piles in front of him. No time. Wedding only a few months away, have to get everything done, have to get it perfect. The muttering was almost half mad as it left the man's lips, causing Harry to arch his brow in turn. Yes, months, Draco. Harry looked mournfully at the goblet for a moment before sighing slightly as he stood up and walked over to the haggard-looking man. As in, plenty of time. No time. There's never enough time. Always more to do. The man paused, before suddenly grabbing hold of Harry's shirt, fingers clenching into the fabric as his wide eyes stared up into the man's own. It has to be perfect. Perfect. Right. Harry shook his head for a moment, before glancing over one of the topmost parchment. You're freaking out over flowers? It's not flowers. They're an important symbol of the kind of message that needs to be sent about the sacred unity of our love and the sanctity of our marriage. Draco's eyes almost burned as he glared up at Harry, before immediately they darted back to the page. And they have to match the decorations. And what are the decorations supposed to say then? Harry was struggling not to laugh as he watched the way the man seemed to flip through the parchment with a maddening pace. Wait, let me guess. How delightfully poncy you are. No, that's the robes. Draco commented almost absently, before slowly realizing exactly what it was he said. Wait, what? So glad you're finally admitting to it after all these years. Harry smirked slightly as he watched the look of confused horror flashing across the face of Draco. Though, I'm not sure you want to let Astoria know that just yet. Potter. Draco growled slightly, his eyes flashing with annoyance as he finally paused in his panicked frustration as he glared back at the man. Malfoy. The condescending amusement dripped off of the man's lips as he pulled at the parchments and studied some of the lists even as his lips twitched slightly. Oh, for the love Merlin. Ink and parchment? Bloody hell, what are you going to be figuring out next? What style of writing? Well, Draco fumbled slightly as he blushed, unable to keep his eyes on Harry as his gaze flicked to the side. Bloody hell. Isn't the bride's side of the family supposed to be handling all this? Technically, but Draco again protested as he looked up at the man. Then what are you even doing with all this? Harry pinched the bridge of his nose for a moment before giving the man a slight glare. Well, you see, when you scared Daphne off, she simply grabbed her sister and ran, leaving all this with me. Draco gave a slight glare at the man, who stared back at him before pinching the bridge of his nose. Draco, are you a wizard? Of course I am, Potter. What kind of question is that? Do you or do you not have a bloody flu that you could use to hop over to her place? Hand her the parchment? Draco opened his mouth to answer, before it clicked shut an instant later and he immediately blushed brightly. Well, I suppose? You suppose? You bloody suppose? Harry growled out as he clenched his fingers tightly back into his palms, his arms immediately crossing about his chest. I bloody ought to. Storming in here, interrupting me when I'm in the middle of pondering a drink. And, you, finely honed survival instincts immediately caught onto the last bit of what Harry said, causing Draco to latch onto it with the thankfulness of a man dying of thirst being offered a glass of water. A drink. Not in this house. No way. No how. I'm a wizard. Conjuring up some bloody alcohol is only a bit harder than a refilling charm. He glared back at the blonde as he uncrossed his arms and placed his hands down on the desk in front of him. And you're trying to change the bloody subject. Of course I'm trying to bloody change the subject. Draco countered with a twitch as he stood himself and glared back across the desk. You're making me look like a fool. Well, if the shirt fits. Harry's lips twitched slightly as he smirked back at the Malfoy and casually pulled back up. All right, is there anything in there that you actually should be worrying about instead of setting yourself up to be yelled at by your fiancé? Actually, now that you mention it. Draco shifted things around a moment, before he pulled out another roll of parchment. The guest list. What so? Harry paused a moment, before a slow, low whistle left his lips. Why they invited again. Their connections to Astoria's family. Draco blanched slightly and shook his head with a sigh. Which of course means they were connections to my family as well until you and your parents got hit with a clue about where old Tom was leading them. Harry rolled his eyes slightly before studying the list again. Well, this could be amusing. Oh, sweet Merlin. I know that look. Draco could feel a growing swell of horror beginning to throb in his stomach as he quickly steadied himself on his desktop. The look of fools and madmen who think they have a plan. Be nice or I won't take you along when I go to hand deliver the invites, personally. Harry grinned even more as his eyes practically danced with an emerald flash of mischief and mayhem. You're trying to make my dear, sweet, innocent fiancé into a widow before we're even married. Draco shot back accusingly as he felt his face drain of color. Malfoy, I somehow doubt a girl could be the sister to a Daphne, as well as being a Slytherin for 7 years and still be a sweet, innocent woman. Harry smirked slightly and shook his head before he grinned just a bit. That's the woman I love you're talking about, Potter. Draco growled back as his eyes flashed dangerously. Technically, it's her sister I'm talking more about, as well as her Hogwarts house, which happens to be my house as well. And Daphne's too, go figure. Harry snorted slightly and shook his head. Apparently you were all dumb enough to go with the do as I say, not as I do model of thinking. Do you have to continually belittle us? Draco dropped down into his chair and glowered back up at Harry's smirking emerald eyes. Only when the opportunity makes itself known. He paused a moment, before grinning wickedly back at the man seated in front of him. Is it my fault you make it so damned often? I blame it entirely on you anyway. Come on, you know you want to see their faces. Harry's grin only grew as he waggled his eyebrows back at the man. You know it'll work to keep them from making a scene at the wedding. Or convince them to make an even bigger one, complete with unforgivables. Draco countered with a slight glare in his eyes. Oh, I don't think they'll go that far. Harry disagreed with a slight shake of his head and a grin as he lightly glanced down at his nails. I'm sure I can be convincing, because they'd be so terrified of a drunkard. Draco fired back with a hiss of displeasure while he steepled his fingers together in front of him. I'm surprisingly lucid for a drunkard. Harry countered with a tinge of anger entering his voice. Only because I interrupted you from getting your drink? Draco stood up, his hand spreading across the crinkling parchment as his eyes bore back into Harry's own. If not, you'd probably be working your way back into a bottle. Goblet, actually. Harry answered with a slightly bland twist of his features. One drink will lead to another and then another and another. Draco cut him off, as he glared back at the man. And you'll be right back where you bloody started when I found you. Why does everyone just assume that's not what I want? Harry shook his head, throwing his hands up into the air as he let out a hissing bark of annoyance. Why can't you all just leave me bloody well enough alone to do what I want to do? Because some of us are partly responsible, and others of us care about you. I'm sure old Daddy would be so happy to hear you saying that. Harry spat back as he glared back at Draco, his lips curling back into a sneer. He and his precious little family played a part in destroying the boy who lived after all. I honestly don't give a rat's festered arse about what he thinks about all of this. Draco hissed out as he met Harry's venomous glare unflinching. Especially as he's pushed our family to the edge of ruin. Repeatedly. He wore out all our chances. We have no others. We cannot afford mistakes, we cannot afford to be wrong, and we cannot afford to be blind, bigoted fools. You seemed to afford it plenty while we were growing up. Harry hissed back, celebrating my parents' death while growing up as nothing but a selfish, yes. I was a spoiled, immature little bully. A cad and a Burke. We've covered this already. Draco again cut him off, and again he refused to be cowed by the anger burning in those emerald eyes. Just as we both know what kind of childhood. Draco spit the word past his lips with a bitter twist of distaste before continuing. You had while I was growing up with my silver spoon, suckled at the teat of pure blood doctrine. So glad you were paying attention then. Harry shot in, only to have his words dismissively ignored. So, I'm not going to even try to answer for them. Instead, I'm going to simply tell you the truth. We were wrong. Draco paused a moment, taking a slow, deep, steadying breath before he continued. I'm not going to say there's no point to being a pureblood, to keeping at least some of our traditions alive. I need something to hold on to, damn it. Everything else you've already ripped away. I've ripped away? The look of incredulous disbelief just blossomed across Harry's face before he snorted loudly. I didn't do a damn thing. Yes, you did. You went and did everything that our beliefs said you couldn't. You proved us wrong again and again and again. Showed us the truth, the shame, the deception. Granger couldn't. She was too busy burying herself in her books. Too busy being concerned with what was right, what was proper. There was a pause in the air as Draco sneered slightly even as Harry opened his mouth to protest. Oh please, Harry. Don't even try to pretend it was any other way. She blindly follows the course she's been set on and doesn't let anyone steer her from it. Draco. There was a growl that burned past Harry's lips as he continued to glare at the man. Where was I? Blonde paused, brow furrowing in concentration as he lightly shook his head. Right, it wasn't going to be Granger. It wasn't going to be Thomas or any of the other Muggleborns. It wasn't going to be any of the other half-bloods. It was you. You were the one, a half-blood, raised by Muggles. The one who seemingly effortlessly blasted through what we were taught. What the bloody hell are you talking about? Harry's eyes were awash in confusion as he stared in outright disbelief at Draco. I know I managed to somehow beat Tom, but the Dark Lord isn't what… Well, it's not just what I'm talking about. Draco cut him off once more as he slipped back into his seat. You became the youngest member of a house team the first day you ever even touched a flying broom. You slew a 1,000-year-old basilisk. You mastered a corporeal Patronus that drove off most of the Dementors in existence at 13. You outflew a dragon. You survived a duel with the Dark Lord at 14, and still managed to escape and bring back someone's body. Then, the next year you lead a group of school children that successfully held off some of the most feared wizards in England, then throw off the Dark Lord's possession. Draco took a slow, deep, calming breath before shaking his head and glaring slightly. I don't know what the hell you were doing 6th year other than knowing that I was up to something and I broke your nose. He smirked at that, earning a slight glare from Harry, finding out how many of those damned Horcruxes he made. Harry answered with a slight mutter of breath. All right. And then you, against all odds, destroy those Horcruxes and then him along with them. Draco finished as he shook his head. All before you're 18 years old. Face it, Harry, you took those cherished, time-honored beliefs about the strength and power of purebloods and shattered them, utterly and completely. You were following a Muggle-raised half-blood anyway. Harry pointed out with a twisting grimace that blossomed across his face. Who acted like he was a pureblood. Who had us fooled into thinking he was a pureblood. Who focused so completely on magic and made it his own and made the rest of us look like rank amateurs. Draco shot back and shook his head slowly. Where is you? You barely did anything at school. You were more interested in Quidditch and your friends than in your magic. But still you threw us aside like we were nothing. Nothing? Harry stared incredulously at the man. Nothing? Draco, do you know how often I barely survived? How many times I almost died? Hell, I did die. I survived on luck. Not skill, not power. Luck. Luck only takes you so far. Draco shot back as he shook his head. Or, I should say, only helps you after you've gotten so far. Harry snorted in return as he shook his head and glared slightly back at the blonde. Nice try, Draco, but it's not going to work. I got lucky, as simple as that. Lucky enough to stay alive to have more shit shoveled down my throat. The last was spat, bitterly past his lips as he shook his head and growled slightly. So, stop letting them do it then. Draco countered before rolling his eyes as he shook his head and pinched at the bridge of his nose. You're one of the most powerful and influential, and to be perfectly bloody honest, downright scary wizards in the world. The only reason they keep shoveling it at you is because you keep letting them. What, you expect me to act like Tom or your father? Harry's face twisted into a sneer as he glared back at the man, his fingers clenching into fists at his side. Intimidating, bullying the people who I can't buy off. I expect you to bloody well stick up for yourself. Draco snapped back as he lightly glared back. You want them to leave you alone? Fine. Tell them to. Not as the boy who lived, but as Harry Bloody Potter. That's worth more than enough on its own. I told you, Draco. I'm not going to. This isn't you bloody bullying them. This is you sticking up for yourself when they're bullying you. They're doing something you don't like, and they've only kept doing it because you've let them. Draco slammed his hands down on the desk, wrinkling the parchment even further as he stood and glared at the man. Which is part of the damned reason you're such a mess. Harry paused a moment, before pinching again at the bridge of his nose and shaking his head. Just leave it. Get the parchments to Astoria before you end up ripping them apart when you're making your points. Explicit part removed for guideline compliance. Astoria is going to kill me for this. Can I talk with you a moment? Andromeda? Instantly, Andromeda was on alert as she looked up from the book she'd been reading to Teddy in the library and arched a brow towards Harry's neutral face, studying it carefully. What's wrong, Harry? He struggled with the words as he glanced for a moment towards Teddy, before looking back meaningfully at the woman. Can I talk to you in private? Another grown-up talk? Teddy groaned softly as he flopped down onto the floor and crossed his arms about his chest, pouting slightly. No fair. Sorry. Squirt. Harry reached down and lightly ruffled his godson's hair for a moment before lightly shaking his head. I just need to talk to your granny for a bit. Fine. The word left his lips with a sulky pout before Teddy nodded his head, then jumped up. I'll go find Gran Aunt Sissy then. Do be careful, all right, Teddy? Andromeda lightly stroked her fingers through Teddy's hair, smoothing it back out from the ruffled mess Harry had made of it. I'll be fine, Granny. Teddy groaned slightly and just grinned up at her with wide, innocent-looking eyes. Right? Of course you will, whatever was I thinking? She quickly shook her head before giving him a stern look. Behave yourself, Teddy. I mean that, promise. Teddy agreed a bit too quickly. She means behave like a good kid, not me. Harry corrected with the slightest little smile on his face. Curses. As the pair adults chuckled, the boy turned and quietly retreated in search of his great aunt as Andromeda turned her attention onto Harry. So what's the problem, Harry? Problem? The way she arched her brow as she lightly turned her head and settled back into her chair made him immediately stiffen in reflex. What makes you say that? His words came just a bit too quickly as he stood, ramrod straight, his eyes staring down at Andromeda, or more precisely, staring down in apparent full-focused intent on her ear. Harry, please don't insult me like that. With a slight shake of her head, she lightly leaned forward, resting her elbows on her thighs as she stared up at the young man. I've known you long enough to know when you need to talk about something. You're not exactly subtle about it. If you say so. Harry sighed before he pushed himself down into a seat across from Andromeda as he leaned forward, staring down at his hands for a brief moment of lingering silence before continuing. It's just... He paused, collecting his thoughts before slowly shaking his head as he pressed his lips together. I was talking to Draco and... She prompted when his pause grew into a silence as she lightly threaded her fingers together, then looked at him patiently. I don't know. Harry admitted with a slight sigh of frustration. He paused, struggling to find the right words as he shrugged helplessly back at her. All right, let's try this a different way. What did he say that got to you? Her arched brow sent a fidgeting twitch through him before he shrugged helplessly in response. Something about not letting people push me around? He stared at his hands, not meeting her gaze as he hesitated a moment, looking past them as he watched his feet with a kind of fascination. That if I hate the way that they're treating me, make them stop. Yes, and? The note of bored curiosity made Harry blink as he stared at her in complete disbelief as she shook her head and snorted softly. Honestly, Harry, why in Merlin's name would you equate making them stop with being like that monster? I'd just be using my power to force them to do what I want. He shot back as he crossed his arms about his chest and growled slightly. No, you'd be using your power to make them stop taking advantage of you. She rolled her eyes just slightly as she settled back into her seat and shook her head. They started it. You, unlike him, would be standing up for yourself, defending yourself, by threatening people who can't defend themselves. Harry stared at the woman absolutely incredulously. That's not how it should be. The strong are not meant to chain themselves as beasts of burdens for the weak. Andromeda responded simply as she met his eyes and stared forcibly back into his. Just as it is not their place to make the weak cower in fear, agony, and humiliation. Harry simply stared back at her, uncertain of how to respond to her simple statement before snorting softly and shaking his head. Never pegged you as the type to spout bullshit like that. It is far less bullshit than your pitiful self-destruction, Harry. Andromeda slowly shook her head as she placed her hands together and calmly pursed her lips. The strong have no obligation to the weak. Just as the weak have no obligation to the strong. What there is a simple understanding that the weak will only get away with doing to the strong what the strong will allow. And what makes you think I'm strong? Harry shot back sarcastically as he snorted just a bit. In all honesty, you're not. Andromeda shook her head, as a quiet flash of pity rolled across her eyes. You could be, but you've almost been ruined for it. You bring out your strength only when times are desperate. Otherwise, you're weak and honestly almost pathetic. So delightful of you to say it. His voice dripped with sarcasm, even as he made no motion to deny her claim as he slowly shook his head. And now that we've cleared that up, I'm not finished yet. Her voice cut him off like a razor-sharp blade as heavy-lidded eyes watched him through thick, black lashes. I have allowed it because quite simply, I had no other choice. If I had pushed you, if I had tried to make you see, all I would have done is sent you further off the edge, and away from where I could do what I could to blunt the damage. And what? Suddenly things are different. Again, it was the voice of dripping, envenomed sarcasm falling past his lips as his eyes drew into narrowed slits of gleaming emerald. Indeed, quite suddenly you're alive enough to start to finally think again. She paused a moment, pursing her lips before slowly shaking her head. Admittedly, I had planned on waiting for you to be more stable, but it would seem my nephew had inadvertently forced my hand, as it were. Draco's always had a talent for fouling things up when he's not actually trying to pull off one of his little schemes. Harry agreed with a pinch of his nose before he slowly glaring at Andromeda. Right now, I can quite clearly see that you're most assuredly Narcissa and Bellatrix's sister. Andromeda flinched visibly back into her chair as immediately those dark eyes flashed and twisted into a face so familiar to one he's seen countless times screaming through his nightmares as she stood suddenly screaming over him. How dare you? I took you in. I picked you up when you'd stumbled in, half blind and unable to get back up. I cleaned you off when you'd been sleeping in the gutter, wallowing in your own excrement. Also you hoped that I'd improve enough so you could try and make me like the bastard that killed my parents. Harry snarled back as he stood to meet her, his own eyes burning defiantly back into hers. First you dare to compare me to that demon that killed my daughter, and now you try to insinuate I'm trying to make you like her master? Harry didn't even have time to blink before the woman's hand was striking across his cheek with a harsh, meaty slap. If the shoe fits. He sneered back, his eyes absolutely burning now as he ignored the stinging well on his cheek, as he fingers clenched back into his palms. Planning, the whole time to fucking manipulate me? To make me strong? I've seen what you people consider bloody strong, and I want nothing to do with it. You stupid, foolish, arrogant little child. Andromeda hissed out her words again, so tempted to strike him once more. You understand nothing. I understand plenty. I understand what it is you racist monsters think is strong. After all, I had to endure enough of your family's fucking gloating to last me a damned lifetime. He sneered at her then, his eyes suddenly falling flat, hard as he glared at her one last time. And I won't let you turn me into that kind of thing. And with that, he turned on his heel and in a brisk, angry step, stalked away, leaving Andromeda behind him, caught up in a rolling sea of emotions, until at last the tears began to fall down her face and she collapsed, sobbing to her knees. Harry stalked forward, emerald eyes flashing with fire as he could feel the emotions boiling through his veins. There was that quiet voice in the back of his head, whispering in a soft reprimand. A voice he quite simply ignored as he let the emotions burn through him. He moved towards his destination with a kind of singular focus. Around him, the air seemed to come alive, coiling and twisting with his magic. Magic that lay tensed and wound tight within him, ready, waiting for the chance to explode in a violent rush of release. Finally reaching his destination, he almost ripped the door off its hinges and slammed it shut behind him. For a moment he simply stood there in silence, tension tight, heavy in the air. Suddenly, with a savage, primal scream of anger, he raised his wand and loosed his fury. And with that action, never once did he grow thirsty, nor did he even think about having a drink. The sobbing tremors had almost stopped by the time she felt a hand gently begin to rub soft circles on her back. For a moment, Andromeda let herself simply enjoy the simple comfort before jerking herself away with a sudden surge of emotion. With dark, red-rimmed eyes, She turned her attention back over her shoulder, with an almost scalding glare that instantly slid off Narcissa's neutral face with a casual dismissal. Well, are you going to just sit there glaring, or are you going to tell me what's wrong? The tone was casually cool as she spoke, her brow raised up with a cool, unaffected air. For a moment, it seemed Andromeda would indeed sit there, glaring back at her sister before her expression suddenly faltered and broke as she tentatively answered. I had an argument with Harry. With Harry? Her voice was plainly neutral as her head lightly tilted just slightly to the side. What did you do? What did I do? Dark eyes flashed for a moment as she almost growled out. What the bloody hell makes you think it was something I did? Because you're the one that's still here? It was said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. If it hadn't been your fault, you'd have been long gone. Andromeda glared silently at her sister for a moment before shaking her head. I wasn't the one who said I was just like you and... Her voice choked off as her look only continued to heat as it was directed at her sister. He wouldn't listen. He kept saying I wanted to make him into another Dark Lord. For a moment, Narcissa merely looked back at her sister before she answered. And again, what did you say to him to make him say that to you? I didn't. Andromeda growled again as she set her teeth together and narrowed her eyes. I talked about him finally being strong and stop letting those bloody pillocks always push him around and bully him, and he turns around and accused me of wanting him to be another Voldemort, of being a damned blood purist. So you told him what? That he was being foolish for letting them push him around? That he was being an idiot? Narcissa kept her brow arched upwards as she watched her sister, her tone never once taking on a tone of accusation, merely holding to that questioning neutrality. He asked me what made think he was strong. She responded with a simple statement, her arms crossed about her chest as she would stare back at her little sister. And I told him the truth, that he's not, that he could be, but he's almost ruined for it. She paused a moment, before slowly, reluctantly she allowed an admission past her lips. That he was almost pathetic in how he only brought out his strength when he was desperate. And what's that supposed to mean? Andromeda, you're quite obviously out of practice. Narcissa sighed slightly and shook her head before she lightly pressed her lips together into a light, thin line. A man like the young Mr. Potter, confrontations with them are delicate things, especially on matters like this. A slight shake of her head sent the blonde waves of her hair shifting slightly across her shoulders. Honestly, I'm not surprised he reacted like he did when you just went and tried to shove it in his face. The elder of the two sisters' eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, dangerous light as she glared back at her sister. What would you be insinuating, Narcissa? How did you even get onto the subject? Another sudden change, and Andromeda blinked, pausing a moment before she forced herself to think back onto just how things had begun. Draco confronted him about how he was letting himself get bullied by the weak fools. Andromeda shook her head and pinched at the bridge of her nose. And things devolved rapidly from there. So, he probably came to you, confused and uncertain. Narcissa paused a moment before slightly shaking her head. Really, I suppose I shouldn't be too terribly surprised you botched it. Daughters, I imagine, require a much different approach than sons. And again, what would you be insinuating? What do you think I'm saying, Andromeda? Narcissa shook her head, before standing and lightly patting on her sister's shoulder for a moment. You're a smart woman. I'm sure you'll figure out what I'm saying soon enough. As Andromeda frowned in thought, Narcissa quietly slipped away, leaving her sister to her thoughts and contemplations as a quiet sigh escaped her lips. For a moment, her shoulders sagged and a flash of frustration reflected across her eyes. Then, in an instant it was gone, as her shoulders steeled and she set forth, a new destination in mind. Sweat glistened across Harry's face as he slowly staggered out of the room, as unruly locks of black hair clung against his head and features, plastered against his skin. His clothes clung across his body even tighter than usual, visibly stained from the evidence of his exertion as he leaned lightly against the frame of the door. Pausing, he took a deep, ragged breath, greedily suckling in a deep breath as he let eyes flutter shut, before suddenly a voice spoke up, snapping them wide and alert once more. Well, I was wondering how long you were going to hide in there. Narcissa sat calmly, a copy of the prophet folded in her hand as she looked up from her article for a moment, studying the boy before returning her attention to the paper. Feeling better now? What do you want? The words spat past his lips with an angry growl as emerald eyes flashed with a dangerous glint to them. Just curious why you felt the need to reduce the woman who's done her best to take care of you for the past several years to tears by directly comparing her to the woman who killed her only child. A simple statement, made without even bothering to look up from her paper, as she turned it around and continued to read her article. I will not be another bloody Voldemort. Why can't you people accept that already? The snarling curl of his lips echoed the sounds escaping his throat as his eyes leveled onto her with a burning gaze. What does the Dark Lord have to do with why you made Andromeda break down into tears? She never once flinched or held anything but a quiet neutrality in her voice as she carefully settled herself back in her seat. She rather despised the man, you know. Tell that to her and her wanting me to act like that bastard. Fingers clenched, a tightened grip digging onto the slim shaft of holly in his hand. I'm not going to go around cursing and terrorizing anyone who decides to do something I don't like. And how, exactly, did you reach the conclusion that is what she wants? There was no accusation or implication in her words, merely a calm kind of curiosity as she again looked up from her paper. You mean besides the whole weak and strong bullshit she was going on about? The sarcasm was dripping off his voice as he kept his glare focused firmly on the blonde in front of him. Strong and weak. Bullshit? There was almost a hint of amusement in her voice as she shook her head and glanced slightly at the man. What exactly did she say about it that was bullshit? I told her. And I told you. I'm not going to turn into another bloody dark wander who goes around waving his wand when he doesn't get his way. Harry hissed back as he growled with no small amount of anger. That's not answering the question. There was a pause as she gave the words long enough to sink in before she continued. I asked you what exactly, the exact words she used to be precise, leads you to think that she wants you to do that? She said. He frowned then, lips twisting down as his brow furrowed in concentration as he struggled to pull the words from the angry haze that had become his memories. Yes, what did she say? I don't quite recall. It was a reluctant admission as he shook his head, frowning slightly as he glanced away, struggling to find the words to refute the woman's insinuations. Imagine that. Generally, when one is subject to things that set them off, they remember them quite vividly. Narcissa folded her paper and brought it up to tap, lightly at her lips for a moment in curious thought before slowly shaking her head. That does cause a quandary. What are you implying, Mrs. Malfoy? There was an ill-disguised note of disgust in his voice as his eyes burned back at the woman. Well, since we're so close to my husband's office, why don't we take a look at that memory and see? Narcissa offered as she casually folded the newspaper up again and carefully tucked it underneath her arm. Pensive? Harry arched his brow carefully as a bead of sweat dripped down across it before falling down his nose. Precisely. Will it get you to leave me alone? He hissed back as his eyes narrowed into glinting slits. Could it hurt your chances of it? The counter was just as casual and neutral as everything else she'd said. The brow arched almost challengingly back at him. Fine. They stood there in the swirling depths of the memory, watching as the confused discussion quickly degenerated into an exchange of penetrating, venomous barbs that dug deep into their intended targets. As Harry stood, sulking back against the wall, he watched Narcissa study the scene unfolding in front of them with a completely unreadable expression on her face. For a moment there was nothing said, nothing done as she stood in a contemplative silence, before finally turning her head and studied Harry once more. So, again, what was it exactly that she said that you found to imply that she wanted you to be like the Dark Lord? What was it? Harry stared back at her absolutely incredulously as his jerked forward, his whole body snapping straight. You just heard her. I heard her saying about how the strong had no obligation to exist as the beasts of burden of the weak, nor that the weak had any obligations to obey the strong. You did hear that yourself, didn't you? The man opened his mouth to respond, before clicking it shut as the calm observations slowly tricked through the fog of anger that clouded his mind. What? Was it wrong when you and your friends battled the Death Eaters, including my husband? The calm question almost quavered as her eyes tightened unconsciously at the mention of the encounter that had landed the man in question in Azkaban and had cost her cousin his life. That was different, we were... He protested immediately as his hand began to raise up, before his voice trailed off with the slightest furrow of his brow. Defending yourselves. Narcissa vanished in a quiet voice as she lightly nodded her head. You were attacked and you defended yourselves. So, tell me, what's so different about this? These aren't dark wizards, these aren't fighters, these aren't killers. Harry countered as his teeth ground one against the other as he glared back at the woman. And yet, still they attack you nonetheless. Narcissa countered back as she met his eyes. Do you know what Hogwarts' motto is, Mr. Potter? Something about dragons? Confusion again reigned across his face before quickly being replaced by a note of quiet annoyance. I'm not Hermione, you know. Draco Dormiens nunquam titilandus. A simple little phrase of only 4 words said in a calm, almost contemplative voice. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. Do you know what that means? Dragons are rather temperamental creatures that don't take well to being tickled. He spoke with a touch of mocking sarcasm in his voice as he lightly rolled his eyes and shook his head. I did have to face a horntail, remember? And between a wizard and a dragon, which is stronger, Mr. Potter? The dragon, of course. And again a look of confused incomprehension flashed across the boy's face before he paused and corrected himself. Though the wizard can still do a lot of damage. If a wizard tickles a dragon, pokes it, or anything of the sort, do you know what happens? Roast wizard. Harry snorted softly and shook his head. Unless they're bloody lucky or insanely powerful. And tell me then, is the dragon in the wrong? Narcissa asked with that casual curiosity in her voice. It's a bloody dragon. They should know better than to aggravate it. Harry shot back with a shrug of his shoulders. What's the point of all this? I think you already know. You simply don't wish to face it. Narcissa shook her head and paused a moment before she considered, then nodded her head. If a dragon decides that it's going to go out and attack a wizarding community, attacking those that had done nothing to it, what would need to be done? If it wasn't under some spell, it would have to be put down. Harry shook his head and sighed slightly. It would be a danger to everyone. And if a dragon instead attacked the ones that tickled it, or perhaps even went up to it and poked it with a sharp, pointy stick, their fault for being that stupid. He let loose a snort as he looked at the older, blonde woman as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. So, tell me then, why is it fine for the dragon to defend itself from those that poke it, but not you? He paused a moment, his mouth opening to answer, before clicking shut for a long, lingering moment before speaking carefully. Because it's a dragon and I'm not. Oh, I can assure you, you are a sleeping dragon, Mr. Potter. Narcissa shook her head and sighed quietly with a purse of her lips. And that is what Andromeda was trying to tell you. As long as you let them keep doing this to you, everyone thinks you're fine with it, that you're just giving token protests. If you want them to stop, you make them stop. The angry protest was already in his eyes as he immediately started to respond back to her, only to be cut off before he could get started. Merlin, neither of us are saying you should go out on a rampage. Narcissa shook her head and threw her hands up in exasperation. Confront the ones poking you, and only them. Make them stop, because they've been bloody idiotic enough to poke a dragon. You have more than enough power that they need to remember that if they keep pushing you. She paused, letting the words trail off before she shook her head. Well, they fail to understand exactly what they're toying with. But you do, huh? There was a burning sarcasm in his words as Harry just glared back at the woman before slowly shaking his head and pinching at the bridge of his nose in agitation. I've seen what you can do, Mr. Potter. Enough of it to know that there is potential sleeping inside of you. Narcissa slowly shook her head. But you cling to behavior you think is right, just because it is what others do without understanding the principles behind why they act the way they do. What? There was a look of pure and utter confusion written across Harry's face as he stared back at the woman. What in the world are you talking about? You, Mr. Potter, need to take a good long look at what it is you do and why it is you do it. Narcissa paused a moment, shaking her head as her lips twisted into a slight bit of annoyance. And you owe my sister an apology. With that, the woman suddenly vanished in a flash as she escaped the pensieve, leaving Harry alone with his memories. Narcissa took one moment to breath in a deep, calming breath, before she calmly began to stalk back through the house as she left the boy behind in the pensieve. Alone again, she finally let the cool mask of neutrality fall from her features as her eyes began to burn. As her lips twisted back into a snarl, her voice could be heard muttering through the empty hall. "Idiots, both of them, I swear." Shaking her head, the woman could help but reach up and rub against her face, wrinkling it under the pressure before she couldn't help but sigh. "The things I do for family. Do I want to know what things they might be?" Lucius' voice cut in as he stood calmly against the frame of a door, wincing slightly as he caught sight of the storming expression rippling across her face. "And I imagine no matter whether I do or not, this is going to cost a good deal." "You aren't mistaken," Narcissa agreed, before she took a slow, deep breath and leaned in and placed a soft kiss on her husband's cheek, simply diffusing a pair of foolish adults who were acting like children. "Ah, more trouble involving the Potter bee, oi?" Lucius caught himself at the last moment as he quickly pursed his lips into the thin line as a flash of annoyance crossed his gray eyes. "My sister has little understanding of how to properly handle young men." It was a simple enough response that spoke no small matter of volume as she chose to ignore his near faux pas. Combine that with the fact that she is so very, very rusty, the more subtle methods of guidance and well, indeed. Lucius agreed with a slight nod of his head as he would glance down at his cane, flicking his eyes against it, before he lifted up his arm in quiet offering. "Then, perhaps it would be best for us to dine out tonight, I think." Her eyes fell closed for a moment, as her lips lightly pursed together, before she gave a subtle nod of her head. "Yes, I think that indeed might be best." Lips thinned and eyes narrowed as she gently lay her arm atop his own. "But, do remember, Lucius, what Draco and I told you still stands. Understand?" There was a pained reluctance in his voice, even as he quietly nodded his head in simple acceptance. "Shall we, then?" Her head inclined slightly in a regal acquiescence before she lightly leaned herself against his frame and allowed him to guide her through the hall. "Indeed, then, we shall." There was an expectant silence holding itself heavily in the air as Harry awkwardly walked away from the still bowl. The thoughts that plagued him hung on his mind with a clinging refusal to grant him even a moment's peace. It was with a slow, grudging admission that he acknowledged that yes, he had indeed probably misconstrued what Andromeda had been trying to tell him. "So, this is where you've been hiding." The slight edge to her tone made him wince visibly as he looked up to see her standing there, her hardened eyes still showing a glimpse of the pain he'd inflicted on her earlier. "Look, Rami, I'm sorry, Harry shook his head, unsure and uncertain of how to put the words to the thoughts and emotions that he could remember pulsing through his veins. For a moment, she said nothing, studying him before the mask of control melted slightly away and she shook her head. "I'm the one that owes you an apology, Harry. I could have approached the situation far, far better. And I could have listened to what you actually said instead of what I thought you said," he answered as he again felt his head hanging slightly once more. I've been so afraid of turning into Tom for so long, and you don't know how to stand up for yourself without acting like a bully. When it's not a clear-cut confrontation," she supplied as she lightly nodded her head as she pursed her lips in a sudden understanding, before a wince of her own rippled through her form. "And I went and confronted you about it, thinking you did. I'm not the brightest of bulbs anyway, Rami." Harry drawled back as lightly shook his head and shrugged his shoulders a bit. "And when I get an idea into this thick skull of mine, well, it's not the easiest to get loose. We'll work on it." She agreed with a slight nod of her head before walking up and slipping her arms around him, pulling him into a gentle embrace. For a moment, he stiffened there for a moment, his body gone rigid in answer to the touch, before slowly he relaxed and hesitantly brought his hands up to lightly wrap back around her in answer. I shouldn't have said what I said. No matter how angry I got, I just shouldn't have said that." He could feel the way the woman flinched in answer to his words, before a hesitant nod answered him. "Understand. It's just, after everything that you could think that of me, I don't." Quickly he pulled back, a shake of his head in response as he met her eyes with his. "That was me just being a stupid bloke." He took a slow, hesitant step back before shrugging his shoulders in an awkward, helpless display. I just wanted to make me hurt. The look of self-loathing guilt that washed over his face at her words almost immediately made her want to pause, to stop, to hold back and again pull him into another, comforting embrace as she quietly steeled herself and firmly pressed forward. Because what I said dug up every fear you were focusing on and hit a bit too close to what you were afraid of. It doesn't excuse. No, it doesn't, she agreed, cutting him off before he could even finish, a somber flash moving across her eyes as she slowly faced him. And it's why you have to stop walking down this path, Harry. You've been pushing people away for too long. I'm not the one who was pushing people away. The fire flashing across Harry's eyes as for a moment, Andromeda could see the flashes of an angry young man, angry with a world that had forced him to shoulder far, far too much. Not at first perhaps, but that's what you started doing. There was that steel again in her eyes as she set her arms across her chest. Anyone who showed even the slightest interest in getting close to you, most especially anything female, just because I run off a few simpering, vapid little fangirls, and just about everyone else that wants to be your... No. He cut her off, bitterly spitting the word past his lips. They don't want to be my friend. They want the bloody boy who lived. The damn chosen one. That's the bloody problem. The only ones that still see me. Too few, too far between. She paused a moment, considering his words before wincing slightly as she reluctantly nodded her head. Though how do you expect them to ever see you as Harry, if they never get to know you? They have no intention of getting to know Harry. The twist of disgust that curled across his face made her wince back as he glanced back at the darkened study he'd so recently exited. They don't want to ruin their precious boy-who-lived fantasies. There have to be some that want to get to know you, Harry. Andromeda forced a vehement confidence she didn't quite feel into her voice as she met his eyes with a steeled resolve, before pausing a moment and wincing slightly. And I can't believe I'm going to suggest this to you, but have you considered... Yes. Harry's lips twisted in a look of self-loathing as he hung his head and leaned back against the wall. Which should give you an idea how bloody insane and desperate I seem to be getting for me to consider friendship with Malfoy of all people. Could be worse. There was a spark of that playfulness in the woman's eyes as she spoke, lightly pursing her lips for a moment as she watched the resignation flesh in his eyes. You're gonna make me ask it, aren't you? He grunted softly as he gave her a mild little glare before slowly shaking his head. Fine. How? You could be considering friendship with Lucius. The look of comical horror blossoming across Harry's face brought a rippling trill of laughter past Andromeda's lips. With his eyes half-lidded, Draco looked up with a slight blinking surprise as he saw Harry sprawled out in the chair opposite his desk. So what do you think I should do then? What? The confusion was evident in those cool gray eyes. They fluttered in a rapid series of further blinks. You said that I'm letting them do this to me? Fine, how do you think I should make them stop? There was a small note of annoyance in Harry's voice as he lightly glowered back at his former schoolmate, even as he practically lay across the chair. Tell them to stop? Draco shrugged almost helplessly before quickly shaking his head. Or, to be honest, simply hire a solicitor to do it for you. A solicitor? There was a note of confusion on Harry's face. His brow furrowed slightly before he stared back at Draco. Why? Harry, do you seriously not understand the concepts of libel and slander? Draco paused a moment before catching his face in his palm at the look of clueless confusion written across the black-haired man's face. Right, of course. That would have been too bloody simple. How in Merlin's name can you be as old as you are and not know them? The same reason most people don't know things? The sarcasm had suddenly slipped back into place as the man glared back at Draco. No one ever told me about them? Harry, everyone knows about libel and slander. Draco shot back as he pinched at the bridge of his nose and slowly leaned against the back of his chair. How could no one have taught you anything about it? Maybe because everyone assumes that everyone knows it? Another barb of sarcasm left Harry's lips as he slowly shook his head and leaned back. So what exactly are they? Legal terms for public defamation of character, for individuals, businesses, governments. Draco waved his hand slightly before he caught the blank look on Harry's face and he sighed slightly. Basically, malicious, false and meant to ruin your image. They imply that it's a true, actual fact, in order to generally paint someone in a poor light. Then why the bloody hell wasn't anything done fifth year? There was a hiss of breath slipping past his lips as he narrowed his eyes into glinting emerald slits. Probably because Dumbledore was playing the long game, giving the Ministry and the Prophet enough rope to hang themselves. Draco lightly threaded his fingers together as his elbows rested on the arms of his chair, sacrificing the short-term for the long-term goals. He knew that the Dark Lord wouldn't remain silent forever, and foolishly, I didn't understand that as soon as the truth was revealed things would become rather problematic. So instead I got to have a year from absolute hell, and I never learned that they're not supposed to be able to get away with what they're doing. Harry paused a moment, as a slight twitch rippled across the right side of his face. Oh, I do so love these delightful little nuggets of information. Don't look at me. Draco shrugged his shoulders before a slight smirk curled over his lips. I at least never made it a secret that I was trying to make your life a living hell. True enough. There was a moment's grimace across Harry's face as he sighed slightly while he shifted in his seat, his elbow supported on the chair's arm as he lightly rested his cheek against his knuckles. So I should get a solicitor. Well, that would generally be the prudent thing to do. Draco nodded his head as he would lean back, lips pursed in consideration. Of course, you could try being polite first and asking them to cease, desist, and apologize. Right, polite? Aha. Yes, I know, not exactly your cuppa. The blonde paused a moment before lightly pursing his lips in consideration. Plus, the solicitor leaves very, very little left to misinterpretation. Not to mention, for some terribly odd reason, people tend to be more frightened of a solicitor than of potentially pissing off the wizard that took down the Dark Lord. I could always see about tracking down where I tossed off the Hallows and go in full Master of Death regalia. Harry offered with a light twist of his lips. Why, I can just imagine how they'd react to that. So can I. Draco winced slightly as the images unfurled in his mind. Let's leave off giving them reason to proclaim you the next Dark Lord for now. Shall we? Whatever you say, Draco, whatever you say. There was a wry chuckle escaping Harry's lips as he slowly shook his head and felt himself just relaxing back in his seat. So, know the name of a good solicitor. Depends on your definition of good. There was a slight glint in Draco's eyes as he leaned forward, threaded fingers dipping low as he cradled his chin beneath them. Do you want one with the sterling reputation? Or one who will scare the living piss out of the prophet? Which do you think? The smirk on Harry's lips would have done Sirius proud. Why did I agree to this again? Draco asked almost rhetorically as he glanced over at where Harry stood next to him, decked out a simple emerald green button-down shirt, a pair of muggle, black dress slacks and matching shoes. Because it keeps me out of trouble? The smirk of anticipation on Harry's lips did little to assuage the growing feelings of trepidation that had sunk deep into the pit of Draco's stomach. So you say, and yet, I find myself less than assured of the truth of that statement. Draco responded back as he lightly shuffled the wrinkled parchment nervously in his hands. Couldn't you have at least dressed properly? Muggle raised, remember Dracy? Harry grinned back at the man as he rolled his shoulders in another dismissive shrug. This is dressing appropriately to them. Plus, I look good in it. Merlin, when did you turn into such a bloody ponce? Somewhere around the time you turned into a halfway decent, explicit part removed for guideline compliance. That makes me feel so much better. Draco muttered softly as he carefully took a moment to adjust his robes as they stood in front of the rather imposing door to Greengrass Manor. So why didn't we just take the flu? Harry asked with no small amount of curiosity as Draco's hand lifted up to take hold of the heavy brass knocker on the door. Do you know improper that would be? The blond man was positively aghast as he stared back at Harry and twisted his lips into an almost familiar sneer. I will not have my fiancé's family thinking me an ill-mannered cad. Yes, because you've always been an utter paragon of civility and decorum. Harry shot back with a roll of his eyes while he lightly flicked his wrist, his wand snapping free from the holder at his wrist, before with another flick it vanished again. Please don't do that. Draco still held the knocker up, not quite bringing knocker back down. People see someone doing that and they expect them to suddenly start throwing curses at them. There was another pause, before he glanced carefully back at the emerald-eyed man. Would it do any good to plead for you to at least try not to embarrass me profusely? You can try begging for mercy. The light shone in Harry's eyes as he offered up the possibility to the man. Sometimes helps, right? Draco sighed heavily as he hung his head. In other words, I go on now to my waiting doom. Are you going to stand there all day? Or are you going to ruddy knock me already? A face twisted just above the knocker and seemed to glare at the pair. I'm not here to listen to your droll excuses for banter. Just as well, we're not here for your droll excuses. What I can only imagine is supposed to be mocking observation. Harry shot back as he lightly rolled his eyes just a bit and glanced towards Draco. And suddenly I can see why your friend was so worried at the impression you'd make. The image twisted in disdain before it glanced over at Draco. And you wish for the hand of a greengrass while associating with this creature? Draco regarded the knocker for a moment, before slowly and casually taking a moment to glance back at Harry, before looking at the animated decoration. You know what? I think I'm going to enjoy this. And with that, he suddenly rapped the knocker down solidly on the door before taking a step back, a smirk slowly building on his face. So, what, you think that you can just bring some unnamed hooligan into this estate? I see how far the Malfoys have fallen that they'd... Whatever else the knocker was planning to say was cut off as the door pulled inwards to reveal Ignatius Greengrass. Ah, sir. Surely you have changed your mind about allowing this into marrying with a daughter of the noble and prestigious family of Greengrass, especially since he cavorts with this muggle-loving fool. Draco, do I even want to know what you said to... Ignatius Greengrass groaned softly as he nodded in greeting to his daughter's fiancé, before blinking slightly as he caught sight of his companion. Oh dear, and I thought Astoria was exaggerating about your house guest. See? Surely you cannot let this stand. The frothing irritation blossoming out of the figure's mouth caused a suddenly nervous Ignatius to turn and hiss back at the animated decoration. Be silent, you empty-headed hunk of metal. Don't you know who that is? Well, sadly it never gave opportunity for me to properly introduce myself. Harry offered up with a more than slightly bemused little smirk on his lips before he casually offered up his hand to the man. Harry Potter, professional pure-blood ego-popper. Pure-blood ego-popper? There was a slightest little twitch to Ignatius' lips as he carefully took the man's hand and offered a firm shake in turn. Well, it sounds better than the whole slayer of Dark Lords, Chosen One, the bloody bastard that just wouldn't die, and other such similarity-hyphenated titles. Harry agreed as he pulled his hand back and smirked just a bit. Of course, sadly with everything going on when I was younger, I never quite picked up all the niceties of pureblood society. And now you refuse to do it just to vex me. Draco muttered venomously as he lightly glared back at the man. One does what one can, Harry agreed with a nod of his head. It doesn't help that you're entirely too easily vexed. I do believe, Harry, that's supposed to be my job. Astoria's voice cut in as she stepped up behind her father with an overly amused smile on her lips. Unless suddenly you want to give credence to the ridiculous little rumors that you and Draco were secretly embroiled in a steamy, passionate affair? The twin looks of sheer horror on the men's faces brought a placid smile to her lips as she lightly shook her head. No, I didn't think so. Merlin, there were people that bloody stupid? Harry stared back at the woman for a moment, before pinching at the bridge of his nose. Wait, what am I saying? I forgot wizards and witches. That is hardly something we have a monopoly on, Harry. Astoria answered with a slight smirk that showed she was indeed Daphne's sister, right? Harry shook his head slowly and rolled his eyes just a bit before glancing from her to Draco and back. Would you take the wedding plans off of Draco already? He's worse than Hermione before a test. I am hardly. Draco's protests were immediately cut off as Astoria nodded sympathetically. Yes, he does tend to be a bit overly worrisome. Astoria agreed as she smiled in amusement at her fiancé. Sadly, since you chased my sister off, I was forced to leave before I could make sure he couldn't get his hands on them. Well, I would apologize, but let's be honest. Harry smirked back at the woman as he shrugged his shoulders. Considering how she... A stricken-looking Ignatius quickly coughed, interrupting the pair before Harry could fully complete his response. As you seem to be in good hands, I'll leave you in my daughter's capable hands, before I'm forced to try and obliterate myself of the mental images I'm sure you'll inflict on a poor, humble man. A pleasure meeting you, Mr. Potter. Harry paused a moment, watching the way the man bid a hasty retreat before turning his head and smirking back at Astoria. In denial? As far as I'm aware, my father has never even been to Egypt, Harry. You know something, Draco? Harry noted as he would eye Astoria with an over-exaggerated consideration. This woman is entirely too good for you. I think it would be for the best if I were to take her off your hands. Now, Harry. Astoria chided slightly as she would shake her head and lean lightly against the door's frame. Whatever would my sister say? That I'm an unmitigated cad that deserves to be slapped? Harry offered up with a slow dawning smirk. If you're quite finished flirting with my fiancé, Draco drawled softly, before he purposely stepped past the man and drew Astoria into a warm embrace, and more than slightly passionate embrace. Have I mentioned how woefully inadequate the phantom memories of your presence are in comparison to its glorious reality? Merlin laying it on a little thick, isn't he? Harry shook his head and chuckled softly as he lightly stuck his hands down into his pockets with a smirk as he watched the warm amusement in Astoria's eyes. Yes, but he's rather good at it. Rather? The amusement saturated Draco's voice as he would lightly bring his fingers to casually run across the soft curve of her cheek. Well, there's always room for improvement, she agreed with a slow nod, even as she gently turned her cheek into his touch, nuzzling softly onto it. Well, I do live to please, he answered back as he would lay a soft kiss on her neck, before a new voice interrupted them. Now, Mr. Malfoy, do recall you aren't married just yet, and my husband would object to being too affectionate. Where he could see you. Aileen Greengrass stepped into view, shaking her head slowly as he looked over the affectionate young couple. Now, what brings you here today? As the pair reluctantly broke apart, Harry chuckled softly as he made his presence known. Oh, Draco was just driving me up the wall with him, fretting over things that aren't his to fret over. So I made him take them back to their rightful owner. I just came along to make certain they stayed there. That, and you probably want to take the opportunity to torment my sister. Astoria added as she reached over and plucked the parchment out of Draco's hands. Now, Astoria, you wound me deeply. Harry smirked just a bit as he lightly shook his head. Now, whatever reason could I possibly have to want to torment your sister? It's not like she barged into the bathroom while I was taking a shower, and didn't have the decency to offer to help wash my back, except for the fact that she did. Astoria agreed with a smirk drawn across her lips. Did she really? The false shock rippled across Harry's face as he stared back at the woman. Why, I had no idea. Harry Potter, I presume? There was a note of careful caution in Eileen's voice as she studied the man in front of her. Well, that's who I am if you listen to Draco. He responded with a nod of his head as he lightly shrugged shoulders. Which, of course, renders it a completely and utterly questionable bit of evidence. I recommend you disbelieve it entirely. You're also horrible, cold, and more beast than man, according to my sister. Astoria's helpful voice piped in as she simply smiled at the resigned sigh of annoyance her mother gave while giving her the slightest glare. Ah, did she now? I take it you already made a mounting observation? Done and done. As I said, Draco, she's entirely too good for you. You certainly seem far more lucid than I expected, considering what Daphne described. Aileen noted delicately as she studied the young man in front of her. You mean, I'm clean, shaved, presentable, and don't smell like I just crawled out of an alcohol-filled sewer? A slight smirk pulled itself across Harry's lips as he offered the slightest of shrugs back to the slightly flustering woman. I seem to be on the mend, though I do of course still have to thank Draco for that interesting experience with his little detox potion. So, she was telling the truth about? Well, considering I don't know exactly what she said. Harry's voice trailed off before he turned his head and glanced expectantly over at Astoria. What, you expect me to know every little thing my sister does and says? The woman countered with an offended roll of her eyes. When it's something like this which you can use against her. Yes, I do. You are learning. Yes, well, once I figured out that annoying people makes it far more likely that leave you, I had to figure out a way to piss them off that my godson couldn't understand. Harry offered a thin grin back to the woman. It seems all those years of Snape actually rubbed off on me. Eileen merely stared at the boy for a long, lingering moment, before turning her head to look at her youngest daughter. She's doomed, isn't she? Utterly and completely, mother. Astoria agreed with a nod of her head as Harry blinked slightly in confusion. Wait, what? Harry blinked slightly in confusion as he glanced from mother to daughter as a sudden feeling of growing trepidation began to walk down his spine. Oh, don't worry about it, Harry. Astoria waved off his question as she grinned back at him. We're just reaffirming that my dear, sweet sister has no clue what she's in for. Quite. Eileen agreed even as she struggled to keep her face completely straight. Suddenly, I have a feeling that I haven't felt since 7th year and Voldemort was on my heels. Harry paused a moment, before shrugging just a bit. Well, this is going to be interesting. Well, he's not clueless at least. Eileen noted with a soft smile before another voice cut through the air. What are you doing here? Whatever fear was on Harry's face vanished in an instant as he could hear the sudden, familiar voice. His lips curled back into a triumphant smirk as he tore his gaze away from Aileen Greengrass to behold the smoldering eyes of an irate Daphne Greengrass. Why, hello to you too. And how are you doing today, Miss Greengrass? Enjoying the delightful weather, Potter? He could practically see the way her jaw muscles were clenching tightly as she hissed her words past her lips. Greengrass, he countered with that oh-so-innocent smile. Your bum is doing better, I hope? The condition of my posterior is of no concern of yours, Potter. I do believe you made that abundantly clear. She held her head up high, refusing to acknowledge the slight flush of crimson that had colored her cheeks while she crossed her arms about her chest. And so far, you've yet to answer my question. You've yet to answer my first ones either. Harry agreed with a growing smile on his lips as he slowly shook his head and turning towards Astoria and throwing her a visible wink. Who knew the great Daphne Greengrass was one to be so easily offended? Of course, all things considered, it's probably because she can't stand the fact that she's yet to be able to embarrass me. You do seem to be lacking most people's sense of shame and decency. Astoria was casually nodding her head in agreement as she lightly threaded her fingers into his. Of course, who knew she was one to give up so easily either? Yes, well, it's always good for one to know one's limitations. Aileen added with a lightly restrained smile as she ignored the sudden glint that passed across Daphne's eyes. It's nice to see that she's taken it so well and learned when to give up. A look of dawning comprehension flashed across Draco's eyes as he gave his fiancée and her mother a sudden look of muted horror as his lips fell open to protest, only to let out a startled yelp as Astoria's heel dug into the top of his foot. Oh dear, are you all right, my love? As she turned her back to Daphne and Harry, as if to give the man her full, undivided attention, Draco paled visibly as he caught the warning glare in her eyes. All right, yes, just a sudden twinge is all. The bland, almost placid way he answered her brought a sweet smile to the woman's face as she nodded her head in commiseration. Oh, poor baby, why don't you come inside and I'll take a quick look at it? I'm not sure we should. Draco glanced meaningfully towards Harry. The man caught his words and the look. Oh, don't worry, Draco. I'm sure the lovely Mrs. Greengrass will be happy to keep me from causing too terribly much trouble. Harry paused a moment, before glancing back towards Daphne. Or, at least to make certain that I keep it isolated to amusing myself at her daughter's expense. Daphne does have precious little experience with it. Aileen agreed, earning her a venomous glare of betrayal from her daughter. It would do her good. So glad you think exposing me to this beast will somehow improve how the way I see the world. The dripping, acidic sarcasm left her lips with caustic bile. It builds character, Harry agreed with a nod as he threw her an amused link. Just think of where I'd be if I hadn't been constantly the butt of so many other people's amusement. Yes, you might actually have turned into a decent human being. Daphne shot back as her arms fell across her chest. What, you mean a little bleeding sheep that would have been led to slaughter? Harry grinned back at the woman, as his eyes suddenly hardened into a sharp, penetrating gaze. No, I've quite had enough of that, thank you. The grand emotional boogery that I've already gone through by being the good little boy who did what he was supposed to was more than enough. You do so love your little macabre imagery, don't you, Potter? Daphne's face twisted as her sister and her beau made their quiet retreat. Always rubbing in how much more you've been through, and how much more you've suffered than the rest of us. I do not do that. There was a flash in those eyes as the protest immediately left his lips, before pausing just a bit. Well, the second at least, the first is plenty fun. Yes, you do. Every time someone says something you don't agree with, you don't like, you turn around and threw things in their face. About how much worse your life has been than theirs. Mainly because it pisses me off when people bitch about how bad their lives have been when really they have no bloody clue. There was a tinge of real anger in his voice now as he brought his eyes to meet hers, boring down into them. Only, she stood there, strong and defiant before the growing storm as she shook her head, sending the slight waves of blonde hair swaying against her cheeks. Right, hence why you bring it up every single time someone talks to you. Boo-hoo. As he opened his mouth with an angry retort, she cut him off with a sudden slash of her hand as her arms broke from their position crossed about her chest. Yes, you've had it worse than anyone else I've ever met. Yes, if anyone has a bloody right to bitch about it, it's you. But it gets bloody old when you try and shove it in our faces every 5 minutes. I wouldn't have to if people didn't bloody insist on making me do it. A growl echoed in his voice as he slowly brought his fingers to clench back into his palms as his whole body grew into a rigid tension. Do you know how bloody aggravating it is when I have to listen to people try to whine to me about how rough they've had it? I honestly don't care. Daphne snapped back as own body soon mirrored his own, her glare a frigid stare burning back at him. Nor do I care about the bullshit you've gone through. Yes, it was horrible. We've covered it. So what are you going to do? Stay stuck in the past and all the bloody shit you've had to wade through? Or are you going to realize that you aren't surrounded by it anymore? Yes, because Merlin knows I don't have mad harpies circling around me trying to grab a piece of the chosen one. Nor do I have the Daily Prophet continually publishing ridiculously fabricated stories about my life. He paused a moment before glaring slightly at the blonde. Not to mention crazy Slytherins that aren't half as clever as they think they are. Well, considering you're an empty-headed Gryffindor, that still puts me ahead of you. Daphne shot back as she again crossed her arms about her chest. Children. Eileen paused a moment, letting off a slight sigh and a shake of her head as she glanced between the pair. Honestly, you're not in Hogwarts anymore. Tell that to the girl who keeps trying to embarrass me. His arms crossed about his own chest. Harry sent a mild glare back at Daphne, before suddenly glancing curiously towards Eileen. By the way, do you know where she picked up her peeping Parkinson behavior? For a moment, Eileen stared blankly back at him, before she turned her head and simply arched a brow near silently in question at her eldest daughter. Peeping Parkinson behavior. I do not have peeping Parkinson behavior. There was a slight snort escaping Daphne's nose as she gave Harry and her mother a mild glare. Says the girl who walked in on me while I was in the shower? Harry countered back with a smug smirk of triumph. We were sharing a bathroom. There was a slight blush on her cheeks as she responded, even as she suddenly couldn't quite meet her mother's questioning gaze. And yet, you still came in when I had come in first, already stripped down and was well enough on my way through my shower. Harry shot back, before he casually drew his lips back into a growing smirk. And what's more, little snake, you stayed. I did have to get ready for the day, remember? She shot back even as she could feel her mother's gaze boring down into her. Right. Harry drawled out the word in a particularly accurate rendition of Draco's condescending drawl. You're messing with fire, Draco said at the instant they'd left the other site, his eyes flashing warily over his fiancée before shaking his head and correcting himself. I take it back, you're not just messing with fire, you're messing with fiend fire and you're filling the room with Greek fire. Really, Draco, Harry's right. You are over-dramatic. Astoria rolled her eyes slightly with a bit of an impish little smirk on her lips. And I'm not messing with fire. I'm poking a dragon with a stick. Get it, right? More like a bloody basilisk. Draco shot back with a soft mutter as he pinched at the bridge of his nose. Astoria, you have no idea just what you're messing with, Potter. Harry, the man does not like people playing games with his life. He seems pretty tolerant of yours. She shot back with a smirking smile on her lips as she settled herself against his chest. Because he knows I'm not playing a game. He knows what I'm doing and why. He knows straight out why I'm doing what I'm doing and what my goals are. Draco slowly and softly shook his head. Love, seriously, I know he might not look it, but that man is bloody dangerous. Tell that to Daphne. She's the one chasing after him. Astoria countered even as her voice lost a bit of its edge while she studied him carefully. I don't see you. Daphne should know full well what he can do. There was a shake of his head and a slight curve of his lips as a small bit of amusement grew in his eyes. Or, do you think she doesn't, and that's exactly why she's playing that game with him? I don't know if she realizes it consciously. Astoria allowed before shrugging slightly as she rested her head against his shoulder. But, I think he's what she needs. Possibly. Draco allowed before glancing in the general direction of where they'd left the pair. Of course, it's also quite possible that they'll end up at each other's throats and take the rest of us down with them. What's life without a little danger? Astoria threw him a slight, playful little wink as she lifted her head up and grinned teasingly at him. Peaceful, was his only response as he looked back at her plainly. Bah, come on, you know you want to have a little excitement. I've lived through the kind of excitement Potter brings. Love. Draco shook his head and let loose a slow, amused little chuckle. It is far, far less entertaining than one would think. Yes, well, I haven't. Astoria shrugged her shoulders before she batted her eyes up at the man. Besides, there's no Dark Lord around anymore. Don't you want to indulge your pretty, silly little fiancée in her flighty little whims? In this particular case. No, not particularly, Draco responded with an utterly bland tone of voice while slowly shaking his head. Really, Astoria? As you said, you're poking a dragon with a stick. A rather large, pointy one at that. Yes, and fortunately I have a stubborn older sister who's more than happy to play the distraction for him to focus on. Astoria grinned softly before smirking more than a little impishly. Of course, if she happens to get a husband out of it, who am I to complain? Instantly Draco's face paled dramatically as the full implications of what his fiancée had planned. Oh bloody buggered hell. No, just no. Oh come now, would it really be that bad? Astoria kept up that sweet little smile on her lips as she looked up at him. The two of you seem to get along well enough. Have I done some grievous insult you can never forgive, Astoria? The look of ashen fear written on Draco's face almost broke the woman's smile as she carefully shook her head in response. Then why are you trying to become a widow, my love? Oh come now, I doubt Harry would kill you. Astoria paused slightly before lightly tapping at her lower lip in consideration. And really, healing has made remarkable advances in recent years, so the likelihood that you'd end up a cripple is, haha, your humor fills me with a boundless mirth. Flat words of discouraged annoyance left his lips as he slowly shook his head. Lovely, my fiancée, my love, wants me to suffer. Wonderful, delightful. Why oh bloody, why didn't I just do something monumentally foolish during the war to get myself killed? Because then you wouldn't have gotten to find out how delightfully interesting I make your life? I wonder if Potter would do me the courtesy of a clean death at least. Draco ignored the slight scowl that left Astoria's lips as he lightly rubbed his chin. Suddenly, I understand just why it is he had such an urge to inflict bodily harm on your person, my dear. What can I say? It's a Malfoy family gift. Draco shrugged his shoulders for a moment, before he offered her a rakish grin. We have a knack for managing to get on the nerves of the people we really truly shouldn't. At least you have sense enough know you really shouldn't be upsetting me. Astoria pursed her lips before slowly shaking her head with a sigh. I suppose now you're going to insist we go and intervene? You know me well, it seems. I'm learning at least. I swear, Potter. Daphne was narrowing her flashing eyes into dangerous slits as her jaw set in place. What little snake? Going to try and bite me? He paused at that, his lips quirking back into a growing smirk as he lightly crossed his arms about his chest. I bite back, you know. Yes, but she might actually enjoy that. Astoria's voice spoke up as she and Draco stepped back into view. Ah, and tell me then, was this supposed to encourage or discourage me? Harry took a moment, glancing towards almost visible aura of displeasure rolling off Daphne before chuckling just a bit. Never mind. I almost forget your motive in all this. Wait, motive? Daphne faltered slightly as she suddenly glanced at her sister suspiciously. So, you knew? Astoria put it forth rather delicately before a snorting Draco answered her back. Despite all appearances, he isn't quite the fool he pretends to be, love. Draco paused a moment, before lightly glancing over the man. Well, not anymore at least. But then, we were all a delightful mess of fools back then, weren't we? That's a nice way of saying we were all barking insane idiots who, Merlin knows how, managed to survive. Harry shook his head slowly before sighing just a bit as he leaned back, his eyes half closing. We have been through a lot together, haven't we then, Draco? Together? Draco's lips twitched slightly as he casually shook his head. I only remember finally growing up enough to do the right thing in our 7th year. You were involved in things in one way or another. Harry waved his hand dismissively as he sighed slightly. Honestly, you probably talk to me more than anyone beyond the Weasleys, Neville and Luna, if you can call our little confrontations talking. Draco agreed sardonically before shaking his head. Really, that's just sad though, Scarhead. I thought you would have at least had more people talking to you. I think we've already established how accurate your assumptions are. Ferret. Harry shook his head before sighing slightly. Right then, shall we be off? I'll play with the little snake again another time. Wait, what motive? What are you all talking about? Daphne was glancing between the various other people with narrowed eyes. Ask your sister and your mother. Harry answered back with a slight, curling little smirk on his lips. I know Draco's smart enough to know how much I dislike people trying to play those games with me, and yet you're still letting them play. Draco pointed out as he leaned in and kissed Astoria lightly on the lips. See you soon, love. Mainly because I'm enjoying playing my own little game and beating her at hers. Harry shot back with a bemused grin and a shrug of her shoulders. I don't need to worry about getting my fiancé out of the country, do I? Draco asked with a hint of worry in his eyes as he glanced back at the suddenly apprehensive Greengrass women. Depends on how much she tries to force things. With that said, he threw a wink towards a thoroughly confused-looking Daphne, and then strode away. Oh, this is just going to be bloody grand. Draco sighed for a moment and pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm starting to think I liked you better when you were drunk. What can I say, Draco? I have to find ways to amuse myself beyond without resorting to the bottle. Got any better ideas? Become Minster of Magic? The half-hopeful tone in the man's voice instantly caused Harry to turn his head and stare at him in absolute horror. Are you bloody insane? Me in politics? Are you daft? I have enough trouble trying to get people to keep their noses out of my business as it is. What can I say? The thought of you constantly belittling the members of the Wisengamot brings a smile to my face. Draco answered back with a slow gleaming grin. You just don't like that they won't have anything to do with your family currently. Of course. I'm allowed to be petty, remember? The blonde man looked affronted as he glanced back at Harry. I'm a Malfoy, it's in my blood. Nice to know some things just don't change. Harry noted dryly as he shook his head. As she finished watching the bantering pair walk away, Daphne turned her head and studied her silent mother and her amused-looking sister. All right, what the bloody hell do you two think you're up to? Oh, you'll see, sister, you'll see, Astoria answered, as she herself turned and began to walk back into the house, before throwing a look back over her shoulder. Well, at least eventually you will. There were many things George Weasley expected each and every day he went to work at his shop. Wide eyes, mischievous smiles, foolish would-be shoplifters to name a few. Today, he got something he'd never expected to see no matter how long he managed to live. Harry Potter walking into his store next to one Draco Malfoy. Well, the two of them being in the same place wasn't entirely so surprising. It had happened plenty of times over the years at Hogwarts. No, the truly surprising thing was that the pair were walking and smiling, neither trying to inflict bodily harm on the other. Carefully turning his head, he regarded distracted woman next to him. Angelina, love, you didn't do something like cast a hallucination charm on me, did you? The dark-skinned woman blinked slightly before arching a brow incredulously back at the man. Really, George, what on earth would possess you to ask a question like that? His finger lifted. George pointed directly towards the now utterly amused-looking pair who'd caught sight of his look and gesture. Blinking slightly, Angelina regarded the sight before them with speculative, dark eyes. before glancing back at the man. George Weasley, what did I tell you about testing your ruddy experiments on us? This isn't one of mine. Honest. The man quickly held up his hands in defensive protest as he shook his head. Even my imagination has limits. Oh, don't worry. This is all just an illusion, Harry stated with a wry grin on his lips. I'm not really Harry. He's Harry. George slowly nodded his head for a moment before studying the man carefully. And tell me then, if he's Harry, who would you be? Why, he's Draco, obviously. Draco offered up as if it were common knowledge. Really, I thought you'd be able to get that right off the bat. Wait, what? George blinked, then blinked again as he stared at the two. It's really a rather sad thing, isn't it? Harry noted with a mournful nod of his head as he glanced at the blonde next to him. After everything he's been through, he's gone and lost his marbles. Terribly sad. After all those ingenious pranks and outrageous antics, Draco agreed with a nod before turning towards Angelina. My condolences for your loss. All right, you two, enough. No more abusing of my husband's mind. Angelina sighed softly and shook her head before letting off a rueful chuckle. Good prank, though. Who are you two really? Really, Angelina, all the screaming you did at me 5th year when you were captain, and you don't remember me? Harry turned his head and glanced over at Draco. Well, it was the year you and the flummoxed Weasley there jumped me after the match. Draco allowed with a slight shrug of his shoulders as he glanced from husband to wife. Wait, hold it. You're telling me you're actually Harry and Malfoy? Angelina's look of sheer incredulity was met with a pair of amused and consenting nods. All right. That's it, the world's gone completely and utterly barkin' bonkers. You're only just now noticing this? Draco drawled in amusement before slowly shaking his head as he glanced at Harry. Really, you Gryffindors, ferret, I have but one thing to say to you. You're a Slytherin, you don't have a leg to stand on. Harry shot back as he chuckled just a bit before glancing over at the stunned-looking Angelina. Though I have to admit, this is the best prank I've ever played on anyone in years, right? Draco's face twisted sourly as he grumbled just a bit and glanced around the shop warily. I don't have to worry about anything being enchanted to turn on me here, do I? I don't know. Harry paused a moment, lightly tapping his lower lip thoughtfully before glancing at George. Well, old bean, have you added some extra charms to make this place purposely target Draco here? Wha? No, I never got around to. Waha? Harry. What the bloody devil is going on? Why are you here with Malfoy? George finally seemed to snap somewhat out of his daze. His wide, disbelieving eyes locked onto the black-haired man. Well, you do recall the other day where I flooded you and asked if you knew where Harry was living? Draco paused a moment, before lightly rubbing his chin in consideration. I lied about wanting to find Harry to talk to him. Well, to be honestly, I wasn't exactly in prime condition to be doing any kind of talking in the condition you did find me in, you know. Harry noted before lightly shaking his head as he pursed his lips. Not that I haven't decided to abstain from returning to said state. Oh, Merlin. If you do, just do it somewhere far, far away from me, my fiancé and anything breakable. Draco muttered slightly under his breath as he shook his head. How about around your father? There was a note of hopeful speculation in Harry's voice as he eyed the man next to him. He's still my father. Draco glowered slightly back at the man as he crossed his arms about his chest. Besides, how many times do you need to utterly humiliate a Malfoy? One can never humiliate a Malfoy enough. Harry answered with a completely straight face before glancing over at George. Right? Indeed. That seemed enough to at least partially snap the man out of his shock, as he turned his attention more fully on Harry. So, what brings you here, oh reclusive partner mine? Careful there, George. Don't want your lovely wife to get jealous. Harry noted with a slight little smirk on his lips and a shrug of his shoulders. She has a mean right arm, as I recall. Oh, she loves me too much to. Ow! The red-headed man rubbed his arm for a moment as he glanced over at his glaring wife. Right, I stand corrected and still waiting for an answer. I was kidnapped by the Malfoys, but cunningly tricked them, not terribly hard that, into allowing me to escape to this safe haven. Harry spoke in a stage whisper as he took a moment, glancing over at where Draco rolled his eyes back at him before continuing. Just don't tell Draco that. He's supposed to be guarding me. Ah, then I shall marshal forth the grand resources at my disposal to ensure a quick and hasty rescue of your person. George stood proud and firm before turning his attention to a curious-looking Draco, as he hefted a rolled-up newspaper and lightly swatted the blond man atop his head. Bad Malfoy, bad. Let Harry go. As Draco stared back at George with an affronted huff, Harry let loose a short, echoing laugh that immediately brought every eye in the sparsely populated store onto them. Oh Merlin, I needed that. I fail to see how you find that so terribly amusing. With a grumbling grunt, Draco lightly switched his glare back and forth between the two grinning men in front of him. Of course you don't, you're a Malfoy. Angelina spoke up as if it were the most obvious thing in the world as she glanced over the man. Really, haven't you figured that out by now? Oh yes, the wonderful dig at my family, how original. He drawled out the words as he gave the woman a look before shifting his attention towards Harry. You're enjoying this, aren't you? A bit. Harry nodded his head before glancing back at George. Draco's here because he volunteered to help test out what current experiments you've been planning out. And since when did I volunteer for anything of the sort? Draco's eyes immediately latched onto the man in question with a glinting, steely gray glare. The moment you put me through the effects of that detox potion. Harry answered back as he smiled sweetly at the man. I did tell you that I would avenge myself, remember? I still refuse to be used as some type of human guinea pig. Draco huffed as he crossed his arms about his chest and sniffed disdainfully. Besides, you brought that entirely upon yourself when you decided you'd amuse yourself by embarrassing me in front of my fiancé. What can I say? I did learn a few things from you after all, Ferret. Particularly how to be mean and vindictive. All right, as much as I do enjoy the mind-bogglingly amusing banter and generally confusing antics, what in Merlin's bloody name is going on? George cut in as he glanced between the two. Draco likes to meddle. Harry summed up simply and shrugged his shoulders before he glanced at the blonde and sighed softly. And honestly, as much as I do truly hate to admit it, he actually did a good job this time. Was that really so hard to admit that for once I actually did something right? The arched brow of Draco's said it all as a resigned sigh left his lips. Painfully so. Okay, this I have to hear. George's grin slowly grew on his lips as he glanced from one of the pair to other. In private, if you don't mind. It's not exactly something I'd like to be made public knowledge. Harry stated as he glanced around the shop before shrugging his shoulders. With some animagus detection spells, if you don't mind. Check, back room with skeeter-proofing. George agreed with a nod of his head as he gestured for the pair to follow him. Skeeter-proofing? Draco asked curiously as he lightly arched a brow towards Harry. As in Rita. She's an unregistered beetle animagus. And that explains so very much. George was staring in complete and absolute shock back at Harry as the man finished his little tale, before slowly walking over and pulling out a bottle of fire whiskey. Just as he was about to twist the top off, he felt the light slap of Angelina's hand striking against the back of his head, and he instantly realized just what he'd been about to do. Sorry. The sheepish look on his face was quickly waved off as Harry leaned back in his chair, apparently nonplussed, even if he did eye the bottle with a slight longing. No problem, I prefer muggle whiskey anyway, and I don't care what your preferences are. Draco glared back at Harry as he crossed his arms about his chest. If you try to get a drop of it, I'll slip you those detox potions for a week, and it'll be the last thing you ever do. Harry's voice was flat and hard as he glared back at the Malfoy man. I still owe you for the last one. Yes, poor you had your entire body flushed in less than an hour instead of doing it for weeks the bloody muggle way. Boo-hoo. Draco drawled back before shaking his head and glancing at George. I swear, I have no idea how you Weasleys managed to put up with the ungrateful sod for so long. Well, generally he's a bit more amiable with us. George paused a moment as he took the time to actually study Harry before slowly shaking his head. So, I guess this is why you haven't been returning my owls? Sorry, but no offense. I wasn't really too terribly interested in talking to anyone named Weasley except for Ron and Hermione for a while there. Harry shrugged his shoulders just a bit unapologetically. As that always seemed to fall through, I never really looked past it or past the bottle, right? I still can't believe you can't get them to at least have lunch with you. Draco muttered incredulously before glancing towards a suddenly stunned-looking Angelina. What? It just hit me. I'm sitting here having a civil conversation with you. Draco Malfoy. The dark-skinned woman slowly shook her head and glanced over at her husband. You didn't slip another one of your concoctions, did you? Not unless I slipped one to myself as well. George agreed with a nod before shifting uneasily as he looked towards Harry. Though if you need a roof over your head, mate, you know you're always welcome. What? And abandon the constant humiliation and belittling destruction of the very foundations of my worldview. Harry countered with the sarcasm dripping off his lips before shaking his head slightly and sighing. No, I'm good. If nothing else, it's not boring. And amazingly enough, Lucius has actually learned how to keep his mouth shut and act like he has a brain. Really? George paused a moment as he glanced over at Draco for a moment before pursing his lips. So, Harry, would you say he's a decent bloke now then? Bloody hell no. Harry shook his head as his face twisted in disgust. Lucius Malfoy is scum and always will be. He's too bloody set in his ways to be anything but. I only wish I could have thought of way to have the blighter thrown in Azkaban years ago. No, Potter, why don't you tell us how you really feel? The glacial acid dripped off Draco's lips as the man glared back at his companion with an angry venom he hadn't felt in years. What? You expected me to say otherwise? Your father tried to kill me, my friends, and if he had his way, would see myself and every other half-blood and Muggleborn killed if he had his way. Harry shook his head and glared back at Draco. And you bloody well know it. Draco's anger stood there for a moment, glaring back at Harry in a quiet, sullen manner so very much like he had as children, before slumping just a bit with a quiet nod of acknowledgement. What do you expect me to say, Harry? He's still my father. The father that was always there for me, loved me, cared for me. He might be a monster to you, but he was always just father to me. I mainly do it to piss you off, honestly, Harry admitted with a shrug of his shoulders as he ignored the incredulous looks from the Weasleys. What? You expected me to still be good ickle Harrykins? I've spent the last few years pissing people off to get them to leave me alone. Draco's just a bloody masochist and doesn't like to take a hint. Of course I take the hint. Draco took a moment, blandly glancing over his nails before looking up and smirking towards the suddenly apprehensive-looking George. I just ignore it so I can turn around and do this. His hand rose and he simply gestured towards Harry. See? This is what you Weasleys did to him. Hey, I wasn't involved in that. George immediately protested as he lifted his hands up defensively. I actually tried to keep up with him, and I'm just a Weasley by marriage. I wasn't even involved in this bloody mess. Angelina muttered slightly under her breath before pinching at her nose. Though if I ever get my hands on those, do recall, Gran Hermione is a Weasley just by marriage. Draco pointed out with a smug little drawl of his voice. You're enjoying this entirely too much. Harry noted blandly as he lightly shook his head and sighed softly. Then again, I suppose it is expected. You are a Malfoy after all. So wonderful of you to notice. Draco answered back as he let his smirk lightly curl up across his lips. And really, you aren't the one that had to endure bearing the brunt of a certain pair of Weasley's boorish attempts at humor. Hey now, we did more than attempt. Thank you very much. George protested as he gave a mild glare at Draco. Besides, who are the ones that started up their own successful business that has successfully driven out the competition? That does remind me, however did the two of you manage to fund this little enterprise? Anyway, Draco spoke up with a curious glance around the backroom's accommodations. I mean, honestly, you'd have needed... What, you thought they made me a partner just because they liked me so much? Harry answered as he smirked back at the blonde man. Really, Draco? I'm surprised at you. What did you think I did with the Triwizard money? Draco paused a moment, his mouth hanging open for a moment, as he considered a proper response before staring at Harry with an unreadable expression. I didn't think you were quite that business-savvy back then. I wasn't, Harry agreed with a shrug and a bemused grin. I was hurting, tired, afraid, and with Voldemort back, I figured the world could use a bit of extra laughter. You have the devil's own luck, Harry. Draco proclaimed with a sour twist of his lips. The devil's own. After the life I've had? Hence why I say the devil's own. Draco countered with a smug little smirk on his lips. Right, whatever was I thinking? Harry shook his head slowly before sighing as he glanced around. So, after all this, Draco has decided to impress upon me that my understanding of society tends to have gaping and rather bothersome holes in its foundation. He didn't even know what libel and slander were. Draco confirmed with a sad nod of his head. And thanks to the dearly departed Dumbledore. Well, you remember the year of Umbridge and fudge. George winced slightly in recollection and nodded his head as he glanced back over at Harry. Which lead you to not understand why Fudge and the Prophet were getting away with everything. Actually, it lead me to not understanding that they weren't supposed to get away with it. Harry countered with a sour twist of his lips and a shake of his head. Of course, that then gets me wondering about what else I probably missed out on, growing up with the Dursleys and whatnot. Probably a great deal. There was a ready agreement in Draco's voice as he settled back into his seat and smiled back at Harry. And I look forward to the private chuckles I'll get from finding out just how delightfully ignorant you truly are. Then I'm sure you'll find out that despite the fact that they might be rusty from alcohol, my dueling skills are still more than enough to completely destroy you. After a moment's pause, Harry turned his head and glanced towards George. Is it still legal to challenge someone to a duel in the wizarding world? Why were you asking him? Draco sounded almost hurt as he glowered at Harry from his seat. Because he has no reason to tell me no, just for reasons of self-preservation. Harry shot back with a chuckling little smirk before glancing at George. Well, that's a bit of a sticky wicket, that is. George responded hedgingly as he shot a pleading looking towards his wife. Rolling her eyes slightly, Angelina patted her husband lightly on the arm before turning to face Harry. What he means is he has no clue because he wasn't raised with most of the old pureblood traditions, so he never had to keep up with what you still can and cannot do. So, I have to ask Malfoy here and trust that he'll give me an honest answer? Harry's incredulity was thick on his voice as he stared back at the woman. Hardly. The word wiped the momentary smugness from Draco's face as Angelina cut in with a bemused smirk. Just because George wasn't, doesn't mean I wasn't. Curses, I forgot about the wench. Draco deadpanned as he slowly shook his head and chuckled again. As I'm sure she'll confirm, official duels have fallen out of favor. While not exactly illegal, they are a bit frowned upon. The wench acknowledges the truthfulness of the ferret's statement. Angelina answered back before lightly shaking her head and glancing at Harry. Merlin Potter. How in the bloody hell do you manage to keep getting yourself into these kinds of situations? I'd say it's an acquired skill, but let's be honest. It's pure, natural-born talent. Harry shrugged his shoulders helplessly as he glanced back at his former teammate and former team captain. So, any ideas on what other basics I might have buggered up that keeps me from ever catching your brother and sister-in-law? George? Well, have you ever tried setting up a time to meet up in advance to see when their schedule is clear? Angelina offered up with a curious quirk of her brow. Hermione with a clear schedule? Harry paused a moment as he seemed to struggle visibly to wrap his head around the concept with exaggerated concentration. Is that even possible? You're Harry Bloody Potter, of course it's possible. Draco drawled in amusement as he glanced over Harry with half-lidded eyes. Don't you know you live on the impossible and the insane? No, not particularly. Harry shrugged his shoulders just a bit and glanced off into the distance. I just never used to have to set up appointments, clear time for friends, you know? Well, as his voice trailed off, another helpless shrug rippled across his shoulders as he glanced over at the three around him. Well, it is generally a part of growing up. Angelina answered hedgingly as she glanced uncertainly over at her husband. People do tend to get busy with work and everything. Harry, how many times have you tried to have lunch or something with them? George put forth very carefully as he studied the man in front of him with an unreadable expression on his face. Hell if I know. Harry shrugged his shoulders a bit. Just the last time I saw them outside of the flu or running into them by chance. Years, I think. You think? Draco cut in as he arched a brow at the man. A lot of the last 3 years is one massive blur of the alcoholic kind. All right. Draco nodded his head carefully before arching a brow towards George. So, Are you going to hit me again if I make a rather disparaging remark about your younger brother? Harry, in all that time that you've tried to get in touch with them, they never once cleared their schedule to have even lunch with you? George put forth very, very carefully as he ignored Draco's question for the moment. Not even Ron. Ron would always check with Hermione. Harry answered back with a slow rolling shrug of his shoulders. Hermione would always say they just had too much to do. See. George turned his head, glancing at Draco for a long, steady moment before turning back at Harry before he buried his face in his hands. There, dear. It's not the end of the world. Angelina offered consolingly as she lightly rubbed at her husband's back. I mean, so what if your brother and his wife are being unmitigatingly thick-headed dunces? Just means that Ron wore off on Hermione. Ha! Draco snorted loudly as he shook his head and glanced at the two. Please, this is pure Granger. Weasley was always a dunderhead, but he'd drop anything for an excuse to have fun instead of doing work. George cringed lightly from where he sat, a strangling whimper escaping his form before he shifted and turned his head, suddenly, burying his face in his wife's chest. For a moment, Angelina just let him, apparently stunned in surprise, before a moment later, she frowned and firmly pushed him off. Right, that's enough of that. Don't you want to comfort your poor, miserable husband? George looked up pleadingly at his wife before he gestured towards Draco. I've just found myself agreeing with a Malfoy, more than just once. Yes, it's a frightening thing, isn't it? Harry agreed with a knowing nod of his head as he lightly reached up and patted George on the shoulder. Don't worry, eventually you'll come to the same simple realization I did. That being? Draco asked with a flash of curiosity in his eyes. The world is completely and utterly nutters, so there's no point in trying to make sense of it all. Well, that was a given. The youngest of the Malfoys shook his head before glancing around. Isn't it about tea time, though? As the Weasleys stared incredulously at the man, he shrugged his shoulders in response. What? We aren't savages after all. So what's with the sudden and secretive meeting, George? Bill Weasley looked questioningly across the table with his wife at his side. You were more than a little bit cryptic with it. You said there was something wrong with Harry? There was a trace of worry in Fleur Weasley's voice as her accent unconsciously thickened in answer to her emotions. Was being the operative word. Angelina muttered slightly and shook her head before wincing slightly from the look her husband threw her. What? I'm just saying, he told himself he's getting better. Not that he was there yet. George corrected as he gave her a slight glare before turning towards his oldest brother. We're here to talk about Harry, and the monumental boogery our younger siblings have put him in. Bill blinked, then blinked again as he stared at his younger brother for a moment, before carefully mentally reviewing his words. Well, I think we all know where Ginevra went off the rails, but what did Ron do? Well, beyond being his usual self. After things between Harry and our dear sister went south, where do you think he turned to for support? George answered back as he just gave his brother a long, knowing look. Well, Ron and Hermione, of course. The answer came as if it were the most obvious thing in the world as he arched a brow back at the man. I know he got a little distant while he was trying to make things work with her, but still, yes, well, apparently it was more than a little distant. George grumbled slightly and slowly shook his head with a slow, drawn-out sigh. As from what I'm guessing, they haven't been able to find the time to drop things from their schedule enough to have even lunch with him once in the last 3 years. What? The outraged screech that left Fleur's lips made the other 3 Weasleys wince visibly as the sound drilled into their ears. How could they? Ooh. Easy, love, easy. Bill carefully rested his hand on his wife's shoulder, pulling her lightly back down into her chair. No need to go wrathful Vila just yet. Angelina drawled out carefully as she interrupted Bill's attempts to calm his wife down. There is the other matter of just what Harry was doing in those 3 years. Angelina, love, need I remind you that we don't need to have a fire sale? George cut in with a strained tone of voice that immediately made Bill frown. That bad? Bill paused a moment as he looked from his wife to his brother. Should I ask my beautiful, talented, understanding, wonderful wife to wait outside? Non, Bill, you should not. Fleur growled back as she turned her head and locked her eyes with Angelina. And what has Harry been doing in those years? You know, George, maybe inviting your brother's wife wasn't a good idea. Angelina carefully admitted as she didn't quite answer the woman's penetrating question. I didn't, George countered with a slight shrug of his shoulders. I just invited my brother. He brought her with him. Ah, right, gotcha. Angelina nodded her head slightly before glancing at her husband. So, that mean we're going to lay the blame for her finding out on him? Indubitably. George agreed with a quick agreeable nod of his head as he paused just before he sent the woman a quick grin. I knew I married you for a reason. Yes, because Alicia and Katie got me drunk enough to say yes when you asked. The casual dismissal of her answer caused the irate Fleur to blink slightly as she struggled to maintain her ire while following the husband and wife's conversation. I mean, really, if I had known it would have been this much trouble, I would have just blackmailed Katie into it. Really, is being my wife such a terrible, horrible thing? George almost seemed to sniffle back at the woman, his warm brown eyes seeming to tear up slightly. Yes. There was a moment's pause, and a careful consideration before she shrugged her shoulders and continued. Fortunately for you, I seem to be a masochist. Are you two done yet? Fleur finally managed as she glowered in a much calmer voice. Well, normally we keep going for a bit until we end up ripping each other's clothes off and going at it like rabbits, but I don't think you want to see that. George noted with a casual nod of his head. Merlin knows I have a hard enough time getting over the sight, myself. Angelina chimed in with an innocent smile on her lips as she threw her husband a wink. Alas, she only loves me for my mind. The younger of the two present Weasley brothers seemed to pout before looking over at Bill. Why can't I have gotten a wife like yours, who loves my rugged good looks? Because she can't love what you don't have. Bill answered flatly as he crossed his arms about his chest. Now, Harry? Ah, right, Harry. George reluctantly nodded his head before glancing over at his wife. So, loveliest of lovelies, how would you put it? He was apparently a drunken wastrel until Draco Malfoy of all people came across him and forced him to sober up. She paused a moment, letting her words sink in, before continuing without skipping a beat. No, I'm not joking. I'm not kidding, and it's not funny. I would hope not, otherwise I'd be questioning why I married you, woman. George agreed before turning his head back to his brother and sister-in-law and wincing at their expressions. So, not only did Ari Ave, is good nature taking advantage of Bizet, sister of yours. Her accent slipping even further, Fleur reached over and took up a cup of previously ignored tea and carefully brought it up to her lips and took a slow, calming sip. But, he was forgotten by his oldest friends? Well, not exactly forgotten per se. George quickly spoke up as he held his hands up placatingly. Really, Fleur? Remember how many people have benefited from Ron and Hermione's work? And they really have been doing a good job. Angelina added quickly as she came to her husband's defense. It's just they've put so much time and energy into it, and they'd already gotten so deep into things by the time things with Ginny finally ended that well. Hermione had gotten into her little schedule. George picked up where his wife had left off and cut off any response from his brother and sister-in-law. Dug in tight and gotten nice and comfortable, with Harry being Harry and just asking now and again if they were free for lunch. From there, things kind of just snowballed apparently. Angelina finished with a helpless shrug of her shoulders. So, Harry being Harry ended up crashing, burning and guttering out. Hermione was Hermione, and I think we all know what that means. And Ron was Ron. Bill observed without an ounce of accusation in his voice as he studied his sibling with a careful nod. All things considered, from what I know of his childhood, not unexpected. More of a miracle he lasted as long as he did. What about his childhood? There was a note of wary confusion in Fleur's voice as she glanced between the other three with a growing air of apprehension. Oh boy! Nobody told her? Angelina stared for a moment at the blonde woman, before giving a shake of her head and glancing at Bill. She's your wife. Harry was raised by his muggle relatives. George put in with a wince and a shrug. They didn't like magic, ergo Harry didn't have the best home life. Weren't you the one that told me you used Dad's car to pull the iron bars off his window second year to get him out of there? Bill noted as again he reached out and placed a comforting, and if need be, restraining hand on Fleur's shoulder. That was Fred actually. George offered up a strained smile for a moment, before lightly shaking his head as he leaned back. But yeah, he never complained. Like you said, Harry is Harry, which means you have a better chance of making a Dementor smile than getting him to open up if he doesn't want to. So, skipping through what's probably a massive blur of less than pleasant times for Harry, what happened that got Draco Malfoy of all people involved? Bill asked curiously as unconsciously his hand reached up and traced over the faded scars on his face. Malfoy found him. Angelina answered as George settled into a petulant glower at the words. And apparently, in the time since the final battle, he turned into a real person, complete with real emotions, feelings of honor and obligation, and got his head jerked out of his. Yes, he was actually almost pleasant to talk to. The note of distaste was evident on his voice as George responded, his arms crossed about his chest. And it gets worse. Harry's living at Malfoy Manor now. What? The elder Weasley couple almost screamed in unison as they stood up. Their eyes locked onto the other couple. And suddenly George and Angelina shrunk back as the witty and charming Bill and Fleur seemed to melt into a pair of angered predators. You know, wife of mine, I come to a sudden deep and disturbing realization. George noted as he stared in no small bit of awe and fear at the other couple. That being? Angelina managed with wide shocked eyes. There are some people out there that are almost as scary pissed off as Harry is. Agreed. Draco, Harry. Astoria stated with an overly sweet tone that immediately set both men on alert. No. Harry's voice shot up first, before anything else could be said, as he didn't even bother to look at the woman. You don't even know what I was going to ask. Astoria pouted softly as she crossed her arms about her chest and glared playfully at the man. Yes, but unlike Draco, I have no need to constantly surrender to your whims and fancies. Harry answered back as he lightly flipped a page in the book he was reading. So, it allows me to head off your little schemes before you even get started on them. I do not do little schemes. Astoria almost looked insulted as she glared at the man. Her arms crossed about her chest before she pulled out a sheet of parchment. I just wanted to show you two the list of names that have been invited to the wedding. Oh dear. Draco murmured as he stared fearfully at his fiancée. Please tell me you didn't do something rash, my dear. Would I do that? Harry wordlessly snatched the list out of the woman's hands before carefully studying its contents for a silent moment before he would wordlessly pass it over to Draco. Based on this? Yes, I'd say rather conclusively that you have. Makes me glad I'm not invited. Oh, here you go. Astoria responded easily as she handed him a letter. I just wanted to make certain you got yours, so there wouldn't be any claims of it getting lost. Wordlessly. His wand snapped out and a silent incendio lit up the envelope in a sudden flash of greedy flames as Harry's voice deadpanned. Oops, that's fine. Astoria shrugged slightly before pulling out several more letters. I came prepared for such accidents. Really now? Harry asked almost curiously as he let his wand dance around his fingers. Why, funny that I'm feeling very accident-prone right now. Would it be so horrible for you to come to our wedding? Astoria asked in a slightly pleading tone as she batted her lashes at the man. You don't just want me to come to your wedding. Harry countered back as he glanced over at Draco before shaking his head. Your fiancé is even more nutters than you are. As there is no safe answer for that, I will simply remain silent on the issue. Was Draco's only response on the matter as he carefully shook his head with a soft, long-suffering sigh. Besides, I still have to try and bloody well track down Blaze wherever the man's hiding to be my best man. Hiding? There was a note of curiosity in Harry's voice as he pointedly ignored the letters still in Astoria's hands. Well, I know that being your best man isn't exactly a prize. Humph. Draco shook his head a moment before grunting just slightly. No, Blaze is off on one of his little ventures. He probably won't be reachable for several months more. Ventures? There was a note of speculative implication rippling through Harry's voice as he calmly let a single brow rise up. Yes, ventures. Draco agreed, ignoring the subtle expanse of possibilities the tone implied. Blaze, after all was said and done, Blaze discovered that his ambitions ran a bit different than those typical of our house. A sudden twitch of his lips turned into a smirk as he studied Harry a moment. In fact, they've grown almost Gryffindorish as it were. What, is he Indiana Jones, the Slytherin? Harry's lips quirked up, and grew into a smirk at the look of utter confusion written on Draco and Astoria's faces. Ah, how easy it is to forget that I'm surrounded by ignorant purebloods, when you act so much like a reasonable, intelligent being. Ignorant purebloods? A cant of his head, as Draco studied Harry a moment before lightly glancing towards his nails. Is that anything like ignorant muggle-borns or muggle-raised? Just on the opposite end of the spectrum. Harry agreed with a nod of his head before frowning just a bit as he lightly tapped his lower lip slightly. I think the only ones who would be actually able to function fully in both societies are half-bloods with a muggle-born and a pureblood for parents. Amusingly enough. Yes, I'm sure. Draco drawled out with a slight roll of his eyes and a shrug of his shoulders. Or at least someone in their lives to properly educate them, right? Harry agreed with a slight nod of his head before thinking again. Anyway, Indiana Jones is a Muggle movie character. An archaeologist that goes around recovering forgotten and lost treasures and artifacts, generally getting into a rather amusing amount of trouble along the way. So, wouldn't that be a Muggle version of you? Astoria commented with a slight little smile of amusement on her lips. Possibly. A hedging agreement as he lightly pursed his lips. Or, more accurately, how I used to be. But, even then, he was far more interested in finding things for reasons that were in a way more selfish and more selfless than my own. Of course. Draco nodded his head once more before lightly glancing from his fiancée to the man once more. So, how much longer are you going to be so bloody stubborn about the wedding invitation? Oh, at least another 20 minutes. Harry dismissively waved his hand as he lightly turned his head and glanced out the sunlit window. And how long until you agree to be best man if I can't find Blaze in time? Draco asked the question with a completely straight face. Depends. Do you happen to know the time and date of when hell's gonna freeze over? Why, I thought hell was already frozen over. Astoria asked with a sweet innocence in her voice. After all, you've been sitting here, having a completely civil conversation with my fiancé, all without throwing insults and or hexes at one another. She's right. We've obviously been going about this entirely wrong. Harry noted with a completely feral grin on his lips as he simply smiled at Draco. Shall we settle this with wands then, Really, Harry? When did this turn into a pissing contest? Must you be so vulgar in front of my fiancé? The slight sneering disdain in the man's voice was completely ruined by the amused twinkling in his silver-gray eyes. Why, Draco? Whenever did it stop being a pissing contest between the two of us? Harry rolled his eyes with a slight rolling chuckle before shaking his head. Why would you even want me to be your best man? The look on the Weasleys' face when they see it? Draco offered with a slight smirk on his lips. I mean, really, I thought you appreciated a good prank? A sigh of audible relief left Harry's lips as he sank gratefully back into his seat. Oh, thank Merlin. I thought it was something downright frightening like you suddenly liking me or something equally ridiculous like it. Don't I? Draco paused a moment, as if deep in thought. Well, admittedly you are an ill-mannered cad. Thank you, I worked hard to cultivate that image. Harry agreed with a sage nod of his head as he interrupted Draco's response. You'd be amazed at how much it helps me to chase off gold diggers and fangirls. Oh, I'll most assuredly believe that. Astoria cut in with an amused glint in her eyes. Well, except for my sister. With her, you stung her pride enough to make her work even harder. Never let it be said I didn't appreciate the value of hard work. A teasing twinkling shone in Harry's eyes as he grinned back at the pair. Merlin. Draco palmed his face as he rubbed his temples together before glancing at his fiancée. If what you want ever comes to pass, you're on the couch for a bloody week. No, I'm not. Astoria responded almost indulgently at her fiancé as she lightly patted his arm. Oh, you're not? Draco countered challengingly as she smiled lightly back at him. Indeed. She agreed with another of those slight, almost condescending nods as she lightly brushed her fingers along the man's arm. For one, that would be horribly uncomfortable, hence part of the nature of its appeal as a punishment. Two, you would be left horribly alone in that big, cold bed. She finished with a knowing smirk on her lips. That's what warming charms are for. There was a note of challenging in Draco's voice as he met her eyes unflinching. I suppose. Astoria agreed with slow little motion of her finger, trailing down her throat and slowly curling onto her chest. But then I'll be all alone. And I'll have to do something to keep myself occupied. Would you really want me to be all alone for that, my dear Draco? As Astoria lightly wetted her lips at that last breath, her voice taking on a heavy innuendo as she slowly leaned in closer, it was Harry who spoke up for the visibly faltering Draco. That's what scrying charms are for. The lecherous roll of his words snapped the magicless spell Astoria had been weaving over Draco, as the man immediately stiffened, almost glaring towards Harry for the implied action, before slowly refocusing himself as he nodded speculatively. Yes, that would be a good use of a scrying spell. I put up a ward. Astoria cut in quickly as she glared at Harry now. So you say, but lovely thing about the wards here, if they aren't keyed to the center stone, they won't work. Draco paused a moment, before lightly glancing at his nails. And even then, well, I can always just override it. Suddenly you're a very, very bad influence on my fiancé Harry. Astoria bristled slightly as she turned her head and merely glared a tight, annoyed glare at the man. Who, me? Harry chuckled softly and lightly shook his head. A bad influence on Draco of all people? Really, my dear? If anything, he's a horrible, horrible influence on me. Master Draco, sir? A timid little voice spoke up, as a house elf popped into existence, nervously wringing its hands. There is being some people on the flu. They is demanding to speak with you and Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Time to face the music already? Harry noted with a wry shake of his head as he lightly stood up and stretched out. Well, shall we then? Onwards now, my dear friend, of we go to face hellfire and brimstone. Dear friend, Draco repeated with a bemused smirk on his lips. It sounds better than only recently bearable former prat whom I often felt the urge to throttle, but now don't. He paused there, before glancing at Draco. Well, it could just be me though, and you're going to leave me here to ponder which of you is the worst influence on the other, aren't you? Astoria noted in a way that wasn't even a question as she sighed slightly. Will you at least consider thinking about being backup best man? I'll think about it. Harry answered without commitment as he smirked at Draco. Shall we then? Right, sure. Draco shook his head and smirked slightly as he eyed the man. You're going to be the death of me one of these days, Scarhead. But it will be a grand death that they'll speak of for generations. Ferret. Harry countered with a knowing nod. Maybe. Draco admitted with a shrug of his shoulders. I'd still rather not die anytime soon all the same. Death is but the next great adventure, Draco. Harry laughed as he shook his head, fingers lightly brushing through his hair. And there are far, far worse things than dying. Harry James Potter. The feminine outrage on the voice brought a nostalgic smile to Harry's lips, before the French accent attached to it registered and he arched a brow. Fleur Delacour Weasley. He answered back, before pausing slightly and shrugging his shoulders. Sorry, don't know your middle name, so I have to stick with that. What can I do for you? Sorry about that, Harry. Bill Weasley cut in as he smiled slightly at the man through the flu. You know how Fleur gets. Touch him. Still up to snuff with your flame-retarding spells? Harry agreed with a knowing smirk on his lips. Ush, you. Fleur offered back as she gave a milder glare back at Harry, though tinged with the slightest of blushes visible through the flames. You have some explaining to do. Really? Harry turned his head to Draco as he let the pause of silence fill the air. Have I done something that isn't self-explanatory lately? Lately? Draco paused a moment, lightly rubbing his chin. Well, that depends on your definition of lately and who's paying attention. True enough, I suppose. Harry agreed before glancing back at the flu and the flustered Frenchwoman. So, Fleur, what is it you think I have some explaining to do? We talked to George and Angelina. Bill cut in again as he could be seen putting a hand on his wife's shoulder. And I'm going to have to agree with my wife, in that I'd rather like an explanation. Harry paused and frowned slightly before gesturing towards Draco. Minion, make a note that I need to deal with those pesky blabbermouths. Minion? Draco actually looked offended as he glared slightly back at the man. I'll have you know that it's right-hand man at the very least, if not partner. Who do you think I am? A Malfoy? Harry put forth evenly as he arched a brow. You do have a sordid history of minioning. After all, that was my father. Draco answered back stiffly as he almost sneered back at Harry. And he at least rose to right-hand man, and then lost it miserably because he got beat up by a bunch of school children. Harry pointed out with a nod of his head. He still made it to right-hand man. Draco argued stubbornly. Fine, fine. Harry rolled his eyes as he glanced back at the flu. The things I have to do to... Have you completely gone round the bend? Bill asked with a bewildered stare. I mean, I know George told us some pretty unbelievable things, but actually this is him on the mend. Draco answered before Harry could finish opening his mouth to respond. He was even more unpleasant to deal with back then. That is disturbing. Bill noted with a slow shudder. If you are all through ignoring moi? Fleur cut in with an icy glare leveled from her husband to those across from her in the flue. Fleur, how could you ever accuse me of ignoring you? Harry splayed his fingers wide across his chest as he mimed being struck. Oh, the bitter agony. To be struck so. I do not remember Harry being so flamboyant. Do you? Fleur turned her head and stared at where her husband looked amused in spite of himself. Well, I wasn't until I learned how well it works with bitter sarcasm to piss most people off enough to leave me the fuck alone, was his response as he lightly shook his head and rolled his eyes as he moved over to flop down in one of the thick, comfortable chairs nearby. Are you going to stand there staring? Or are you going to come on through already? No, I don't mind you inviting people into my home, Harry. Go ahead. You don't even need so much as a by your leave. Draco muttered slightly before gesturing with his wand and grumbling sourly as he stalked to a chair opposite Harry's own. So glad you agree, old bean. Harry cheerfully shot back even as he watched how one of the Weasley couples walked through. Lo, again. Harry, must you act like such a lout? Fleur demanded even as she someway managed to daintily stomp her foot. Probably not, but it's gotten to be a bit of a habit. Harry agreed back with the woman before chuckling softly. So, how've you doing and how are the kids? Beyond your daughter giving myself and Draco plenty of ammunition to use against Teddy when he's old enough to realize that girls aren't so icky? Well, my cousin does need to pay for siding with you over his family. Draco spoke up from his seat with a sage nod of his head. I'm his godfather, not some estranged and most likely deranged second cousin he just met. Harry shot back before smirking softly. Besides, he's seen me in action. He's smarter than you think. I've seen you in action too. Draco protested back as he lightly glared at the man. Yes, which says so very much about your level of intelligence, doesn't it? Harry snickered just a bit before he turned and again faced the Weasleys. So what was it I did this time again? George and Angelina talked? Draco offered helpfully even as he continued to glare. All right. A moment's pause and Harry brought his finger up to his lips, lightly tapping against the soft surface. So, is this about the drinking or the fact that I'm staying with him? Thumb jerked towards Draco as he canted his head to the side and studied the slightly older couple. This is about, ow, you didn't tell us anything. Fleur was glaring again, managed to escape the bewildered, doe-eyed expression written across her face a moment earlier. Tell you anything? Harry blinked before his expression grew just a hair cooler as his emerald eyes flashed. And why is it any business of yours that I should tell you anything? Because we're your friends, or at least I thought we were. Bill countered as he gave the boy a long, serious look. And do you know how much of a heart attack we almost had when we found out you were staying here? Don't you remember that you came to Shell Cottage after the last time you had a visit to Malfoy Manor? And I would like to point out I didn't tell anyone. Harry shook his head and glared slightly, his look flicking towards Draco for a moment and intensifying as it found the blonde man. Besides, my friends had moved on with their lives to the point where they didn't have time for me. And if Ron and Hermione didn't have time for me anymore, how am I to think anyone else did? After all, you two were starting up your own family. Harry, Bill reached up and pinched at the bridge of his nose. Despite things with Ginny, you're still practically family. I thought we made that clear. Ron and Hermione said the same thing. Harry answered back as a flash of something washed across his eyes before he shrugged his shoulders. Look at how things went with them. Oh, believe me, I plan to have words with them. Bill agreed with a dangerous glint in his eyes as his fingers clenched back into his palms. We will have words with them. Fleur corrected was her own eyes flashed just as dangerously. Why bother? Harry shrugged his shoulders and shook his head as his lips twisted slightly into a look of distaste. Just life. They moved on. I didn't want to be part of the revolution, so I got left behind. He paused and then let a bitter chuckle pass his lips. Since I wanted the quite normal life, and they decided to change the world. There was a moment of silence as he pursed his lips, before slowly shaking his head. I changed the world once. Well, I changed the one as far as Britain's wizards are concerned. That's enough for me. Well, let's be honest, the ministry needs to be changed. Draco spoke up with a mild tone as he glanced at his nails. And they are doing the right thing. But, as always, she just doesn't understand how to go about things. She's Hermione. Harry's two words seemed to be the only response he was going to give as he glanced towards Draco for a moment, nodding his head in slight acknowledgement before turning back towards a confused-looking Bill. When did Malfoy turn himself into an intelligent, decent person? Bill asked curiously as he paused then glanced around. I'm not going to see his father suddenly walking in from his work at a Muggle orphanage. Am I? Harry paused a moment, as the gears began to slowly grind in his head, before a slow, vicious grin suddenly blossomed across his face as he turned his head. Say, Draco. No. The response was swift and to the point as Draco's eyes flashed at the boy. Just no. You know as well as I do that he'd snap, and then I'd have what little credibility I'm building back up with our family name utterly and completely ruined. Ruin a man's dreams of petty and childish revenge. Why don't you? Harry grumbled but nodded his head in acknowledgement. Fine. So glad you agree. Draco rolled his eyes a bit before addressing Bill. And as to your question, as I told Harry, I'm getting married. It was time for me to grow up and be a man. Unfortunately, after I stumbled across him, drunk, smelling like a sewer and my newly grown conscience threw a tantrum. That, plus I forgot just how bloody complicated he makes life and, yes, as you can see, there's still plenty of recognizable ferret in him. Draco glared as Harry flippantly cut him off. New packaging, new flavor, same whiny ponce deep down. Why are you being such a cad, Harry? Fleur asked with delicateness as she eyed the man. When last we met, you were such a sweet man. Got tired of people always wanting to get close to the boy who lived. So I found out that being a sarcastic, flippant arse works wonders in making them leave me alone. He smiled almost nostalgically as he grinned slightly. You'd be amazed at how creative you can get when you're doing your best to piss a woman off without using a single inappropriate word in front of your godson. You do have a talent for infuriation. Draco agreed with a nod of his head before shaking his head. And before you ask, he was spending his sober moments arguing with Andromeda. She might not always act it, but she is a black, and she's got the tongue to prove it. Sweet memories. Harry mused with a nostalgic nod of his head. Get verbally reduced to little quivering bits then coming back for more. Eventually you learn to give as good as you get. And thus, is born the sarcastic wit and cutting banter of a man who enjoys making people squirm. Draco paused before muttering softly. Now, if someone would please get him to stop flirting with my fiancée's sister? But, Greengrass blushes so damned cutely. Harry protested with that smug smirk written across his lips as his eyes danced in amusement. Besides, you know you love watching her being so damned clueless to her sister and mother's machinations. Machinations? Fleur just arched a brow at Harry, though the curiosity shone past the cool exterior. They're trying to get us together. Harry answered with an oh-so-amused snicker. I play along because when she isn't being an idiot, Daphne's amusing. An idiot? Daphne Greengrass? Draco paused and eyed the man speculatively. Are we talking about the same Daphne Greengrass? You mean the Daphne Greengrass who has no clue what her mother and sister are plotting? Harry countered with a bemused smirk. Draco immediately winced and nodded his head slightly. I suppose everyone has their blind spots, and they weren't exactly being subtle. Harry continued with a slowly growing smirk on his lips before shaking his head. Anyway, you were saying? I was more curious at your use of such a word with so many syllables. Fleur noted calmly even as her lips lightly tugged at their corners. Suddenly I remember why Bill grabbed you as quick as he did. Harry noted with a sage nod of his head before glancing at Bill. The brain to go with the body. You think I'd have settled down for just any witch? Bill shot back with a slight chuckle of amusement. Even a quarter velo one? Settle down? Oh no, of course, I do wonder how many of those stories you told at Ron's bachelor party. Harry asked with an innocent speculation flashing across his eyes. Stories? Fleur asked, her brow arched delicately as she regarded her husband. Harry. Bill twitched slightly, his eyes narrowing into slits as he regarded the boy. Now, that does sound intriguing. Draco paused a moment, before glancing at Harry. I don't suppose I can talk you into? Sorry, Draco, you're just not my type. Besides, what would Astoria say, you leaving me for her? Harry stated with a completely straight face. Burke. I was referring to throwing a bachelor party. Draco growled slightly as he glared back at the man. What about one? You don't expect me to throw you one, do you? Harry smirked back at Draco before turning his head to Fleur. Oh yes, stories. You know, the type that if a man tells when his wife can hear them, he's lucky to be off the couch in a decade? Those stories. Fleur agreed with a nod of her head before turning her attention to Bill in an expression that told the man that they would be talking about that in the future. Well, he did make sure he was out of your range of hearing when he told them. Harry pointed out with a bemused look curling over his lips. And to be fair, he was telling Ron about all the things he gave up when he got married, and how he didn't miss them in the least. Left unsaid was the raunchy joke that Bill had made shortly thereafter that had completely ruined the otherwise solemn testament to his marriage. Oh, Bill. Eyes slightly misty. Fleur regarded her husband with a smile as Bill could see the laughter in Harry's eyes as the younger man mouthed "You're welcome," where Fleur couldn't see it. And again, I'm reminded that you could have been a Slytherin. Draco muttered slightly as a slightly odd expression crossed his face as he looked at the older couple. Please, I would have eaten the rest of you alive. Harry waved his hand negligently and chuckled softly. You do remember my temper, don't you? Right, because I haven't been on the receiving end of it on so many occasions. Just reminding you. Harry turned back towards the couple they'd been talking to. So, was there anything else you wanted to berate me about, other than the fact that you didn't come to us? Bill repeated his earlier sentiment even as he only managed a half-hearted glare at the younger man. No offense, Bill, but we've never been that particularly close. Harry answered back as he slowly shook his head and sighed. Plus, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, I really didn't want any more of that bloody drama. Harry, you are family. Fleur declared firmly as she crossed her arms about her chest and lightly glared at the man. No matter what, you are family. Tell that to. Harry immediately began to counter back, before he was swiftly cut off by Fleur's sharp tongue. Nah, I am no talking about ZM. She waved her hand half negligently before keeping her eyes locked on the man as she reached out and jabbed his chest with a slender, elegant finger. You are family. I am talking about you. Only you. Ow, you have really bony fingers, did you know that? Harry grumbled slightly as he rubbed the spot she'd just finished poking. I mean, seriously, they're like little sharp sticks. You're telling me. Bill muttered quietly before shaking his head and discreetly taking a step out of his wife's poking range before she could retaliate. I will not be distracted. You are family, Fleur declared again, before waggling her finger threateningly in his direction. I get it. Harry raised his in surrender as he moved as if to fend off the fingers. Just keep those little sticks you call fingers away. I have very pretty fingers, thank you. Fleur huffed slightly as she glared mildly back at Harry. Doesn't mean they're not jabbing little sticks when you poke people with them. Harry shot back before wildly jumping back out of the way of her poking finger. Oi, stop that. I said I get it already. You add better, or I will give you such a poking. Fleur declared with a firm fire in her eyes as she glared challengingly back at Harry. And suddenly, I'm very glad I stopped envying Bill years ago. Harry muttered softly as he eyed the blonde woman. Still, not bad for a little boy. If you can't keep your hands off me. Fleur? Oh, you. The quick string of French had Bill blinking slightly as he struggled to keep up with the words flowing like lightning past his wife's lips. I'm guessing that it would be best if I didn't know what she just said, Harry observed, a note of wry amusement in his tone as he let off a slow little chuckle. Harry, I think it'd be best if I didn't know what it was she just said. Bill countered as he shook his head and glanced at his wife for a long moment. What little I could understand. I'm starting to wonder if my wife is as innocent and sweet as she likes to pretend to be. Harry and Fleur both looked back at the man incredulously before Harry finally spoke up. You're only just now realizing this? No, Bill admitted with a nod. I realized it the first time she tried setting my Egyptian collection on fire. A new Zay add flame retardant spells on them. Fleur huffed softly as she crossed her arms about her chest and continued to simply glare at her husband. Yes, but it still shattered the image of you being such a sweet, innocent woman. Bill agreed with a completely straight face. Right, before you three get any further. Draco cut in with a roll of his eyes. Are you satisfied that Harry is properly regretful as to his actions? None. I'll defer to my wife on this. Bill answered as he chuckled just a bit. Yes. Harry argued back as he glanced at Draco. I'm quite satisfied, personally. Wonderful. Draco answered sarcastically before glancing away from his former classmate. Then, as the only person whose satisfaction doesn't matter is the only one satisfied, might I invite you to my wedding, where you may poke at him and ensure his regret to your heart's content. You're an evil, evil bastard, Draco. Harry noted with a sour glare as he glanced at the man before turning his attention back to Bill and Fleur. Now, surely you have no need to give into such a fiendish man's plots. Need? None. Fleur agreed with a nod of her head before turning back to Draco. It does not mean we will not go along with things when it suits us. We will be happy to attend. Wonderful. Draco agreed cheerfully with a quick nod of his head and an all-too-innocent smile on his face. I don't suppose I could convince you to bring that delightful daughter of yours? My dear cousin Teddy is sure to need some company. Harry stared at Draco for a moment, his eyes unreadable before he growled slowly. Damn you, Draco. Why ever for? Draco answered back with that same smile curled on his lips. You know I'll have to show up if she does. Just so I can take pictures to use against Teddy later on. Really? Why the thought never even occurred to me. Draco responded, his eyes wide in a display of disbelief. You mean you will? I've not even agreed to bring Victoire, remember? Fleur cut in, even though her eyes were dancing with no small amount of mischief. Oh lords! Bill muttered softly as he saw the look in his wife's eyes. I suppose this means I'm going to need to break into the emergency fashion funds. Emergency fashion funds? Harry asked with no slight amount of amusement in his eyes. They are a necessity. Draco spoke up before bringing all eyes onto him. What? Please remember who my mother is. Oh, do I pity that boy when he's older? Bill muttered softly under his breath as he slowly shook his head. What the bloody hell is this? Ron stared at the parchment in front of him and slowly read it over. You have got to be kidding me. What is it? Hermione spoke up as she glanced up curiously from her writing. We've been invited to bloody Malfoy's wedding. Without another word, he lifted up the parchment and handed it over to his wife, his eyes still visibly stunned. Really? Hermione blinked slightly before glancing over time and date. Well, we don't have any plans for then just yet. You cannot be serious. Ron stared back at Hermione, his eyes growing wider. This is Malfoy we're talking about, and yet he invited us to his wedding. Hermione countered in a firmly reasonable tone. Rather politely, in fact. I know he was planning on inviting Harry. You aren't seriously considering. It would be rude not to accept. Hermione cut in as she hummed softly before pulling out a small datebook and beginning to scribble away on the appropriate date. You still have your dress robes and I can dust off one of my dresses. But, it's Draco. Ron almost whined as he looked pleadingly at his wife. Draco Malfoy. You remember, the Burke that tried to get us expelled whenever he could? Yes, and? Really, Ronald, this is hardly Hogwarts. You're both grown wizards. Huffing slightly, the woman glared lightly back at her husband, her arms crossing about her chest. There's no need to act like you're a first tie again. It's Malfoy. Ron shot back with a grimace as he crossed his own arms about his chest. And you're going to just let Harry show up there on his own? Hermione countered back as she arched a brow upwards. You don't even know if Harry's going to be there. Ron countered back as he glared at the woman. True, I suppose I could. Well, no, I can't. I'll send him an owl and see what he says. Hermione finally decided with a firm nod of her head before pulling out a blank sheet of parchment and beginning to write. If he's not going, there's no bloody way you're getting me there. Ron shot back as he lightly glared back at his wife. Fine. Hermione agreed, albeit grudgingly as she lightly nodded her head. If Harry says he isn't going, then there's no reason for us to go either. Thank you. Ron nodded his head with a slight smirk, already confident that he knew what the answer would be. I got a reply from Harry today. Hermione spoke up as she watched Ron walking into the room. About? Ron blinked slightly as he looked at his wife. Malfoy's wedding? The slight irritation in her voice made the man wince as he quickly nodded his head. Ah, right, well, you know how I am with anything related to the ferret. There was a slightly apologetic tone in his words as he shrugged his shoulders just a bit. So, he told you he's not going, right? On the contrary. Hermione shook her head as she lifted up the parchment and smirked smugly back at him. Apparently Narcissa and Andromeda have somewhat reconciled and therefore, Teddy is going, thereby so is Harry. You're joking. There was a simple, flat disbelief in Ron's voice as he stared back at his wife and slowly took the parchment from her as he read over Harry's familiar, gangly scrawl. You're not joking. No, I'm not. Hermione resisted the urge to roll her eyes at the man as she sighed slightly and settled back. Now, I suppose I'm going to have to remind you that you agreed to go if Harry was going? No. Ron responded with a quick shake of his head. What kind of friend would I be if I left him to face this alone? Honestly, it's just a wedding. Hermione rolled her eyes as she shook her head. Not a battle. Hermione. Love. Do you remember our wedding? Ron shot back with a faint smile of remembrance on his lips. Hermione winced slightly and shook her head. Well, I'm sure that Harry and Ginny aren't going to. I doubt Ginny would even show up. Ron answered back as he shook his head and rolled his eyes slightly. Why would she even show up at the wedding, anyway? Because Harry's there? Hermione countered with a slight arch of her brow as she watched her husband wince visibly. Can we please not go there? Ron shook his head with a sigh as he slumped back in his chair. I love them both. Really, I do. I love the idea of them being together too. So we could all be one big happy family. But the reality of those two together? Really, Ron, it's not that bad. Hermione huffed slightly as she shook her head. Besides, they've both had time to grow up some more, and plenty of time apart,